we have.
Okay.
Okay, and this is just to see if there's a human voice on the other end of here. I want to acknowledge this because we have. How long have we gone without a phone system?
Weeks.
Months.
Weeks and weeks.
February.
Yeah,
February.
It's been months, Steve. It has been months. So Marissa is documenting this momentous occasion.
Oh, my God.
I'm going to try to talk to Tammy.
I'm lightheaded.
Or no, Cindy. So it says... Cindy! Hang on. It says Tammy on here. It says Cindy up there.
Strong
Cindy's on line 7.
Oh, okay.
Hang on. Right here, because she was the first caller in, so I want to go to her. So let me see. All right, I've touched this button. Cindy, can you hear me? No. Save the fanfare. No, hold on. She's down here. Down here. I hit line 1. Wait, I have to hit that. Let me try that. Cindy.
Good morning.
It's a human being speaking to us via telephone.
I can't believe it. I can't believe it.
I'm going to throw up, Steve.
I'm going to throw up. I'm going to throw up.
All right.
Wait, you need to understand. Cindy's not in the studio with us.
Yeah.
She's someplace else.
All right, Cindy, all we heard was hello. Are you there?
Yes, I am. Good morning.
Wow, and it
High-tech
sounds
telephone system.
it sounds crystal clear too.
Totally
Cindy.
worth the wait.
Where are you calling from right now?
I'm actually in Denver, Pennsylvania. So
Wow.
Denver, Pennsylvania. I don't even know where that is.
Central PA, yeah?
we're right off the Lancaster, Reading, Lancaster exit.
We can
of the
speak to
Turnpike.
people that far
That
away,
far away?
Steve.
This is
It's
maybe
amazing.
one day Denver, Colorado.
Well,
That's true.
Wow.
all right, Cindy, on to the business at hand. What is the shade of a Tiffany lamp made out of?
It's made out of stained glass.
Stained glass. That is correct. Yes. All right, Tiffany.
Well done.
I'm going to attempt to put you on hold.
Okay, thank you.
Let me try this. Hang on.
Wow.
She's on hold.
Oh,
Wow.
My
wow.
God, you did
Wow.
My
You
God,
did
it
it.
works. And Tammy, I'm sorry that I teased you that I was going to you, but Cindy was indeed the first caller, and I've got to figure out how this system all works. Oh my God, I'm all nervous
shaking.
and I could cry.
It's like the first time I busted. Well, you know.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it felt so
It
good.
felt so good.
Yeah. All right, I do have some entertainment stories, and I have stayed away from the Sean Diddy Combs trial because there was a lot of back and forth leading up to it. Well, now it's underway, and I'm going to reveal, and the details are
Troubling.
No, they're voluminous, is what I was about to say. But they are troubling, yes. So there's a lot to go through. I will do my best to compile it all for you to condense it. So R&B singer Cassandra Cassie Ventura took the stand Tuesday as a prosecution's star witness in the sex trafficking trial, delivering explosive and emotional testimony with detailed allegations of physical, sexual, and psychological abuse by the media mogul and music mogul in their 10-year relationship. So it marked a dramatic moment in the case against Combs, who is charged with 5 criminal counts: racketeering, conspiracy, sex trafficking, and transportation to engage in prostitution. During her testimony, Ventura recounted her time with Combs, beginning with what she considered an inappropriate kiss from him when he was her boss at the start of her career, and continuing into a years-long relationship in which she alleges that he abused her physically and emotionally and sexually assaulted and trafficked her. She also testified that Combs coerced her into participating into the freak-offs that you guys have heard of.
Yes.
Days-long drug and sex-fueled parties with male escorts, which Combs allegedly filmed and directed down to the smallest details. Ventura spent much of her testimony sharing graphic accounts of the freak-offs. And according to it, Combs choreographed what people wore and whom they had sex with at the parties, and took direct control over every aspect, including the use of lubricants, candles, linens, and room temperature settings. Ventura added that the freak-offs, in which she was instructed to have sex with male escorts while Combs watched, would last for 2 to 3 days at a time and happen in hotel rooms in New York City, Atlanta, Los Angeles, Miami, Turks and Caicos, and Ibiza. She testified that Combs involved her in freak-offs weekly for a period of years until about 2017 or 2018. Later, Ventura feared that she would be blackmailed with videos and images of her participation in the freak-offs, as well as threatened with violence. Now, he controlled much of her life. She said the freak-offs became a job. There was no space to do anything else. She also testified that arguments with Combs would often end in physical abuse. She said he would knock me over, drag me, kick me, stomp me in the head if I was down.
So I wonder if, because you say, man, during all that time, why didn't you make a bid to just get out of there? Maybe she feared for her life.
Well, and also, he was videoing this.
Yeah.
And a
potential blackmail
campaign on top of that. So her first day of testimony wrapped with the prosecution replaying footage of Combs physically assaulting Ventura at the Intercontinental Los Angeles downtown hotel in 2016. It's a terrible video to watch. He beats the crap out of her. And when asked why she stayed on the ground as he was kicking her, she replied, because it felt like the safest place to be.
Yeah.
Like you just cover up and...
Yeah. So you stand up and he hits you again.
Yeah, exactly. So today, Ventura will continue testimony before the defense begins its cross-examination. So this is just the opening salvo.
By the way, they desperately tried to keep that video out of the... but I mean, come on.
I mean, it's somebody being beat for crying out loud. So... this continues. I will get you the details from time to time when they come in, but there's more of that. So speaking of trials, Kim Kardashian took the stand in the trial of the men who jacked her for $10 million in jewelry in Paris back in 2016. And when she did, she proved that the thieves didn't come close to cleaning her out. Page 6 reports that her 22-carat diamond ring is 22 carats.
I've never seen in produce 22 carats.
It's even bigger than the 20-carat ring that the thieves stole, and in what is being called, it's what they're calling an empowerment move to wear this. It's the very ring that she bought with the insurance money that she received following the robbery.
I'm wearing a very diamond-encrusted Prince Albert today, Preston. That's my power move.
It wasn't the only bling that she rocked in court. She also wore a 52.17-carat diamond necklace, an $8,000 diamond ear cuff, and a diamond anklet as well.
All to send a message, huh?
I guess so.
That she's back, baby, and ready to be robbed.
Wow. Yeah, exactly, right? I mean, she needs like several armed guards.
Yes.
If she's going to walk around.
What she needs is a tank.
Wow. All right, you'll soon be able to see a lot more of 90 Day Fiancé star Rose Vega. She's announced that she is starting up her OnlyFans account. The season 4 cast member says the account will feature travel vlogs, weekly photo sets, non-explicit boudoir videos, personalized voice messages, and never-seen spicy content.
So how many months before we're seeing her butthole?
Yeah, and she says she'll personally respond to subscribers with interactive chats.
I wonder the percentage, because when OnlyFans started, it was like, it was...
Patreon.
Patreon, exactly, Nick. It has certainly become something, or at least by public perception, porn, or something porn adjacent. I wonder what the percentages of OnlyFans accounts that are that, and OnlyFans accounts are, let me show you my spice rack.
Yeah, same. Yeah. I mean, obviously, there's going to be more money in the explicit.
Yes.
But there are, people who use it for
We're interested in spices.
Other things in spices.
Yeah. You can fart on there and make money.
Yes, exactly. Or take a dump on the hood of a car.
Yes, you can. So she has started this up. Let's see here. In Cannes, the film festival, the legendary festival has issued, of course, the new dress code. We talked about this yesterday. There's no nude or revealing outfits and also no voluminous outfits, really big, long trains on these dresses. And the first notable dress code casualty is Halle Berry, who is serving as festival jury member this year. She said, I had an amazing dress by Gupta to wear tonight, and I cannot wear it because the train is too big.
What she was wearing, or what it looked like she was wearing to Cannes, it was pleasant, but it was almost very going out shopping kind of a dress.
She said, I had to make a pivot, but the nudity part I do think is probably also a good rule. After a widening split between Rosie O'Donnell and her daughter Chelsea O'Donnell, there may be a slight thaw in the relations. After several arrests, some in relation to drugs, a subsequent move by the comedian to drop her daughter from her estate, and Chelsea is going so far as to want to legally change her name. An Instagram post by Mama seems to indicate that things are improving. So Rosie had written on Instagram alongside a pic of Chelsea smiling at a podium, and she wrote, "Another great day in sobriety, #Chelsea."
So, Preston, you're friends with him. Does Rosie ever reach out to her son, Matt O'Donnell?
I think that there's tension there, and that there's some healing that needs to be done. So, I'll ask him. No content is provided, but the message is clear. Chelsea is making some strides, and Rosie is proud of her. So we hope anybody that's facing issues like that,
it's tough,
can get their life together. Let's see what else I have here for you. Tom Cruise made a surprise appearance at a TikTok creator workshop at the Cannes Film Festival, where he previewed never-before-done stunts from Mission Impossible: The Final Reckoning. In a chat, Cruise revealed the film was only just finished, and he discussed the dangerous aerial stunt that he did and said, "I'm learning how to wing walk, and this kind of wing walking that we're doing has never been done before." He aimed to go 0G while walking between airplane wings, noting, "The engine stops after a few seconds, so we have to take our time." He emphasized the intensity, saying it was so violent on that airplane, the amount of air force that's coming over that wing was a lot. So
you gotta give it to him, man. He is all about movies. He's all about cinema. He's all about supporting the industry, and he does legitimately. I mean, there's a sequence, and I forget which one it was, where he is chasing after Henry Cavill in a helicopter. He was in that helicopter.
Yeah, you're in that helicopter, Tom Cruise.
Yeah, but I mean, he's the pilot.
Yeah, he's he walks the walk, literally on wings.
You're in that helicopter.
It's insane.
You should put that guy in the movie, man.
You're in that helicopter, and you're nothing but a chameleon, lemon-headed, coward, terrorist, and I'm after you, buddy.
Yeah,
Lemon-headed.
lemon-headed.
Why did you have to say lemon-headed?
Yeah, I love that.
Took it too far.
Yeah.
Lemon head. All right. So Apple has given a pickup to Wild Things, the limited series about Las Vegas showman magicians Siegfried and Roy, and playing the parts will be Jude Law and Andrew Garfield.
So I am really looking forward to this. I'm fascinated by the story of Siegfried and Roy, the documentaries. Obviously, we know everything that happened and the tragedy, but it to me, Preston, it's on like an Elvis in Vegas level.
Yeah.
Because they were huge.
Yeah. The 8-parter is based on the Apple original podcast, Wild Things, Siegfried and Roy, and is written, showrun, and executive produced by Only Murders in the Building co-creator John Hoffman. Law will star as Siegfried, and Garfield will star as Roy, and the series is set to go into production this fall.
Steve, did you watch the season of Righteous Gemstones?
No, you guys rave about it. I have not watched any of it, so that is in the queue to get to.
Adam Devine plays a gay character, and he and his partner have to be very careful about coming out of the closet and showing too much of their gay relationship when they're on stage and performing, whatever. And they have this monologue about comparing themselves to Siegfried and Roy that is unbelievably hilarious. And he's like, talking about, you wouldn't go see the Tigers if you saw Siggy and Roy making out on the stage. And it's just unbelievably hilarious.
I forget who does the bit. Maybe it's Norm Macdonald, or maybe I'm wrong. No, it's Greg Giraldo. Greg Giraldo talking about somebody for everyone. He goes, to prove that, there was a gay lion tamer who found another gay lion tamer.
All right, so Bob Odenkirk is back in action as Hutch Mansell in the first trailer for Nobody 2. The sequel sees Odenkirk's suburban family man flex his secret assassin skills, set once again with Connie Nielsen, Sharon Stone, Christopher Lloyd, and Colin Hanks joining the cast.
I watched the trailer. It looks very good. All throughout it, Preston, they're playing Holiday Road from Vacation. It's I like the vibe.
It looks good. Fans might remember Odenkirk told Variety, "I recommend to any father who has suffered through a home break-in and felt like they could have done more to make an action film." The first Nobody made $57 million globally, and with Odenkirk also co-writing and producing original, expectations are high. Nobody 2 lands in theaters on August 15th. Let's see. We got time for maybe one more here. Let me see. I got so many movies and only a little bit of time to tell you about them. Or so many stories, I should say. All right, last thing. So if you miss seeing Captain America Brave New World on the big screen, you will be able to see it somewhere on a smaller screen as Disney Plus will begin streaming the MCU film on May 28th, so not too far off. Stars, of course, Anthony Mackie as the new Captain America. Features Danny Ramirez, Harrison Ford, Liv Tyler, Giancarlo Esposito, and Tim Blake Nelson. It debuted in theaters February 14th. Took in $200 million domestically and $415 globally to date. So if you've been waiting, I waited. I didn't see it in the theater.
I watched it. I thought it was decent. I love that they put Liv Tyler in the credits because if you blink, you'll miss her.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah.
Okay. All right, we're ready for clips now. The director of Assassin's Club has been a part of many other action films before, and in this clip, Camille Delamar talks about how this film is different from the rest. Okay, here we go.
This is a independent action movie. This is not a studio movie. I like to play with and to direct. Action for sure, because action is my passion.
Shut the f*** up!
Assassin's Club is available on Netflix. Here's our next clip. Owen Joyner, who starred as a child actor on Nickelodeon, is now making his debut in the horror genre with Final Destination Bloodlines. And in this clip, he talks about his first day on set and working with his co-star Richard Harmon.
I was really happy. I filmed a lot of our stuff around a vending machine first. That was a lot of fun. I felt like I didn't know what I was doing, so I looked a lot to what Richard was on those first couple days in terms of, kind of mood and tone.
Shut the f*** up!
Final Destination Bloodlines opens in theaters this weekend.
I predict a big opening for this movie. They actually they have a pretty robust TV campaign for it. It's part of a series that people love.
They've been replaying all the old ones.
They've been replaying all the old ones.
Yep.
It's not no big plot line to jump into. You just know everyone's going to die eventually in the movie in some crazy Rube Goldberg kind of way.
Yep, exactly. All right, heads up. We have named our first school for Coolest Teacher of the Year. It's Potts Grove High School. If you go to school there, we want to hear from the students and other staff members as well. You can text the word teacher to 610-660-9333 and we'll send you the voting link. That's how it works. If you go to Potts Grove High School or know someone who does, make sure that they make the staff aware that this is happening. Maybe they'll make an announcement and get everybody on board, and then we'll get an even bigger number of people to text in through the student body and let us know. And we have got a great prize. It's a Dunkin' gift card. It is a Coolest Teacher of the Year coffee mug from the Preston and Steve Show. So Potts Grove High School. Text the word teacher to 610-660-9333, and we will send you the link. We're going to take a break. We have Maynard James Keenan of Tool and Pussifer and A Perfect Circle joining us on the show this morning, as well as our friend Caliendo. So we'll be back in a moment with all this stuff. Stay with us.
Preston and Steve.
Like that's the one that we hang on to the most.
Okay.
Don't know if there's any validity to that or not. But
That's
this
why.
has nothing to do with aging.
That's why old people love
Yeah.
pudding.
Yeah. All right, here's the next one. This is mystery drink number 6.
Mystery drink number 6.
She's
Oh.
grimacing.
I know this one.
What is it?
I can taste it. Is it pickle juice?
You got it.
Kathy, so that is not sweet, unless it is sweet pickles.
No, I don't know.
And you don't like pickles, do you?
No, I love pickles.
All right,
Well,
so
good for you.
So,
Yeah.
See, we're finding things that you'll be able to eat and
Yeah, yeah.
taste. That's
Kathy,
great.
that's awesome.
Yeah,
So
yeah, yeah.
chocolate
We're-
and pickles.
We're curing her. You're pregnant. No, we're Preston, you're legitimately curing her.
We're getting somewhere.
We should set up an institute.
If you've had the taste issue, you should do this type of thing at home as well. You might find one or two things that stands out.
By the way, Kathy, though you can't see it, I'm wearing protective goggles.
Hey,
I had to take mine off.
you know what? And also the caller that we had earlier, though, Kathy had said that he could taste lemon for a moment.
Yes.
And then as he continued to eat, it would go
yeah.
away. So this is something you'll have to test with.
Why don't you forget the moose?
Oh, for a moment.
For a moment.
I got it.
Yeah, that
with
happened.
pickles.
That happened to my mom. She lost her taste for a really long time, and the same thing. She said it came back. She would eat, and she'd get it at the beginning of the meal, and then by like mid-meal, she couldn't taste anything.
Here's
so eat quickly.
Here's the next one for you. Let's try this. This is number 7. We have 15 of these, by the way.
All right. Not a clue.
Looks like she doesn't really like the way it tastes. Or are you just
I'm not like
perplexed
a
by
huge fan. I think it's might be on the sweeter side, but it's not as sweet as that chocolate sauce.
it? Okay.
Like a pudding?
Pudding. No, it is not a pudding.
I smell something, but I can't. I would say pudding again.
No, it is maple syrup.
Not like pudding.
No.
Is it Miss or Mrs.? She married?
I think it's Mrs. Butterworth.
Yeah.
All right. Good.
She's spoken for.
Yeah, absolutely.
All right.
Mr. Butterworth is an accountant.
Here's the next one. This is number 8. We're at the pretty much the halfway point now. Let's see if you can identify this. No reaction facially. I thought for sure I would see a facial reaction from this one.
Well, I mean, you should.
I'm going in again.
All right.
This
drink
is
all of it.
It's a popular paint remover.
She shouldn't be able to say, I'm going to go again on this. No, I don't think so. Wow.
What do you think?
Wow.
I like it.
Okay.
I don't know.
Don't know.
Wait,
Preston, so we don't know. Preston has the answers.
All right, she doesn't know, so you can take a sniff and now guess after smelling it. What is it?
Is it lemon?
It is lemon juice. It's straight up lemon juice. Normally, if one is drinking straight squeezed lemon juice, you'd be puckering up and going,
Kathy, you didn't do any of that.
Not even a win.
So Preston.
So she got that wrong. She could smell it, but she couldn't taste it.
That raises the question, that reflex.
Yes.
What causes that reflex?
It's a good question.
Well, let me ask. I'm going to show you guys. I'm going to try something. We're going to do a scientific experiment here. I'm going to drink this lemon juice, but I'm going to hold my nose.
Now, we've never met.
We've never, well, we have met many times. But I'm going to hold my nose so that way the smell part does it.
That's the way to do it.
It's still sour.
Like you made the face?
But your taste is intact.
Yeah, but I wasn't sure if like any of that stuff was...
Kathy drank it, and there was no puckering, no pursing whatsoever.
Like, even with her drinking that, and I knowing what it is, caused my mouth to salivate a little bit.
Yes.
Because that's what
I'm a little engorged.
Your mouth will do. Well, that's great. All right, so here's... Okay, this will be interesting.
Oh, boy.
This is our only solid of the day.
Oh, God.
All right, Kathy, go ahead.
So wait, do I have to
just stick your tongue in there.
Yeah.
Stick your tongue in there.
Stick it in.
Stick it deep in there.
Ew. What? I don't like that.
I'll give you a hint. It's not sand.
Yeah, like that. It's gristly.
Yeah.
Move your tongue around.
I have no friggin' idea.
No idea. Smell it.
I feel like it's probably a spice or something, but I have no idea.
But it should be very recognizable by taste, no question. Nothing when you smell it?
I'm trying.
She's not getting it. She would, and she's inhaling deeply.
You would know this in a heartbeat.
Cinnamon.
Cinnamon.
Oh,
It's just straight up cinnamon.
No.
Yeah. Nothing. Even after you know, you don't recognize it.
Not that one.
Okay.
The more you know.
If you're tuning in, Kathy lost her taste, and we're testing her on that. Let's do number 10, if you will, please. And we're back to liquids now.
Okay.
Let's have a little sip-a-rooney and see what you get from that.
Is it alcohol?
Like rubbing alcohol, yeah.
No. That's all I get.
She's saying
it doesn't
alcohol.
taste anything, but I feel like maybe
like vodka?
Like a vodka or something like that.
Do you get a burn from it, or?
Yeah, like a little burn.
Down your throat?
Yeah.
Okay, then that's why, because it's alcohol. It's vodka. So she can taste that it's alcohol, and I get that, because as you... Outside of the taste in your mouth, once it goes down your throat, you get this warmness, this heat.
Right.
So,
Marissa, can I taste that one just to?
Hey, Kath, a question for you then, because I know you like to drink wine and you're pretty particular about your wines. Will you just go buy the cheapest ones possible now?
Well, no. What's funny is because they'll probably give me a headache.
Yeah.
I was at my brother's house, and he knows what I like to drink, and he didn't have it, and I go, "What is this?" He goes, "It doesn't matter. Just drink it. You'll be fine."
Thunderbird.
When friends drop by who can't taste anything, give them the cheapest crap you've got in the house. That's why I reach for the Thunderbird.
James Mason approved. All right, here's the next one. This is number 11. You should get something from this.
11!
Let's see. Ooh,
there's a reaction.
Got a real
scowl.
back.
She actually did De Niro there for a second.
Yeah.
You talking to me?
Whatever it is, I'm not a fan.
Not so much.
Interesting that there are bad tastes that work through.
Nick, it's not a bad taste. It's like that vinegar feeling again. Like if so I have no idea.
That makes sense for this. Do you want to smell it?
Smell it.
Smell it.
You can smell it.
Smell it.
Do you smell something?
Yeah.
Okay.
She's doing De Niro again.
I don't like this. I don't know what it is. I don't like it.
It's Worcestershire sauce.
And you know what? I don't put that on anything. So
Okay. Not even in Bloody Marys? Well, it's already in Bloody Marys.
no,
usually,
I'm
so.
not a Bloody Mary fan.
Okay, all right. So no dice on Worcestershire. We've got 4 more to go.
4 more.
Here is number 12.
You've had a pretty decent degree of success, Kathy. At least your ability.
Well, the vodka one I'm kind of only half giving to her
Okay.
because she couldn't identify it. You should be able to tell that it was vodka.
All right, a big scowl on this one. We don't. Preston's the only one who knows what this is. Preston and Marissa. So we're guessing along.
This gave the puckering again. I don't know what it is, but again, it's like triggering something in my mouth.
Okay. Take a smell. Take a
All right.
sniff. You don't know. You can't taste
Oh,
it.
vinegar.
Okay. Any? But it's a very specific kind of vinegar.
Oh, yeah, the kind that smells like feet.
Okay. It is apple cider vinegar.
My-
It'll cure everything.
There's a shot of that every day, right?
That's what they say.
I should get my taste back after that.
Yes.
Right.
Right. All right, we have 3 more. This is mystery taste number 13. And let's see how you do on this one.
My stomach's gonna be great after this.
I know,
Yeah.
right? Fortunately, you're just taking little baby sips, so.
You're going to be farting clouds.
All right.
So to get a reaction.
Spending some time with this one.
Okay. Not as much as a scowl from the Worcestershire. All right, so she's feeling it.
There's like something in it, some peppers or something.
Would you say Thunderbird?
It was like there was substance to it. There's particles in there.
Particles.
I don't know what it is, but it's making my mouth burn a little bit. It has
All right.
a little kick to it.
Burn a
Okay.
little bit. All right, so but you don't know.
Can I smell it?
Sure.
Can I?
What do you think? What do you think, Ed?
Can I?
I don't know. I want to say like
Good.
pickled something again.
Pickled something.
It's hot sauce.
Straight up hot sauce.
Yeah, it's
what's the
Mr.
title of it?
Mr. Deck's hot sauce.
This is I'm the marketing director of this company.
Yeah, the name this particular flavor is called Butt Blaster.
Oh, really?
They're out of
Seriously?
they're out of Newport Beach, California.
I
yeah.
like that.
So
All
it's
right.
very, it's a like a
Powerful.
very hot.
Yeah.
Who brought that?
I did. I'm seriously the marketing director of this company.
Are you really?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I brought it in.
Did you come up with the name Butt Blaster?
It was a collaborative effort, so yes.
Who's Mr. Dex?
A college friend, and this is a side project,
Oh.
and this is as far as I've gotten as marketing director.
How do you like
You're
the
amazing.
taste?
I love it. I put it on.
You put that S on
I put that, but I put it on pizza. I put it on eggs.
By the way, this particular heat rating is give you some sensation.
Yeah,
All right,
definitely.
2 more. This is another solid. I didn't know we had another solid. This is the only other solid in our list. So okay. I love it. Stick it down in there.
Come on, man.
She's like an inquisitive look.
This I get absolutely nothing.
Really?
Absolutely nothing from
Okay,
this.
so that's a nothing, and you should be able to taste it. Smell it and see if you can come up with something there.
Nothing, huh?
Like a, I don't know. Maybe there's pepper in it. No, because I didn't feel that on my tongue at all.
No. It's garlic powder.
Garlic
You would
powder.
absolutely know,
I'll give you a
right?
piece of gum later, Kat.
Yeah.
Thanks.
All right, we have one final taste in our test for you, and let's see how you do with this one.
This one,
Yes.
I also get absolutely nothing. Like it could be water to me.
Okay.
Like it could. That's the consistency.
All right. Take a little bit more. This is the last one. Finish it all off.
Put your tongue in it.
Go ahead.
No, is it gonna make my stomach hurt?
No, not at all. Not at all.
Oh, yeah.
Nothing.
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 I get absolutely nothing.
Take a sniff and see if you can tell from that.
Not really. I want to say, is it another alcohol?
Sauvignon Blanc.
Your favorite brand as well. It's Nobilo.
Oh,
Wow.
you
I get
poor
nothing.
thing.
Nothing.
That's a shame.
Sucks.
Oh, man.
Give me
So, Kat, let me ask you then.
Give me that bar.
Wait, are we done? Can I take the?
Yeah, that's it.
People will often describe water as not having a taste, but it does have a taste. And so
Kathy can tell those taste
and
differences.
you can tell those taste differences. So water for you, like legit has no taste.
What?
He's saying that a lot of people describe water as having no taste.
Right.
You were able, I think I am as well, slightly able to discern between tap and bottled water.
Yeah.
Yeah, so it
so
has
you
a
can,
taste.
but
right now,
Oh, yeah.
it has zero taste.
Yeah, probably not. I can't believe I couldn't taste the Nobilo.
Oh, that's a bummer.
That's crazy.
So to review, she got correct and guessed correct and wasn't definitive though, but said, well, is it chocolate syrup? So you kind of knew what it was, but you really didn't say, oh, that's it.
No, none of them I knew 100%.
Yeah, all of these were semi. So chocolate syrup, vinegar, apple juice, so the sweets you could get. And one that you could definitely, that I think you got the best was pickle juice.
Yeah, that was,
so maybe if
Have
you really
some pickles.
want to taste something
put pickles on it.
flavor-wise, you could have pickles.
Yeah.
And the other one was vodka. Or I put in alcohol because you didn't quite get the vodka right. So out of 15, you were able to identify really 4, and that's it.
Marissa, was I'll just say it, the honey was that usable? By the way, I just grabbed these things out of the...
Oh, you know what? I just stopped at 15. We brought
No problem.
Things, so.
It
You wanna
has.
see if you can smell it.
The
Kathy?
honey has a taste to it.
Does that like spice habanero or
There's
something?
another taste, and I'd be curious if she'd be able to taste. Don't show her the label if you can avoid
Oh,
it.
what? Like it's
It's
flavored
a
honey.
certain
It's got
honey?
another fruit in it,
Oh,
and
right,
I'd be
okay.
curious if with the sweet stuff you could do it. All right.
I won't look. I guess I can.
You can look at it.
Oh,
Yeah.
geez,
All
sorry.
right. Yeah.
All right.
All right.
Rub it on your sweater.
Stick your tongue in it. Yeah, it's going to be kind of hard. Oh, yeah. Did you get it?
No.
Nothing?
Can you taste the sweet of the honey?
A little bit.
Okay.
Yeah, I can taste the sweet of the honey.
Nothing else.
No.
Because it's blueberry honey.
Blueberry honey. Okay.
I'm going to try that.
No, and I'm having even the smell with this one is a little tough.
Ah.
All right. Wow. Well, that sucks, man. Hopefully this is going to be quick.
Just
acting
400 days.
And yeah.
I know that poor guy.
I know.
I
400
really
days.
hope it doesn't.
He said he was rage eating. Just eating out of anger. Even though he can't taste it, he's still going to eat something that he knows his body likes.
I'll tell you what, though, I'm not. I mean, I'm still eating meals because yes, you still get hungry, but I'm not really snacking because. What's the point? Like, I don't feel like anything because I know I'm not going to be able to taste it.
Yeah, a lot of times snacking is just you want some flavor.
What about hot drinks or things like that, like coffee? Nothing.
Not really. I mean, I know
people have said coffee is a big inciter.
Well, and you know what, Steve? When it first happened, I was not leaving the house, obviously.
Right.
So I wasn't going to get my coffee. I could make it at the house, but I was kind of skipping it because.
WMMR.
All right, thank you very much, Nick. So yesterday, we briefly mentioned and didn't get a chance to dive into it, but Penn was having their move-out day.
Yes.
For students, getting out of there, graduates, whomever, getting ready to either you're moving out of the dorms and you're moving to an apartment next semester, whatever it may be. So that's happening at schools all in and around our area. And I know that in years past, we've had a chat about stuff that is left over, that people will just flat out leave when they're moving out of the dorms. And now, since we can take your phone calls,
oh my God,
we could actually hear your stories of maybe what you found or what you left behind when you were leaving school.
I'm wondering, has this created some sort of cottage industry of people collecting up? I mean, what happens to good stuff that is discarded from a dorm facility? Has some enterprising individual?
I can guarantee you absolutely, positively, yes.
Okay.
The smart people who are good at recycling decent things, like household items, bedding or whatever, absolutely, positively go to these places. I mean, there are trash pickers who sell stuff on the secondary market all the time.
Would you grab it up, refurb it, store it, and then sell it to the next incoming class?
By the way, 610-660-9333 if you want to jump in on the conversation.
Especially, and I'm not throwing shade, but especially because that age group, they don't give a crap that, they didn't buy this stuff and it doesn't matter to them. Like me, like on the other hand, I'm like, no, it's a perfectly good TV or it's a perfectly good whatever. I just drove my daughter home from school, Michigan State, and I went to and she lived in a high-rise kind of dorm. So they put things on wheelie carts. So when we were done loading up the car, I started putting the wheelie carts back by the dorm doors. And there were these people who just left a wheelie car. And so I went to go grab other wheelie cars that were just left random, and there was stuff still in them.
Still in them.
Yeah. And, and I guess they just ran out of room in the car or whatever. I don't know.
Or to your point, they just don't care, Casey. They just leave it behind. I've shared this story with you guys before, but I got in trouble one year at school, and I had to stick around, and one of my punishments was clean up the dorms when all the students had left. And, Steve, it just was remarkable, the amount of stuff that got left behind.
Really?
Clothes. And there were in some dresser drawers, just cash. Just people left because they either forgot about it or whatever.
Dude, I would
posters, anything that like decorations, tapestries, whatever. And to your point, Steve, like if you went into any of those dorms, you could find couches, you could find furniture, you could find any stuff that you might need for the following year. Or, if you're sticking around for school in the summertime, grab that stuff.
So that punishment ended up kind of turning into a little bit of a reward.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You ended up ahead. We're looking at some stuff that was discarded. I assume that's what this is.
Well, I think I know what I'm doing after retirement. I mean, like you could turn this into a little, a couple times a year. A little cash cow.
Yeah.
Just open a thrift store.
Or do the Facebook Marketplace or whatever. And just
slightly used.
Sell this stuff.
Yeah.
I have not experienced move out yet. My only child that has moved away to college or is living on campus is Carter, who goes to Westchester. We did move-in day, though. That was insane.
Oh, man, we got so lucky with move-in day. Because we got an early call time, and we were, basically moved in. And then by the time we were done, there were lines to get onto the elevator. Actually, because it probably wasn't as bad, right, for where you guys were, because he was in an apartment. But you just saw how busy it was.
It's the only experience I've ever had, dude. But you had to, getting on the elevator took a long time. Or flights, up on the 4th floor. So
I just, for some reason, assumed he lived in an apartment house or something like that.
Well, it's an apartment, but
yeah.
it's a big complex.
Okay.
So all right, we're gonna try taking a phone call. We've only done this one time and we've been successful. Nobody died. We got lucky.
100%.
I am gonna go to Mike, see if we can talk to him. Hey, Mike, morning, bud.
Am I the first phone call?
You're the second. You're the second. Well. We had a contest earlier, so technically that was first. You're the first conversation we're going to have, Mike, so congratulations.
Oh, awesome.
Yeah. What's up, man?
Yes, I'm honored. So I usually find a bunch of screwdrivers left behind.
Yeah, so what ends up happening is when you're moving your child into you need screwdrivers to put, so I had a little toolbox of things that, we thought we would need. Yeah, and so that stuff, I guess, gets left behind as well.
So how many screwdrivers would you say? Was it like where the great screwdrivers go to die, or give me a ballpark estimate of how many screwdrivers you found?
I have to say about I've maybe collected maybe 6 or 7.
6 or 7 screwdrivers.
I don't find that wildly impressive, but
no, but still, it's stuff they've left around.
Not a whole lot, but
right, yeah.
All right. Thanks, Mike.
We're going to warm up with Mike's going to be the warm up.
He's the warm up for the phones. Yes. But we had heard people in the past, I think a popular one is the small refrigerator.
Yeah.
Although, I guess, do dorms come with refrigerators?
Sometimes, yeah.
Yeah. So you might not have to.
That's one of those things where you would bequeath it to the next generation of kids, or people that were moving into the same dorm as you or same fraternity or whatever.
Yeah, that's what because Casey's roommate this year provided the refrigerator, so we didn't have one for next year. She just got one from a graduating senior.
How much furniture did she have? Your daughter?
Not much.
Okay.
She had, it came with a bed and a desk and a desk chair, and all she had was a little foldy thing. It was a chair.
Where's my foldy thing?
It was a chair. It was basically all pillows that fold into a chair, or they're fold out to a bed if you want.
Okay,
gotcha.
gotcha.
And that was kind of it, by the way. The car that I rented when we got there, it was the wrong car. I rented a Nissan Sentra, and when I got to her room, I was like, I don't know if we're going to fit all this. And we did. We luckily were able to jam everything in there. But we might have been one of these people who just left the
throw
chair.
it out.
Yeah,
throw it out.
All right, I'm going to go to Ryan, check in with him. He worked at Penn. Hey, Ryan, you're on the air. Good morning, it.
Hey, good morning, it.
What's up, buddy?
Yes, I used to work in the housing department at Penn, and they obviously noticed that this was a huge thing at move out, so they actually started a program where instead of the kids just leaving the stuff, they could basically give it to the school and they would take it all down to the ice rink. The ice rink was, was completely closed off at the end of the school year, and then they would sort everything by category. So you would go in there, you had lamps, clothes, computers, desks, whatever they left, they would sort it all out by category, and then, work with different organizations around Philly to give it to people. So
I think it's a wonderful thing to do, but had the school ever entertained the notion of holding on to it and then reselling it to incoming students?
Not that I know of. Yeah, I think this was more just,
charity.
People who could use it. Yeah, and then, the next batch comes in with their own stuff.
No, it's great. I mean, because we're looking at, a lot of videos of
Thanks,
stuff,
Ryan.
and this stuff is in good condition.
Yeah, looks good. All right.
Yeah, like you walk through that ice rink, it was amazing the amount of stuff that was in it. You can imagine the size of just an empty ice rink, not in use, and it was just filled with stuff. It was wild.
Has to be. All right, thanks, Ryan. Appreciate it, man. My dad, for a little while, he moved here, and we moved him into a senior living facility called Arbor Square. And when people would leave or die or whatever, so there'd be some stuff left over, and they had like a used stuff store that the residents would run, and there was all kinds of furniture and
medication,
leftover medication.
You want this? Yeah, I think it's liver pills.
Yeah. But they should absolutely do that. In fact, here Nick found this. It says somebody texted in and said this is from. Does it say who it's from?
No.
All right, it's from Massachusetts. It says Bryn Mawr College takes all the leftover items, sorts them, and sells them for dollars just to keep them out of the landfill. Whatever isn't sold is donated to various charities. We fill an entire gym of discarded goods.
So I'm thinking, so to the average consumer, are there events? Where do we look to find? Is now the time to inquire with local colleges where if they are in fact selling this, as you said, to the general public, for dollars on the original cost.
Apparently, University of Delaware does the same thing. They have a donation spot where you can do this for furniture, for also appliances, like you were talking about with the fridges. You can take what you want. Mostly future college students go, and then you can go through all that stuff, Steve, that was donated by this year's students.
That makes total sense.
Yeah. I've got two different calls that concern the Marine Corps. All right. And both of them have something in common that I'm looking at here. So we are first going to go, we're going to go to Kyle because he wants to share something. Kyle, good morning, bud.
Good morning. Sorry to bother you guys at work.
All good, my man. Our phones work and we're happy people. So what did you want to tell us about the Marines?
Yeah, so about 10 years ago, I was a barracks manager down in North Carolina for the Marine Corps. So I definitely ran into a lot of things.
Okay.
A lot of good things. A lot of guys would leave a lot of cleaning supplies, so they would get passed around. But they would leave a lot of things that you probably shouldn't pass around.
All right, give us an example.
If you can. Some things were left in the shower. Some toys for grown men and adults. Left those around.
Sex toys.
Yes.
Are okay. So
flashlights.
Yeah, like flashlights, like
flashlights. Yep.
Pocket vaginas.
Exactly. All different variations of sizes, colors.
Blow station.
And are those things kept in the Foot Locker or something, or?
No, they should be. They should probably be locked away, but a lot of them were.
Show that blow station, Private.
Out and around.
Wow. Okay. So you would find these things, and then what was the protocol once you found this stuff? What would you have to do with it?
Well, we would get all geared up in gloves and every, so we didn't have to touch that stuff.
Oh, dude. Yeah, no. No, it would be disgusting.
Yeah, no.
And then
Straight
what?
To the burn pit.
You take it to the burn pit?
No, I'm just.
I love the smell of dildos in the morning.
Smells like pornography.
That's crazy, Kyle. All right, thank you, man. Appreciate it. There's another call coming in. Did we lose them too?
No, Tim is on
line one.
Like he's on line one.
Okay, still figuring this stuff out. All right, so we're going to go to Tim now. Hi, Tim. Good morning.
Hey, good morning, guys.
Good morning, Tim. Did you hear that last call?
Oh, absolutely. Everything Kyle had to say was true and correct.
Same barracks?
No, different barracks. I was out in Missouri, and I had the privilege of being a barracks manager as well, right as the fleshlight hit the market.
Oh my God!
So you were literally finding fleshlights left in in the shower and in different compartments around the barracks?
Oh, absolutely. I mean, even the traditional sex toys for male or female, you would find in the opposite sex's dorm.
Wow.
Not to mention the mounds and mounds of pornography. You figure, these guys are pent up for 13 weeks at boot camp. Then they're going to combat training for at least 8 weeks. Then they're going to school. So you got a 18-year-old kid that hasn't smelled anything good in quite a while. And they're lonely.
Tim, was that at Fort Leonard Wood?
It was.
Okay, so I thought
Is that near you?
it was. Yeah, I've been there.
Tim, would you? I would imagine that.
In Raleigh.
I would imagine that a 50 caliber shell would look a lot like a dildo.
More of a 40, all of a 40 millimeter.
40 millimeter.
Tim, what happens to said soldier who gets caught with this stuff?
There was an amnesty. When we do barracks inspections, you'd give them an amnesty period. You
All
don't
right.
want to embarrass anybody.
Okay.
There was still don't ask, don't tell days. So it's, it was easier to just give them amnesty, let them throw it away, and then wouldn't have to worry about it.
Was there a military chant that involved this? This is my blow station. This is my gun.
Yeah.
This is for shooting, and this is for.
Not that I'm aware of.
Okay.
All right. Besides the awesome porn and sex toys, was there anything of value that you guys would find?
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, absolutely. Every time a Marine would come in, they would. It's the first time most of them ever made any money in their life, so they'd all rush out and they'd buy a 40-inch TV that would just fit inside their foot locker. They'd buy the video games. They'd buy the Xbox. And they were there for 12 weeks, and they couldn't pack it in their bag, so they just leave it in the foot locker.
Hey Tim, were they buying that stuff at the base because you get a major discount, right?
It's a bit cheaper, but they're still spending hundreds of dollars.
Okay.
I mean, at that point, they're PFC's paycheck was $400 a month.
Would you find cash? Nick was talking about finding cash in the dorms. Would you find actual?
Yes, from time to time. Usually loose change. Marines
Okay.
are usually pretty good at spending all their money on.
Yeah, right. All right. Thank you, Tim. Appreciate it, man.
Thanks, guys.
I will see you.
Bye.
Wow.
Imagine that war, son. I was there when the fleshlight came out.
Wow. Let me go to Mike. Worked at Drexel Housing, so he's got some stories. Hey, Mike, you're on the air. Good morning, buddy.
Good morning, guys.
Hey, what's up, my man?
So I have more of a story for the dorms and the sorority and fraternity houses where it was always funny because you would go into a frat house where the front areas would be complete crap, but then you would go up into the guys' bedrooms and they'd be immaculate. So trying to bring people.
Yeah, it'd be like Otter's place in Animal House. Yeah.
Correct. And then the exact opposite with sorority, where you walk in the front, the living spaces that they all shared were immaculate, and then you go up into their rooms and they were complete crap holes.
Yeah.
And you would find everything, like everybody else was saying, sex toys, the video games, the TVs, and what they used to do back then is most of the time the custodians who would go in to do the cleaning would get first dibs. And then after that, they would, have a giant clear out where they would go in and just remove whatever was left, and it would end up in a dumpster.
Mike, what was the most disgusting thing you came across?
Used stuff.
Used stuff.
Like, for example, used condoms?
Yeah, exactly.
Oh, wow.
And often.
No kidding.
Yep.
I mean, you can throw those things
You
away.
absolutely can.
Trash cans exist.
Give you permission.
Oh, go halvesies on.
Wow. All right. Thanks,
Yeah.
Mike. Appreciate it, bud.
Dude.
All right. Hang on, Case. We've had somebody on hold for a long time. So I want to go to Jude, whose friend does dumpster diving. Actually, I have an interesting story about that to share with that. Hey, Jude, you're on the air. Good morning.
Good morning.
What's happening? YouTube. What's up, Jude?
Hey. Yeah, I have a friend who does dumpster diving and broadcasts it on YouTube, and this time of year is really busy for her. One of the most valuable things she ever found was a washer and dryer. And one of her major things is finding clothes in dumpsters. She washes them, and then she donates them to charities around her town.
That's pretty amazing.
Good idea.
That's awesome. The washer and dryer was gorgeous.
Were there any like, I assume you get cultivated to the finer dumpsters to dive in. Did she have her set favorites?
Yes, she does. And I like to tell my sister she doesn't dive in the stinky ones.
Okay.
She doesn't dive in the stinky ones.
There are definitely cleaner
They
ones.
smell, they leave.
All right,
Okay.
makes total sense. All right.
I'm struggling with
Thanks,
the
dude.
throwing out of a washer and dryer, though. Like, those end up in the dumpster?
I know. Yes, it was right next to the dumpster.
All right.
Yeah.
Yeah, you can't. I guess you
Isn't
just put.
that amazing?
It is amazing.
I mean, besides that, college move out, what you guys were saying people are doing programs for, that is one thing that they have not done for years. She's in Texas, and it seems like they may be doing it this year. But she gets all kinds of cleaning supplies, the cleaning chemicals, the brushes, the vacuum cleaners, Swiffers, like crazy, laundry baskets. And then she puts them out at her in her yard for free, and her neighbors and people come by and just grab them.
Okay.
That's pretty cool.
Does she sell some of the stuff?
Sometimes she has a yard sale.
Okay. All
She's,
right.
on YouTube, can I say her channel?
Yeah, sure.
It's Breakfast, like BREASKASP.
What?
Say that again.
Yeah, Kelly. Breakfast, like you have a speech impediment. BREAS as in Frank, KASP.
Oh, Breathcast instead of breakfast. Okay.
That's right. Yep.
All right. Appreciate it, Jude. Thank you so
Wow,
much.
oh my
We'll
God,
check that out.
she has 223,000 subscribers on YouTube.
Wow.
Breathcast.
All right.
Yeah, she just did some, oh my God, she did dumpster diving yesterday. This is an hour-long video. It has 49,000 views on it.
Wow.
And so she just, she creates content with other people's trash.
I saw this story in the New York Post about a woman named Ariana Rodriguez, and she has started she's like making a career out of dumpster diving. And she said she started finding toys and clothes on sidewalks, and 6 months ago started digging through dumpsters and trash bags to find more treasure. And she said she loves it. It's like a treasure hunt for her. And she said this month she found a whole bin bag of games worth $200. She found a Stoke high chair for her youngest. It's worth almost $400. And she doesn't keep too much of it for herself. She said, I resell a lot of it. She said, even if I find small trinkets, I sell them. It's furniture. If it's furniture, I keep it for a while and then I put it up for sale. And she says, I also go to apartment cleanouts to dig through for items. And she said people get sick of furniture and they just dump it.
That's pretty wild. I wouldn't even think in those terms. And I wonder, in case you were a diver, what is the best dive to execute when diving into a dumpster?
You got to go in feet first.
Feet first?
So probably cannonball.
Okay.
Yeah.
I mean, the entire last week for this Breathcast YouTube channel, it's all college dumpster diving.
Wow.
And it's one campus after another.
This gal that I read about said in the past 6 months, she says she's found somewhere in the neighborhood of $30,000 worth of stuff.
You don't think about it. Like, I think about the dumpsters that I've dealt with, and I was always, when I was dealing with them, they were at restaurants. That's the last place you want to go into. But places like this, like outside of a dorm, and we're watching some of this video, the stuff she's pulling out, there are completely brand new items that were never opened that she's pulling out.
My sister had to move out of her apartment, and I went and helped her, and we threw a lot of stuff away because where she was moving to, there was just no room for it.
Right. So it was stuff that was perfectly viable?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
So we left some of it. We left out. There was like this common area where, like, if people were cleaning things out, you just leave it out, and they would take it. Marissa.
There's some guy that pops up in my algorithm a lot, and he dumpster dives at like Michael's and malls. So he actually finds like really cool kiosks from stores that they're throwing out. Or like after a holiday, he'll go to like a place like Michael's and like all the Easter decorations.
I can
will be in
bedazzle my
there.
blow station.
Yeah, pretty much. But like he'll say like they'll like spray paint some of the stuff to ruin it. And I thought it was so people wouldn't steal it, but he pointed out it's so that people can't try to return it and get money for it.
Yes, yeah.
But it's really cool. I'm intrigued by him all the time.
All right, probably have time for one more call case because we've got to go on Fox Good Day. Yeah, line 4, is that what you're saying?
Yeah.
All right, let me go to Laura. She's been on hold for a long time. Hi, Laura. You're on the air. Good morning.
Good morning again.
Good morning to see you.
I'm so proud of you for getting a working phone.
Yes, yeah.
And I'll thank the proper people who did it. But, all right, so what's up, Laura?
So my husband went to NYU, and there was a lot of rich kids there, obviously. And when he was moving out of his dorm, his roommate left before he did, and he found all sorts of stuff and kept things in a box, and we moved it from like place to place. So a few years ago, we opened this box as we're moving into Harleysville. We're neighbors, Preston.
Okay.
He found Omega watches still in the cases.
What?
Stop it.
In the cases? But not unopened.
In the unopened, no scratches, no nothing.
Rich kid garbage.
Garbage for
Yeah.
rich kids, yeah. Ray-Ban sunglasses. He actually still wears the Ray-Ban sunglasses. He's been wearing them for 15 some years that he found at the dorm moving out. But yeah, we wound up selling the Omega watches for a few $1,000 because they were in perfect condition. And he was like, only rich kid trash.
Dude, that blows my mind that you would listen. I guess it's all in context of where you are financially, but that notion, that's insane to throw it in a mega watch.
That's cool.
There were two watches, and we got about $2,000.
Wow. Good on you, Laura.
Yeah.
All right, I'll see you around Harleysville. Thanks for the call. We appreciate it, man. All right, well, it's move out day. And I wonder what the legalities are. We have to take a break right now, but of dumpster diving, are you allowed to do that? You know?
Yeah, I'd be curious to find out because I think I want to get into it.
I guess if it depends if it's on private land or I'm not really sure, but wow, interesting. All right, well, two things. Thanks for your calls. We appreciate that. Move out day happening at different schools and be aware. And number two, our phones work. Thank you very much for that. And I want to thank you to say thanks to our engineering staffs who are working so hard to get that up and running now so we can take your phone calls. All right, we're going to take a break. Come back in a second. We'll see if our tech continues to work as we go live on Fox Good Day, and we'll have the bizarre file as well. Stay with us.
Preston and Steve on 93.
Stories, and keep it in mind, be patient when people are ordering steak.
Don't order it well done. You'll get it sooner.
Yeah, exactly. All right, we're going to take a break. Don't forget, Tobias Harris is going to be on the show
Yes.
this morning. We're also going to have mountaineer Nims Persia on the program as well. Climbed the tallest peaks, all 14 of them in record time in the world. And our friends from Primo's are stopping by. In fact, Marissa is arranging the goodies right now, which means we'll have some goodies to give away for you as well. We'll take a break, and we'll come back in a moment. Oh, and it's National Chocolate Day.
What? Is it?
Yes, and I think we're going to commemorate that in a moment. I'll explain in a little
National
bit.
Chocolate
Be
Day.
back in a moment. Stay with us.
Yeah, man.
She helps me, and
the
she
only
can't.
way.
I know it doesn't take much.
Kids,
It doesn't
teenage
take
boys.
much. So speaking of food and things to eat, we were in the entertainment report. Had this story from David Beckham, who was saying his wife Victoria Beckham, Posh Spice.
Yes.
For the last 25 years, has eaten nothing but the same thing with for the most part. So
Few exceptions.
Yeah, she eats grilled fish and steamed vegetables for dinner every single
day,
night, no matter what. And I'm sure that there are people that have a regular eating habit. I want to know if anyone listening has eaten the same thing day after day for years, except maybe for the rarest of occasion of breaking that. Just a rare occasion.
We're not talking. For like 3 weeks, I was having hamburgers.
No,
no. We're talking years.
Yeah, I had for at least 5 years, maybe even longer. I ate the same thing on the way into work every single day. I get into a habit. I get into a routine. I'm like, I like the taste of this. It suits my dietary needs.
It's a ritual,
and I'll get it done.
Yes.
So I would have every morning. I would stop by Wawa and I would get a cup of coffee. I would get a non-fat milk and one of those blueberry breakfast bars.
Right.
I don't know if Kellogg's makes them. I forgot who makes them, but I would eat that every single day. And I ate that for at least 5 years. I realized it one day. I'm like, oh my God, you never deviate from this ever.
That's like an on the go. I'm grabbing. Did you ever have a situation you ate the same thing you prepared or had it prepared the
Not
same
for
way?
years.
For years.
No.
Okay.
No, never did.
So when we were talking about this a little bit ago, you remember our friend Teacher Face?
Yes.
My Teacher Face.
Yeah, she's great.
She won teacher best high school teacher, and then came to the MM barbecue. Anyway, she sent me a message. She says, "I eat the same thing for lunch every single day, and I have my entire teaching career. When I keep my calories consistent up until dinner, then I can go eat like a Viking at dinner time.
Yeah.
So for her, every day at lunch has been the same meal her entire teaching career.
Wow.
So I think maybe the habit of it, you get in that habit and then you like the benefits of it.
I agree. I told you my super weird lunch for many years was an iced tea, an ST iced tea, and a pickle. That was it.
That was it.
That was it for throughout junior high and the first year, 2 years of high school.
Wow.
That was it.
Okay.
Eating lunch was never a main. It was more, okay, here's something. But now that I think back on that, I'm like, what in the hell?
Yeah.
I know somebody who's a very plain eater and doesn't like to experiment or taste other things. And I don't know if he eats the same thing every day, but like pretty much. Like, he'll have like chicken. He'll go as far as wings, and then that's it. And no, like, mashed potatoes are fancy. So nothing.
Yeah, there's
nothing
people
like
that have limited,
intake.
Yeah, limited menu. But I'm curious about the exact same meal at the same time every day. I have for the past few years now, and it's breakfast that I normally eat the same thing. I have a banana and coffee
right
every day on my way to work, like for years now. But
it's been a Quest protein bar and or Quest protein cookie for about 3 or 4 years now.
I have pretty much the same lunch every day. You guys always see me eating my lunch.
Yeah.
I get salad and cottage cheese and grapes.
Yeah.
And that's pretty much it.
Yeah.
And that's what I've been
And
eating
today
for
it's
years.
Philly pretzels.
Yes, we are. Thank you very much to Philly Pretzel Factory for stopping in this morning. All right, let me get some calls here. I'm going to go to Todd. Hey, Todd, good morning.
Good morning. Sorry to bother you guys at work.
Nah, it's all good, buddy. So what do you eat for? So is it one meal or the same things all day long? What's your regular routine?
So when I was in grad school and my first couple of jobs out of college before I got married, I was on Weight Watchers, and I just found the sweet spot of what worked for me. And every morning for breakfast, I'd have 2 eggs over easy with a quarter cup of cottage cheese and a quarter cup of blueberries and a glass of skim milk. And for lunch, I'd have tuna fish on the thin bread.
Yes.
Right. Yeah.
Like fruit.
All right.
And it just works.
And how long? How long did you have that every single day?
So it was, to be fair, it was usually like Monday through Friday.
All right.
During work days, but it was probably for 3 years, 4 years.
All right. That's not bad.
And that's very healthy, by the way. What he was eating was was pretty damn healthy.
Yeah.
It worked.
Yeah, well,
All right,
listen.
thanks, man.
If you have something like that that's foundational, I get it. The funny thing is, if you have a food of preference and you never veer from that food over the course of years.
All right, here we go. Here's one. Let me go to Sean. Hey, Sean, good morning.
Morning, it Fresbo. How are you?
Morning, it, buddy. I am good, man. All right, so yours has been a long run, right?
Yeah, 17 years since I've been doing this job. I've been bringing for lunch peanut butter and jelly every day for 17 years.
17 years.
Without deviating from that. That's wild. And let me ask you, Sean, have you ever gotten tired of it?
No, I have it right behind me right now.
How about that?
Yeah.
And do you get excited? It's lunchtime.
No, I love it. Matter of fact, once a month, the company here buys pizza for everybody, and I don't get it. I stick with my peanut butter and jelly.
How many sandwiches do you eat? Just the one?
Mostly 2.
Okay, good.
Sometimes 1, but I bring other stuff. But most of the time, it's 2 peanut butter and jellies. It's got to be certain. I only eat strawberry preserves. That's the only jelly I'll have.
Okay, so you don't even deviate from the jelly, or do you use the same brand peanut butter every single time?
Skippy peanut butter.
Yeah.
Strawberry preserves. Yeah. Yep.
All right. White or whole wheat?
White bread. Matter of fact, it's like a Wonder Bread.
Okay.
Have you ever gone crazy and toasted it one day?
No, because I have it in my lunch case. No, I can't. It's always white bread, peanut butter and jelly every day.
It's as basic a sandwich. If you were to set off a bomb
Thanks,
in a
Sean.
kitchen, you'd probably have a peanut butter and jelly sandwich somewhere after the in the debris.
All right, let me go to here. I'll bet we have a bunch of people that do peanut butter and jelly sandwiches every day. We have Clayton. Hi, Clayton. Good morning.
Good morning, you guys rock.
Thank you, Clayton. All right, what's your regular and how long's it been going on?
Well, it's been going on since I was in the 10th grade, and I've been eating peanut butter and jelly, of course, and it's been on potato bread, and it's been Concord grape jelly, and it's been Skippy peanut butter. And the funniest thing about it is that since I started working in the industry of trees, everybody I know that's a big kid eats peanut butter and jelly.
Really?
That's it. I mean, every single person I've met and run into in the industry eats peanut butter and jelly.
So and now are we talking the 3 squares a day, or how many meals are peanut butter and jelly based?
Eating personally, breakfast, lunch, and sometimes dinner if we make it home by 9 o'clock if we're lucky.
These guys, how many people in your crew, Clayton?
We got 5 guys in the crew. So
wow, man.
Yeah, but it's pretty funny.
You should contact Skippy and let them know your story.
I want to see a picture on social media of all 5 of you guys eating your peanut butter jelly sandwiches at the same time, and then just tag us on that.
We'll tag you. We'll get Jason up in the tree holding the peanut butter.
Do you think there's
Thanks, Clayton.
In the realm of comfort sandwiches, is there really peanut butter and jelly is such a basic?
Yeah, there's something really good about it. You know,
I think
I
the school
had grilled
attachment.
cheese for dinner last night, but that's a
another one.
different thing.
Yeah.
It's a different thing. You got to. It's more preparation.
It's too much work.
It's more of a meal.
Yeah.
A peanut butter and jelly sandwich is just something really, really great about it.
Yeah.
God, I love peanut butter, and it's the one thing that still tastes weird to me.
Oh,
after COVID.
After COVID,
Yeah.
really? What
Yep.
is it? What do
I
you
don't
get?
know. It's not. It's just not the same. It's not. I don't know what it is. I can taste it, but it's like it almost doesn't taste like great. So what's the point? You know?
Yeah.
Destroyed your peanut butter receptor.
It's weird. And you know what? It happened to one of my friends too. She said the same thing about peanut butter. Sorry, I'm digressing.
No, it's all right. I'll continue down peanut butter lane here for a moment. Nick, I finally went to the Cape May peanut butter company.
Yeah.
And yep. And
Casey's been, yeah.
And I brought back the honey peanut butter.
Oh my God.
What's that? Yeah.
I want to live on peanut butter lane.
It's crazy.
Yeah.
And I feel bad eating.
Yes, you should. You should feel bad.
I do.
We need to take a sojourn to Peanut Butter Lane.
It's so good. And
Get in the wagon.
I haven't tried their other ones yet. So
Have you tried it on like toast? You know, warm it up a
Yeah.
little
Oh
bit?
yeah. That's the only way I have it.
The butterscotch peanut butter is.
He's not an animal.
Butterscotch peanut butter.
Yeah. I feel like I brought it in for you.
I'm going to shoot.
That sounds pretty good. Okay, you're going to shoot. No, we don't want that, Gandalf. All right, let me go to. I have Austin next. Hey, Austin. Good morning.
Hey, good morning. Can't
Hey.
believe we made it on. Hi, Mom. Let's see here. So for about 10 years since school, since college, I would have a bagel and cream cheese every single morning before class, and that has continued for about 10 years now.
In the working world.
In the working world now, yep. I make a bagel and cream cheese every morning before work. I eat it at work.
It's a standard. It's a standard one, and it's a standard for a lot of people. That's why you'll go into places and they'll have pre-cream cheesed bagels at the ready because it's such a standard.
And here's the thing I want to point out, Austin, is it's still just as satisfying to have that today as it was back.
Toasting it, nice warm bagels with some soft cream cheese is the best thing ever.
All right.
You know what? There is, and
right.
we've talked about how deeply mired in ritual you and I are, and if there's a deviation, it'll throw us off. And I think that becomes a thing with your eating patterns. You know,
Sure.
It's like, well, this is not. I can't have this on. It has to be a bagel.
Yeah, for a long time there. I mean, well, Manja's not here anymore, but I would get an everything bagel toasted and buttered. And that's what I had every single day.
I wonder why I'm okay having the same breakfast every day. And a lot of times the same lunch, but dinner, no.
No, you got to change it up,
I got to
right?
change it.
Yeah.
You know, it can't be. It's a whole different animal.
And with the leftovers, I can only do like one day after. After that, it's like it's too much.
Yeah.
I can't go back to it.
Kathy, it was excruciating. One time I went to what is the family style Italian.
My car. And that's your traffic on 93.3 WMMR.
All right, we're supposed to have those guys on any second now, and that's what the music is. We're going on Fox Good Day. Here we go.
Preston and Steve, let's talk about your hungry heart. Is there a certain food that you could eat every day for the rest of your life and not get tired of it? Preston, let's start with you.
I knew you guys were going to ask this question, so I brought in an example this morning, Mike. Since COVID, when we had to start bringing our lunches in because there was a restaurant that was in the building and it shut down, I started making my own lunch and bringing it in. I've been eating the exact same thing for 5 years now. every day, Monday through Friday.
He's not kidding.
So I have my little, this is my little bent go lunch box. I have 5 of these, by the way, and I make my lunch on Sundays, and I have it all ready to go, and I don't have to deal with it. I meal prep. Yes, Alex, I'm a big meal prepper. So this is what I have. I have a salad with feta and onion and tomatoes and black olives and some eggs, boiled eggs. I have cottage cheese.
Protein.
And a fruit salad that I make fresh every week.
How about that?
So I eat that every day, and I have not gotten tired of it. Yes, with a light balsamic vinaigrette.
Wow.
Cottage
Really
cheese.
looks good.
You didn't expect that.
Kiss.
Right. Pretty amazing.
Wow.
Yeah.
How do you not get to? Do you at least switch up the dressing sometimes? Or
No,
it's
I use
exact
this.
same
I
thing?
like it, and calorically, it's really good. I have tweaked with things every now and then. I'm like, no, I'm not. Why mess with the original? Sometimes I will switch out the cottage cheese for like one of those tiny brie, cheeses.
How about that?
Little single serving brie thing. But
I'm the complete other way. Every day I could eat.
All right.
A tub of Crisco. And I love it. A little bit of sugar. No, you know what I could eat, actually? I was thinking about this. Salmon salad. I could eat salmon salad, a Mediterranean salad, every day. Now, I'm not going to make that for myself like Preston does, but I think of all the foods, that to me, that is a home run, a good salmon salad I could eat every day. And I used to despise fish, and it's so funny to see now I could do this. So, see, we all change and evolve.
Yeah. Look how far you've come.
Yes.
Well, the reason why we thought about this, because Martha Stewart yesterday said that she could eat like raw tuna every day, but she would put a dollop of caviar on.
Come on. Of course. Come on.
Yeah.
What about you guys? Is there something you would eat every day?
If I had to, I think I would agree with Martha. I could eat sushi, raw fish, every day.
Really?
I've heard a lot of people say that sushi could be the everyday kind of thing. I recently got in my first time ever having sushi, and I'm a fan. So I could possibly see that, and you would not get sick of it at all.
No, I haven't yet.
You eat it every day now?
How about you, Alex?
It's pretty close to every day.
For me, it's a Caesar salad. Anytime I see it on the menu, I have to order it. I'll do it back to back. I can eat it multiple times in one day. Like, I love Caesar salad or Texas barbecue.
Texas barbecue.
Every day.
It has to be from Texas, though.
Yeah, that's a taller order.
By the way,
Yeah, true.
did you see what we did almost immediately? We stole Kathy.
We saw. She's doing awesome with you guys. Please tell her we said hi, and we love that you guys have got this going on. It's awesome.
From choosing clothes.
Anybody else want to come over here?
You guys hiring?
Yeah, we'll be over. 5 minutes.
You need any interns?
It's been a really fun time. I'm glad she's here all week.
Yeah, she'll be back on with us today and tomorrow and Friday at 10 o'clock on the after show. Hey, thank you, guys.
All right, guys. We'll see you later. Nice. I'm glad he brought that up.
By the way, Bob Kelly texted me and asked if you can make a couple more of those boxes. He said he'll Venmo you.
He'll Venmo me for doing it, Bob.
Yeah.
All over, brother. This is going to be my side hustle.
Yeah.
I'll start making lunches, making salads for everybody. But now I've been eating that for 5 years. I told Casey, he sees me eat it because as soon as we're done, I'm hangry. Like I get hungry right after the show is over, so I eat that immediately. And I told Casey a while back, I'm like almost apologizing. Like, I know you see me eat the same thing every single day forever.
It works for you. My cousin,
I love it.
My cousin had a ham and cheese sandwich for lunch every single day since high school, and he is in his 50s now. It just works for him, man.
I can run with the same thing for a long time. It's not a problem. I do like to change it up, though, and I kind of force myself to do it. Yeah. Because I think it helps.
Yeah. You can get worn out, but I've not gotten worn out of this at all. All right, we got B-Files stories.
WMMR presents Preston and Steve's Bizarre File.
All right, this morning is brought to you by Adam Home Services. You can get $59 AC tune-ups guaranteed to keep your system running or your money back. And you can call the pros. Call Adam, AdamHomeservices.com. Out of Massachusetts, a man from Springfield was sentenced to prison for the 2022 shooting of a cook at a bar. So officers were called to a shooting at the Unicorn Bar, and upon arrival, officers found 39-year-old Benito Agron, a cook at the bar, had been shot several times. Now, security footage inside the bar revealed the suspect, 37-year-old John Brown, was sitting at the bar talking with Agron and later received a sandwich from him. A verbal interaction ensued when Brown saw bacon on his sandwich.
What is this?
And it turned into a physical fight. And as it was broken up, the DA's office said Brown yelled at Agron that if he was at the bar when he returned, he would kill him. And approximately 30 to 40 minutes later, Brown returned to the bar and he shot the dude with a handgun 4 times.
Bacon.
Wow.
Bacon.
Run, he's got a gun.
Several witnesses identified the suspect as Brown, and DNA evidence was recovered from Brown's sunglasses, which were left at the bar during the fight.
Look at here, bacon grease.
A warrant was issued for the arrest, and a week later, he was sentenced into the court by his. He was escorted to the court by his father. During his trial, they found him guilty of armed assault with intent to murder, and he was sentenced to 18 to 20 years for armed assault with intent to murder.
Let me say this: the quickest way to get me to not shoot you is to give me bacon.
Yeah, right.
Yeah,
exactly. That would persuade you to chill out a little bit, make you happy. All right, when Marco Velasquez of Chicago, a Chicago homeowner, discovered squatters living in his South Side property, he didn't leave. Instead, he stayed the night. He said, listen, he said, I couldn't believe it. He said that after finding his home he was preparing to sell was already occupied. He said it was like a nightmare. The intruder is a woman named Charmaine Powell Gillard, and her boyfriend, Cadaro, claimed that they had purchased the property and even produced a mortgage document for police. But when Velasquez had checked with the Cook County officials, no such mortgage was on record. And to his shock, police could not help. He said the worst thing happened when police told me that they couldn't do anything and it needs to go to a civil court, indicating that Illinois law prevented officers from removing the pair without a court order despite Velasquez holding the deed. Determined not to let go of his home, Velasquez made an unusual choice. He said, all right, I'm not going to leave. And he called some friends, and they stayed overnight. And he said, and I knew that they weren't going to like that.
Yep.
Because most people, when they're squatters, they stay far away from the property. This guy's like, all right,
I'm here.
I'm moving in with
Yeah.
you. He and his wife and some friends camped out in the living room while the alleged squatters took over one of the bedrooms. He said, we stayed the whole night with them, watching the door. The next morning, Velasquez was given an ultimatum. And here's what kind of sucks, though. He said they were like, we want $8,000 of what we paid so we can leave your property. Though reluctant, he eventually negotiated a cash-for-key deal, and he paid the couple $4,300 in exchange for their leaving and signing a release as he feared what might happen otherwise.
Pisses me off, though.
Oh, totally. He said, we didn't want to give them the money, but we heard really bad stories about squatters taking over properties for 6, 8, 10 months, even a year. Weeks later, a police detective told Velasquez that Powell Gillard had also allegedly squatted in another home owned by Marcia and Carlton Lee. And in that case, Gillard was arrested and charged with burglary, forgery, obstructing identification, and criminal residential trespassing. Gillard has denied all accusations, stating that claims she is a squatter are false and unfounded, and emphasizes that she is innocent until proven guilty. But it's a broader legal issue. Why property disputes involving squatters often fall under civil, not criminal law.
Yeah.
Illinois and many other states, once someone establishes, quote, possession of a home, even wrongfully, it can be difficult to distinguish them from a legal tenant. And that means a legal eviction process must occur before law enforcement can step in.
And I get that. And law
that's why
enforcement,
they have to do that.
Yeah, they tell you that it's a dicey thing to kind of figure out. There is actually, I've heard of a service that will go in, and this is their specialty.
Harass them?
Well, getting squatters out, yeah.
Okay.
And doing everything from that to changing the locks and all that stuff.
All right, this is a terrible story. A man died last Thursday after rushing into the perilous waters of San Francisco's Ocean Beach, fully clothed in an attempt to rescue his dog. While the dog made it out of the ocean alive, dude died.
Oh, man.
Yeah, he died at the hospital. The Northern California beach is notorious for its strong rip currents, powerful waves, and icy water temperatures that have earned it a reputation as California's deadliest beach. Thursday's incident unfolded shortly after 2 p.m. when the fire department received a call that a man had collapsed in the water. After jumping in to try to save the dog, 2 women on the beach saw the man struggling and pulled him out of the ocean. A crews arrived within 2 minutes. They began performing CPR. Personnel took the man to the hospital in critical condition, and he passed away. The dog made it to the beach independently without serious injury. The man's identity has not been released, and his official cause of death is pending investigation. But the fire department thanked the 2 bystanders for the heroic efforts, but reminded the public that the best thing to do when a human or animal is in need of rescue is to call 911 and not allow trained professionals to respond due to the dangerous conditions at the beach. Between 2014 and 2020, 8 people died at that beach. Kirby Lee, an experienced San Francisco surfer and father of 2, was found floating unconscious in the water in November in 2023 and put on life support, and he died 4 days later. And in July, fire department rescued 2 surfers near the Mile Rocks Lighthouse after powerful rip currents pulled them almost a mile out to sea. So it's a treacherous area.
I don't care how seasoned you are. If you are in something, a particularly strong rip current, and you start to panic, you're done for.
All right, and then one last story. A council in England has been criticized for creating a PowerPoint presentation that appeared to endorse strangulation during sex that was intended to be used in schools.
And at this point, you would say, who's your daddy?
The slides included the sentence, "It is never okay to start choking someone without asking them first." Bridget.
Now on to the finger in the butt. Same rules apply. The inquiry, would you mind if I placed a digit in your rectum? The proper response, if heard, is yes.
Bridget Council said that it was part of a draft version, never shown to children, and the slides were dropped following.
Now a small pause while we go out to the lobby for some scones and tea.
Following feedback from professionals, but experts and politician Natasha Ashgar have asked why the Welsh Authority deemed appropriate to include an illegal act in any draft of a presentation.
Yeah, we need to include that whole strangling thing.
Bridget Council commissioned the school resource from their in-house domestic abuse service called ASIA, and a presentation was leaked last year. Claire Waxman, the victim's commissioner for London, told the Times that the material was deeply concerning.
And now this is a crowd favorite, when to sit on someone's face and fart.
The Welsh government said non-fatal strangulation was dangerous and illegal.
It seems like a weird thing to include.
And added the resources Bridget Council gave schools make this clear. They have since issued a clarification statement that said the slides were part of an inaccurate or out-of-date information that was either updated or removed. But it further raised questions as to why the material and messaging existed in the first place. So they're curious about that. I mean, it was just a draft, but nonetheless.
Sure.
Yeah. All right. And there you go. That's what I have in the bizarre file for you this morning. Our buddy Frank Caliendo is going to be joining us today. He's checking in around 9 o'clock. And then around 9:30, man, we are having Maynard James Keenan on for a chat. Thursday is the show. Tomorrow, actually, Sesanta. It is Pussifer, Primus, and A Perfect Circle all playing. And so we're going to check in with Maynard and see how he is doing around 9:30. He's an intense guy, man.
Yeah, but he's into so much stuff that's cool. He's really thoughtful. And, just doing a little research about him, it's like he can go in 9 different ways with that guy.
Does he have a wine?
He does.
Yes, he does.
Yeah,
in fact, I think he has
wine,
2
he's got a
wines.
coffee.
Wow,
He's got.
He's a jiu-jitsu expert. He is a Muay Thai boxer as well. He's teaching private classes, as my understanding. Yeah.
Wow. So a lot to talk to him about. So we'll get to that a little bit later on. I want to remind you, though, we have a search for people to be a part of a contest that we have at the live broadcast from Keenan's Irish Pub in North Wildwood for the official opening of the Jersey Shore, which is brought to you by Coors Banquet. And we're looking for the Seagull Screechers. And we've got some people who have signed up. I'd like to get some more. If you have this uncanny ability to mimic a seagull, you might walk away with some great prizes, and you'll be the god of the crowd there. They treat you like royalty.
Like royalty.
Yes.
I'm going to put out, and then this may be a lot to place on your shoulders here, but if you believe that you have a world caliber seagull screamer, caca, whatever you got going, we'd love to end up on the news. Because a lot of times this stuff will end up on the news.
Yeah.
And we need a real Pavarotti level performance.
All right, so reach out to Marissa at WMMR.com. You can email her, and we want to have people prepared ahead of time for that. Speaking of reaching out, if you go to Pottsgrove High School, you're today's coolest teacher high school. So you're the first one of the season. And we want to find out from you who you think the teacher was that made a difference this year in your life as a student. So Here's what you do. You text word teacher, 610-660-9333. We'll send you the voting link. It's that simple. And then the teacher's going to win a cool prize, the official Preston Steve Coolest Teacher of the Year coffee mug and a $50 Dunkin' gift card. Dunkin' is our sponsor, and you can order Dunkin's $6 meal deal for a whole vibe, bacon, egg, and cheese, hash browns, and a medium coffee. Exclusions and terms apply. So we'll find out tomorrow morning who is the winner of that. We're going to take a quick break. Going to come back in just a moment. Stay with us.
Yeah. Didn't realize I had ordered family style for myself.
19
and
days
I ate
worth
the
of-
same thing for like 8 days in a row. And it does become like annoying. It's so annoying quickly.
But you know what, like, Press, with that whole breakfast and lunch thing, it's kind of like what my teacher face was saying. Like, I kind of, at this point, I like kind of like eating the same thing for breakfast and lunchish, and then
rock the dinner.
Yeah, I got you. We'll go to Lou next. Hey, Lou, good morning.
Hey, good morning. How are you guys?
Good, buddy. All right, Lou, what have you been eating?
Lou from Delco.
Okay.
Hey, all right.
Go ahead, Lou.
So I worked at a private ambulance, and a friend of mine owns Zach's Hamburgers, and every night for dinner, we ate there for about 3 years. Burgers, fries, and shakes. On our way between calls. It was,
Every night for 3 years, the same dinner.
Oh my God, yeah. It was, and I still, it's like mental. If I go near Zach's, I got to pull in.
Hey, does Zach still just have the one location at
No,
5
no.
points?
No, there's 3 or 4. The original location was down on Chester Pike. That was perfect for us because we used to drive between 2 places and go right by it.
Okay.
But they have one in Folsom, and then that one in 5 Points.
Yeah, my old Arby's is
Thanks,
now a Zach's.
No kidding. I
Yeah.
see. I remember when it was just very small and
that little spot at
that one
5
place.
points.
And
yeah.
then remember, I saw the cup on Mayor of Easttown. They were
That's
holding
right.
the Zach's Hamburgers cup. All right. Anyway, I digress.
We digress.
Let's go to Eleanor. Hi, Eleanor. Good morning.
Good morning. I like turtles.
Don't we all? So, Eleanor, we're talking about, for those of you just tuning in, we got started with this. David Beckham's wife, Victoria, eats the exact same thing and has for 25 years for dinner. What's your regular thing, and how long has it been going on?
So it was my parents, and my mom took wheat toasted bread with tuna fish and an apple for 22 years when she was working.
Wow.
My dad took white bread with butter and cheese with an orange every day, and he worked for another 10 years after her.
A butter and cheese sandwich?
Butter and cheese sandwich, and which I've never really heard of before,
Yeah.
and an orange, but that's it every day for decades.
Decades.
Wow.
And they were from the old country. They were from Scotland, and they came here with nothing but a bag of oranges and a car and 2 kids.
Wow.
So they were so cheap. It was unreal. I mean, it was just ridiculous.
Well, that's the old Scottish thing, right? You know, when you come to my house,
yes.
ring the doorbell with your elbow
They
because
are.
you're going to be bringing something.
Right.
Yeah.
Wow.
Now, when they put a Wendy's up across the street from her work, she splurged one time in 22 years, and we went to lunch because they had the salad bar.
The super bar at Wendy's.
God, man.
That's funny.
It was disgusting. It was just like, oh my God, how can you eat this every freaking day? How?
Right.
I think it becomes psychological.
Eleanor, after work ended, did she switch it up a little bit?
Not really. They were pretty stringent because
Okay.
she went on Weight Watchers like when it first started out, and she ate liver, on Wednesdays. She had, fish on Fridays. Blah blah. It was like this. It was like the same schedule all the time.
Okay.
I hated eating at home. I used to always call my friend, like, does your mom have stovetop stuffing? I'm coming. I had to go.
That's when you're like, I'm going to live high on the hog. I'm going to have stovetop stuffing.
Right.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
It's like Larry's mom had liver, too. I'm out of here. Yeah, it was gross.
All right. Thanks, Eleanor. Oh, my God. That's funny. All right. Let's go to Tina, who had a ritual. Hi, Tina. Good morning.
Good morning. Oh, my gosh. I'm so excited. I'm such a fan.
Oh, thank you, Tina. Is this your first time on with us?
This is my first time on, and this is crazy because my husband was on last week. He was a GM for Wawa, and he called.
I
Yep,
remember.
talking about the batteries.
He
That's
gave us
right.
very usable information.
And that's so funny. So it's like 2 for 1.
All right. So what have you been eating, and how long have you been eating it?
So for about 15 years, I've been eating Quaker oatmeal, the instant cups. And it does, I think, go to I'm an elementary school teacher, and for years I was a cereal eater, and we have 4 kids, so there's not enough time in the morning to eat a bowl of cereal. So it was like, oh, this is quick and easy. I'll throw the little oatmeal cup in, and that's what I've been doing now. Every day, my students love it. They laugh. Sometimes they'll come in and be like, "Oh my gosh, it smells like syrup. Were you having, maple and brown sugar?" Or they'll try to guess, like based on the sense of the room. But it's totally a teacher. I think it's a teacher thing.
I think you're right. Yeah, I love oatmeal in the morning, and I used to do instant oatmeal for the first 6 or 7 years in radio. That do the same thing, and I had my same bowl that I'd use, clean it out, and that's another ritual.
14 years without deviation, though. That's 15 years, you said.
Yes, well, our oldest is 14. So, yes, I would say about 15 years.
Wow.
Yeah.
All right,
Yeah.
nice.
Oh, my gosh, I love you guys.
Oh, thank you, Tina. Thanks for coming on. We're so happy you called in. I wonder, if you have a regular eating habit like that, and it's just for decades that's going on, that if you were to change it up, if it would mess with your system at all.
Yes.
I remember, I'm sorry to interrupt,
No,
Steve,
yeah.
but when Casey, when you went vegetarian for a while, maybe this is a different animal.
Yeah.
And then you had a hamburger, and didn't you throw up right after that?
So there was probably a little bit of hangover involved in that throw up as well.
I didn't know that.
It wasn't just the meat.
It wasn't. No. So it was.
What the hell is in that hamburger?
It was graduation weekend, and my friend had worked at a not a convenience store, but a fast food chain. Brought a whole bag of stuff, and I went to town. And I was really, really hungover that day, and I ate it, and I ended up throwing up out the window of my room.
If you do consistently take in a type of food at a certain time, you can jar your system. And I used to do it when I was like doing a lot more like powerlifting and stuff like that. I'm going to have this now, and it's going to rock my system.
Yeah.
It's just to flush your system, sort of, and your body goes, "What the hell is this?"
Right.
And it does happen.
I will go to Jeremy. There's a term here I've never heard before that he wants to use. Hi, Jeremy. You're on the air. Good morning.
Good morning, it.
Good morning, buddy. All right, so this is your wife who has a regular, everyday thing to eat.
Yeah.
Okay, what is it?
For easily over 5 years, she wakes up, has a bowl of cereal, which has to be Cheerios.
Okay.
And then at lunch, she has road tuna. That's what she calls it.
Road tuna. Okay,
She keeps it in her car. It's just like a package of 5 crackers and tuna.
Yeah.
It doesn't matter what time of year. She keeps that in her car, which is gross.
Yes, summertime.
Tuna in the car?
Yeah.
So does she use the cans or the packs of tuna?
So it comes in one big, in a little pack. It has 5 crackers in a package, and then a little tiny can of tuna.
Oh, a little can of tuna. Okay, all right, road tuna.
I dig this the packs, and
yeah.
they have buffalo.
Yeah, they have a bunch of different flavors.
I love
You can
those.
get like Italian
Yeah.
or lemon and pepper.
Man, they're good.
Interesting, Jeremy.
Road tuna, I love that.
I'm not familiar. That could be a band name, Road Tuna. I'll consider that. Thank you. Let's go to Joe. Hi, Joe. Good morning, sir. Gadzooks, my man. All right, so there's something that you've ritualistically eaten for years, right?
So I wasn't completely honest on the phone.
Okay.
Because I was kind of embarrassed by it. But hearing other people, I guess I'll admit it. I've been eating cheese pizza for 30 years.
30 years.
So I'm 36. It started when I was in kindergarten. That's all I would eat for lunch. And the kids knew me as Pizza Joe. So,
Oh, my God.
if anybody's listening, yeah, Pizza Joe still eats pizza.
Pizza Joe's still around.
Pizza
man.
Joe.
And he's still eating pizza. So this is every day without fail.
Yeah, so I obviously I work now. I just eat pizza in my car. There's probably nobody has seen me not eat pizza. I'm a large man.
You're a large man. All right, Joe, are
I
you?
know I need stop. I tried to stop, and literally had like panic attacks from I need my pizza. Like,
oh my god,
It's been your friend since kindergarten.
All right, couple of questions here, Joe. Does it matter where you get the pizza from? Who makes it?
No, just as long as there's cheese, no topping.
Okay. Does it bother you that you have this kind of this compulsion, this chain to eat only cheese pizza?
It did, and then everything else in the world, I just went, you know what? I'm eating pizza and living life.
All right. Yeah. Do you still like it?
Yeah, but
wait, Joe, do you still like it as much as you always have?
Yeah, sometimes I'm eating it though, and I'm just looking like, what the hell am I doing?
Okay, all right, interesting.
Pizza's the one thing I can see, like, it's always good. And even when it's not that good, it's still pretty good, as they say. So pizza, and also the different types of pizza. But you said 30 some odd years, Joe?
36 years. Yeah.
36 years.
Well, no, I guess that wouldn't be right, because I started at 6 and I'm 36.
Okay, so about.
Listen, and I'm really going to recommend this. If this really bothers you, you need to touch out. You need to reach out to Dr. Rosenpenis, Dr. Rosenberg. Sorry, Rosenbaum. I always said.
We're so used to penis.
We are used to penis.
Our hypnotist, and maybe he can help you out.
Maybe. If I could do a quick story. When I was in school, the cafeteria, would have pizza. So on the card one day, it said pizza was for lunch. So I didn't bring my pizza in, and it wasn't pizza that day. It was like hot dogs.
Oh, no.
Oh, what happened?
This was 6th grade, so I broke down crying. And you'd think like kids would make fun of me, but they were like super supportive kids. They were like, well, yeah, it's Pizza Joe. You didn't get pizza for Pizza Joe?
They knew you as Pizza Joe, and they rallied. Kids who can be very cruel rallied to your support.
So I literally just ate the hot dog buns.
Oh, my God.
The closest thing to pizza
with
you
ketchup
can get.
on them.
Joe, I feel terrible for you, man. That's actually a little bit traumatizing.
Yeah, I should talk to a hypnotist.
Hey,
Hang on, though.
Would it be wild if Dr. Rosenpenis, though,
Yeah.
changes it to calzones every day?
Right.
But Joe,
like a different version of pizza.
Joe, do you only eat pizza? That's all you eat?
Yeah, pretty much, yeah. That's all.
Okay, so besides the lunch meal, your dinner
is pizza too?
If I go out to like somebody like offers me out to dinner or something, I will stomach something else, but like I'll get the smallest portion because I don't want to eat it.
Okay,
Oh
all right.
This is like going back to like being a parent and not letting your kid have pizza and chicken nuggets and like making them eat their vegetables.
I mean, I love my parents, but that's literally what it was I was a picky eater, and they said, well, here's pizza and cheese, and it's just been that for years.
I know the parents will sometimes, and you're advised to sort of acquiesce. And maybe, guys, you have kids, I don't. But like I said, my neighbor over in Manayunk, her daughter ate Go-Gurt and chicken nuggets.
Yeah,
That
you
was
can't
it
really
for years.
force stuff on kids. I mean, listen, if it tastes bad, it tastes bad to them, By the way, Joe, Marissa wrote down this question. Are pizza Lunchables acceptable?
That's disgusting. Get out of here.
It's an aberration. I love the story of Pizza Joe.
I feel a little bad for you, bud.
Yeah.
Hang on a second here,
Joe, I mean, like, do you feel like you're missing out? Because pizza is wonderful. There's no doubt about it. But like, there's a lot of other great foods out there.
Yeah, I guess I am missing out.
Let me. For you, Joe, there are so many different types of pizza and ways to prepare pizza that you could kind of exist in that realm if you were to perhaps throw some chicken on it now and then, just for a little bit more protein and stuff like that. So
Transition that way.
Have you ever? You've never varied the menu?
93.3 WMMR.
All right, thanks, Nick. Don't forget a little later on, Maynard James Keenan joining us, Frank Caliendo on the program as well. But we haven't gone here in a couple of weeks, and there's some things to tell you about that have popped up at the Just Sayin Institute. So we will speak of these things.
The Just Sayin Institute, home of the Casey Foster Fisher Cat Nature Reserve.
By the way, the Daily Rush video of Casey talking about the Fisher cat, I watched like 5 times in a row. I just was cracking up about that. What is this?
Oh, little sound clip.
Oh, this is a clip from that?
Yeah.
Okay, so before we get to the Just Saying Institute, this was Casey from that.
Apparently, they had introduced them into the.
Thank you. You heard that, right? Introduce them. You had slightly choked right before that.
Yeah.
Do you hear it?
Yeah.
Hang on.
Apparently, they had introduced them into the. You heard that little piece of spit go back when I breathed in.
That's what.
endemic to the area.
That's what threw you off. So, all right. Anyhow, the Just Saying Institute.
Yes.
Now we have scientific studies, medical breakthroughs, and every now and then some new products that are developed or new inventions that have come out. And this is one of those. So, a company called Inventwood in Maryland.
I'm doing it right now.
I'm inventing some wood right now, baby. Now, is set to start making a special kind of wood called superwood.
Superwood.
That is stronger than steel.
So I've heard rumblings about this. And so they've got it now? They're ready to roll?
Yeah, so starting this summer.
This is bad news for beavers.
Their new 90,000 square foot factory in Frederick will produce this material, which is 50% stronger than steel and has a strength to weight ratio 10 times better. The wood is made by taking out some of the tree's natural parts and pressing what's left to make it super tough yet lightweight. So that's the big thing. It's going to be stronger but lighter weight.
Lighter, yeah, which is a godsend for like moving things around, and you could pick up a building.
Yep, it's also waterproof and resists fire better than regular wood.
Well, that's great.
Yeah, but how much wood does it take to make like one plank?
I don't know, Casey. I don't know if they have to change the the density of it, I guess.
That's not the question I thought you were going to ask. I thought you were going to say how much wood does a woodchuck take?
I thought so too.
No, come on, man. It's just low-hanging fruit right there. But, I mean, could they use like a bamboo, right? Something that's more of an invasive weed.
We don't know the conversion. It might actually require less trees since they're taking a very specific part of it,
So Inventwood says that superwood can be used for things like building homes, making cars.
Wooden car.
Yeah, or even airplane parts, and it's better for the environment than steel or concrete. By the way, I always thought, speaking of wood on cars, that those old wagons, the woodies they used to call them, I thought those were pretty cool.
So we had a Ford Falcon that was a station wagon, and it had faux wood trim. Yeah,
I remember the fake stuff, especially on station wagons. Well, I mean, the family truckster had the fake wood paneling. But the actual cars that had wood walls on them and so on, I thought were pretty damn cool. They've raised $15 million to get the factory going. They plan to sell the wood for about $5 per square foot. Now, I'm assuming that's more expensive than other types of woods, but I don't really know.
Well, how does it scale to to steel? In other words,
it's a good question. It might be cheaper than steel. I'm not really sure, but that's pretty impressive.
So the issue then becomes metallic robotic termites.
Oh,
right?
Yes. Maybe those have to be invented. We'll have to see. But no, I thought that was pretty cool. And
that is cool.
The applications that they'll be able to put that towards are. I would imagine there's a lot of different opportunities. I'm blown away by some industry and how they develop these things. I told you guys about a while back, Caleb ran sound for the Souderton Rock Band. It was last year at a place called the Steel Stacks in Bethlehem.
Yes,
And that's where they made all the steel for things like, the Empire State Building and all these gigantic structures that were created with U.S. Steel. And I went, after seeing it, it's all abandoned, and I was just looking at the equipment and, what it takes to do that. And so then I went and found a documentary about the steel stacks.
Right.
It's just incredible.
Well,
the things that mankind, that humankind has been able to create and invent and figure out scientifically how to do it.
On that level.
Impressive.
Yeah, on that level, dealing with molten material.
Yeah.
I mean, and the machines that make it and forge it and bend it.
Yes.
Yeah. I mean, it's astonishing.
It's very impressive. So this is going to fall in that
I couldn't do that.
Inventwood, and it's superwood that they are creating. So I thought you guys might find that interesting. Okay. A surprising new study says that living things like mice and plants give off a faint glow that stops when they die. Scientists from the University of Calgary and Canada's National Research Council used special cameras to catch tiny bits of light. They're called biophotons, coming from mouse cells and plant leaves.
So there is a story that I was just reading recently that says they believe that dogs can see this energy, this glow of however you want to phrase it around humans, this aura, that they believe that they can sense this energy that maybe comes off of mice and other animals. I don't. You know, that's. I didn't.
You think it's these biophotons?
I think it sounds similar to what you're talking about.
Okay.
Yeah.
They found that healthy living cells release these low energy photons, but the glow fades right after death. It fades away. For example, when they tested injured and uninjured leaves, the hurt parts glowed brighter for hours. And in mice, the light dropped sharply after death.
Oh, it feels so good.
The research. Can I get you something? Or
Yeah.
Okay. A little piece of cheese, maybe?
A beer.
Oh, a beer?
Yeah.
Why? What's it going to do? Kill you?
I mean, at this point.
Right.
What does it matter?
My light's fading fast.
The researchers think that this glow might come from chemical reactions in living cells, but they're not sure exactly how it works yet. More research has to be done before they can figure this whole thing out.
Need to kill a lot more mice.
They're going to just slaughter a lot of mice. They say it's a big deal because it is the first time that anyone has seen this light stop in a whole animal.
Is that like E.T.'s heart light?
Hinting that humans might emit a similar glow that vanishes when we pass away, but we have...
I'll always be right here in your dying mouse.
All right, so is it our kids? Are they Gen Z? Is that what they are?
I don't know.
Okay.
They're a pain in the ass. That's what
they are. No, but now like their thing is aura is a big thing for those guys. Okay.
Era.
Not era, but aura.
Yeah, no, I've
so that's a big thing right now.
Yeah.
It was when I was a kid too.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, where the auras and your people would tell you what color your aura is, and, and it's showing this and that. And
Your purple aura is so beautiful.
Bunch of hooey.
Hooey and hokum.
Hooey and hokum.
But
I'm
now
saying.
maybe the mice will teach us differently.
Maybe.
You know what I'd forgotten about? Speaking of mice and rodentia, the rat king, when the rats get their tails tied together. You guys know about that?
Oh, yeah. Like a whole bunch of them, right?
Right. And so, Steve, like if a whole bunch of rats end up in the same nest together, the tails get intertwined, and then it turns into this glob of rats, and it ends up killing them because their tails are tied together. And the only reason that it's popped back up into my my knowledge, my collective knowledge or whatever, is because apparently there's going to be a rat king that shows up in Last of Us. Like this. It's one of the clickers or whatever, and they are. Well, I don't want to spoil anything, but something might happen because it happens in the game.
Well,
and so Rat King might show up in season 2 of The Last of Us.
Okay, because I do remember that.
Yeah.
Okay.
Interesting in the game.
So I guess collectively they all lose their glow.
Yeah.
Yes, they got no
together.
Oh my God.
This is from Last Dragon. Leroy, because Leroy would glow.
He would glow.
Eventually, when he figured things out, he had this glow on him.
That's
So I
right,
forgot
man.
about that. Wow. The Shogun of the ghetto. Who's the master now, Leroy? All right, we're moving on from the Rat King and the glow and the auras and all that stuff. Okay, this freaked me out a little bit. Got to admit it. I live in a golf course community.
Uh-oh.
Researchers found that those living within a mile of golf courses have a 120% higher risk of developing Parkinson's disease than those who live more than 6 miles away, according to a new study published in the Journal of the American Medical Association.
What the hell could be the connection?
Yeah.
Areas that shared drinking water supplies with water used near golf courses were the most greatly impacted. Researchers believe this shows that the pesticides used on golf courses could contribute to the amount of Parkinson's cases. Wow. I don't think I share water. We have public water. We have, city water, whatever you want to call it.
Golf club water.
It's not, it's not well water or anything along those lines. So I assume I'm okay. But yeah, man, they, it's a full-time job for those people to maintain and make sure that those golf courses are in a specific kind of a condition. They have to use a lot of chemicals to make that happen.
All right, let me ask you this. If you could drop your golf score a little bit and the trade-off would be a little bit of Parkinson's, would you do it?
If there was such thing as just a little bit of Parkinson's, yeah probably.
Okay.
But I don't know. But anyhow.
That's wild, man. Yeah, well, obviously pesticides and having a concentrated amount of that in your water ain't going to be good.
Yeah, so, and I guess maybe some of that gets in the air, too. I'm not really sure. But researchers use data on golf course locations throughout the U.S., along with data from the United States Geological Survey on 224 water service areas across 27 counties in Wisconsin and Minnesota. Data from 711 municipal wells provided by the Minnesota Geospatial Information Office was used to determine the correlation between proximity and prevalence of cases.
So, well, yeah, and you're right. I mean, if you're dealing with a case, if you had well water, that would be a different situation, but you're not.
I'm guessing. I'm hoping.
By the way, years ago, when we were going for my first apartment, and my buddy and I were going to get an apartment, and we were doing the shopping around, we went to this guy, and this guy was such a scam artist who was trying to rent this apartment. He told us that the water came heated in the pipes from outside the house. Like the city, there was a big oh no, it works this way. Like you would turn on the hot water faucet and go, well, where's your water heater? Yeah. I'm not getting any hot water out of this out of the sink. We're checking the place. No, I have to turn it on. It comes from the city. Oh, so the hot water is just pumped in from out. Like some heating station out in the boonies that sends the hot water to the house.
Press, do you think anything has to do with maybe not pesticides, but the fact that like golf courses are usually in a more affluent area, hence an older
people more prone to getting Parkinson's?
Yeah,
it's possible. I mean, there's
I don't know. I would think they would probably cover that first in this. I don't know case, but hey, our phones work.
Yay!
One person that's very happy about that, our good friend, Dr. Mike Sirigliano of Fox 29 and Penn Medicine. He's joining us right now. Dr. Mike!
Oh, my God, it's a miracle.
It is. Sincerely.
It's a miracle.
It's a miracle.
All right, what's up, bud?
Oh, my God, it's alive.
Yeah.
Anyway, listen. So, Preston.
Yeah.
Couple things with this.
Okay.
Number one, I would get your water tested.
Okay.
I would definitely, because I've been to your house, and you're not far from the golf course. And we think, the researchers think it's the pesticides.
Yes.
And so, personally, I wouldn't take a chance. I would do that. Now, there's a lot of things in the environment that are not very cool. And by the way, Casey, a lot of young people live near golf courses. It's not like they're just old and they get Parkinson's. But the pesticides can lead to significant damage over time, leading to neurodegenerative changes. So your neurons, your brain, all of that can really be negatively affected by this.
Let me ask you, outside of the water, would the pesticides, Dr. Mike, I mean, obviously you don't want to be anywhere where there's a saturation of that, but besides the water, how would they be delivered into your system, into your body?
Well, they get into the aquifer. They seep into the environment, and that's how you get exposed. Now, that's different than things like PFAS, the forever chemicals that were used in water repellents and firefighting solutions and things like that, and also endocrine disruptors. They were used in plastics, plasticizers, and by the way, there's microplastics showing up in carotid arteries, like that.
Wow.
Now we're seeing a significant uptick in cancers in young people, and we don't know why. Yes, I think RFK is talking about highly processed foods and things like that, but there's something in the environment that is not good for us.
Okay.
So personally, I would get the water tested, and you just have to be careful. I would tell you to drink bottled water, but there's a lot of nanoplastics in bottled water.
Right.
So
what the hell are we going to do, Dr. Mike?
We're screwed, aren't we, Mike?
Well, look, carpe diem, buddy.
Yeah.
Yes.
Take one day at a time. You live your life, and we do the best we can.
Do the best you can.
There's a lot of stuff going on.
Yeah.
A lot.
All right, buddy. Thank you. We love you, of course.
Listen, the phone quality is much better.
There we go.
I agree. So it sounds better on your end?
Oh, yes.
Oh, that's
yes,
great.
yes, yes. And look, I'm going to just say this. We're a family. I love Kathy. I will always love Kathy, and I love all of you, and we are a family.
Absolutely. We love you.
All right.
Yes. Hey, did you get my test results yet?
When'd you do them?
A Friday.
All right. Call me later.
All right, you got it. Wait, hold on, Mike.
You're not pregnant. I can share that with you.
One last thing real quick, Mike. Where should I send the Blue Chew?
Oh, my God, I hear you talking. I love some of your quotes. I'm going to start using that.
Yes.
Yeah.
Right. Dr. Mike, we love you.
Love you. Love you. Love you. See you.
He can now call in.
That man is amazing.
He is. He's a dynamo.
So, according to the study, it said the odds of Parkinson's disease were relatively constant within close proximity to a golf course and decreased linearly as distance increased. Individuals living farther from golf courses had reduced odds of Parkinson's, decreasing relative to the distance from the nearest golf courses. Wow.
You know what I'd do if I were you? I would grab a glowing mouse, go down into your basement, and take a look at what's going on down there.
So they've already found linked chemicals found in pesticides, including paraquat and rotenone to neurodegeneration. And according to the study, I don't know what all those things are.
I think they're members of Jabba the Hutt's family.
Okay. They know Salacious Crumb.
Paraquat and rotenone.
Researchers say more information is needed to further study the link between pesticides, golf courses, and prevalence of Parkinson's disease. Did I get that right? Is it Salacious Crumb?
Nailed it.
Yeah, it's his name. Okay.
Do you ever sometimes feel that you're with all the stuff that comes out, you're just effed. You're just backed into a corner.
Six ways from Sunday.
Yeah, now I'm using, that is bad. Well, that hell with it.
I mean, the microplastics thing.
Yeah.
Like I put cucumbers in my salad that I've eaten every day for the last 5 years, and it's those English cucumbers. They come wrapped in plastic.
Yeah.
And I'm like, this thing's got to be loaded with microplastics, and just whatever. And we store leftovers in our plastic containers. And
do you know what I've taken to doing? I drink antifreeze now.
That's probably
why
just
not
cut out the middleman. All right, another story. The Just Sayin Institute. We're going to go to a psychological story. This is research that has found that individuals with high levels of the so-called dark triad of traits, narcissism, psychopathy, and Machiavellianism, were consistently rated as more trustworthy. And why is that? The answer lies in their looks. People with high dark triad traits tended to be perceived as more physically attractive, and this perception strongly influenced how trustworthy people believed them to be. So psychos are better looking, according to this survey.
Ted Bundy.
Yeah, and they use that as an example.
Yeah.
Even
Al Bundy.
Well, even they also cited Jeffrey Dahmer, not necessarily like a great looking guy, but apparently he was charismatic enough to lure people in and trust him
and drill holes in their head
and all that stuff. So
what's Machiavellianism?
Machiavelli.
I know who that
so
is.
I'll give you. I'll explain which each one of these is, Casey. So psychopathy, characterized by a lack of empathy and impulsivity, might seem like it would repel trust, but in practice, individuals with this trait can be highly charming and socially strategic. Similarly, narcissists often exhibit confidence, charm, and polished self-presentation, while Machiavellians excel at reading social cues and manipulating perceptions. Actually, it doesn't describe what that is.
The end justifies the means.
I'm sorry?
The end justifies the means. A Machiavellian attitude is the end justifies the means.
Okay. Yeah, they manipulate
What does that mean, though? I mean, a little more plain.
So it doesn't matter what you do to get the result.
Okay.
Oh. Yeah, they will manipulate whomever they need to in order to get the results that they want. They lack any sympathy or empathy, and they have a calculated focus on self-interest.
In 4 experiments involving nearly 600 participants, individuals were asked to judge strangers' faces in rating tasks and simulated trust games. And time and again, those with high dark triad scores were seen as more trustworthy from their image alone.
So let me ask you, you peruse the room here of us. Who do you think would have what you would describe, Preston, as a on-site trustworthy face?
On-site, a trustworthy face?
Including Marissa, yeah.
I mean, Casey, probably.
Uh-oh.
And what would you judge that on? His eyes are bigger?
No, his immediate friendly disposition.
Okay.
I mean,
just Okay.
He's cute.
He's a cute guy. He's totes adorable.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
He's adorable.
Yeah, but I don't like this because
That doesn't mean that all good-looking people are psychopaths.
No.
It just means that those that have those traits,
It means virtually all of them are.
a lot of times are considered that people will consider them attractive or trustworthy because of that attractiveness.
Do we also believe, though, that people who are very attractive, and you've had data that proves this, people, because of this, it can sort of engender people being able to parlay that trust that they're given.
Yeah, use it.
To do things that they want to do and approach life in a Machiavellian way.
There are some people, that find out that certain things are handed to them just because of the way they look, might take advantage of that.
When you were living the life of a foot model, everything was handed to you. You could easily get swept away with that.
But I mean, I'll use my wife as an example. I think Rochelle's a very attractive person, and she has a warming smile and everything.
Right.
And she is the most genuine, sweetest person I've ever met in my life. So just because you are attractive does not mean that you're going to be, Casey, a psycho.
All right, okay.
So you're good to go.
Oh, no.
This means, though, that of the psychos out there, a lot of them appear to be more on the attractive side to average people.
Don't trust the attractive.
So notably, their faces prompt greater trust even when other traits like dominance, extroversion, and attractiveness are accounted for, suggesting facial features have a unique influence on how trustworthy people are perceived to be. So if you see somebody who's good looking, they're saying for the most part, most people will automatically find you as trustworthy.
Do you think we as a society are more easily influenced by someone, particularly like a man with a huge hog? Is that
are we influenced by them?
Right. In the world of adult films.
I'm impressed.
Yeah.
Good job, buddy.
Psychology Professor Jason Walker of Chicago's Adler University said, "We're hardwired to associate attractiveness with trust, a psychological shortcut known as the halo effect." I've heard of that too.
Look, we're glowing again.
A halo effect can also mean someone that you admire, even if they do something that is undesirable to you. Eventually, you cut them some slack.
Well, there are people you just let get away with stuff. There are people that in your life, and this is a good thing to develop in your life. There are certain people you will have in your life, and like I've described this to people that I love who have trouble with people in their lives, and I'll say, listen, if you want them in your life, this is what you're going to get. So either you have to expect this to happen, and that's that.
Accept them for who they are, not who you want them to be.
Exactly.
Yeah. So,
but at what point do you cut them out?
At the moment they reveal that they're Ted Bundy.
Oh, I was chatting with a friend yesterday, and she was describing to me her best friend from high school and her late teens, early 20s, and that best friend that existed in her late teens and early 20s she's grown into be a different person. And so my friend, I think she's very loyal and she wants to stay true to her friend of her entire life. But her friend has changed so much that she has reached a point she's like, I don't think that I can do this anymore because all she does is take. She doesn't give at all. And so like she's trying to figure out a point in life where she's like, I think I probably have to cut this person out now.
Yeah.
Would you say that at your core, you're the same person you were, say, 20 years ago?
No.
20 years ago. I mean, at the core, probably. I mean, I've definitely changed and I feel like I've evolved in a good way. And I've become more open and more, concerned about other people and things like that.
I can tell you this, after observing you over the years, I think your mouse glow is brighter.
Okay. Yeah. I love my mouse glow. And I appreciate that. Thank you for the compliment. But at the core, I'm still the same press for the most part.
Yeah.
So apparently this becomes, the halo effect. It becomes dangerous when it collides with the dark triad personalities who often know and use it to their advantage.
Yeah.
And these individuals will present a polished, confident, and even charming traits. And they have mastered the art of performance. They know how to look like the ideal high-performing teammate or visionary leader, but they're actually consolidating power and manipulating people's perception.
Coming at you, bro.
So that was an interesting peek into how we perceive people and how it can be sometimes dangerous. All right, Case, do we have to wrap it up?
We have to wrap it up.
All right.
Man.
I have more, but we don't have time to get to it right now.
Always leave them wanting more.
Our guests are coming up, and we got some good ones. When we come back, our friend Frank Caliendo will be joining us.
Nice.
And he is playing Helium Comedy Club on Sunday nights. One show only this weekend, Nick?
I believe so, yeah. And then he's, wants people to come see him this weekend, but then he's just going to come hang out with us on Monday morning, too.
Oh, that's awesome. So, all right, so he's popping in to promote that show. We'll talk to him in just a couple of minutes. And then shortly after that at 9:30, Maynard James Keenan, who's going to be in town tomorrow night for the Sesenta performance. And that's with Puss Fur Primus and A Perfect Circle. We're going to come back in just a moment. Stay with us, friend.
Preston and Steve.
Toppings are a no-go for you, right?
No, I don't like the topping.
Okay.
On it. It honestly will make me gag. Like,
wow. Okay.
I assume does tomatoes have vitamin C in it? Because otherwise he's going to have scurvy, man. I mean,
surprisingly, pizza is actually fairly good nutrition-wise. It's actually fairly good.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, Joe. That's a really interesting story. Thanks for sharing with us. All right.
All right.
And from here on out, we'll know you as Pizza Joe. There's no other.
All right.
Pizza. Wouldn't you love to see from like Touchstone Pizza Joe?
Pizza Joe.
Yeah.
A heartwarming story that starts off kind of tragic. I could see that. Yeah.
Eat your pizza, or they'll all laugh at you.
Oh no.
Tomatoes have vitamin C and potassium.
Okay. Well, there you go. So he's getting his nutrients. Okay.
I mean,
God, he would take him over to Lorenzo's.
Protein from cheese. Oh, I'm sure, dude.
Yeah.
Joe's probably he knows Lorenzo's if he's eating nothing but cheese pizza, I would imagine. All right, well, listen, thank you for your calls. Thank you for those of you who are on hold. I apologize I didn't get a chance to get to you, but quite interesting.
Yeah.
The calls that we got. And you know what? Let's give away Philly Pretzel Factory.
Yeah.
Gift cards. On the heels of that food conversation, I have a $25 gift card. And we'll take caller number 18 at 215-263-WMMR. The big game needs some big snacks. No game day is complete without a party tray from Philly Pretzel Factory. If you're hosting or heading to a party, order your party tray from PhillyPretzelFactory.com today. So let's take care of you. Give us a call right now. We'll be back, and Bizarre Files on the way. Behind the
Thank you,
it is
Kathy.
unclear
I saw
how
this
much
article
the
on
hacker
BuzzFeed.
demanded.
I
I thought this might be kind of nice to examine a little bit and maybe open this up to you, since you are most likely on the way into work this morning, to let us know something about what you do that everybody needs to know. And to give you an example, there's a lot of good ones on this list, and I'll lead with this one. This is what you and the people that work in your industry understand, but the people who don't work in your industry probably need to know. And
I love stuff like this.
This first one is from emergency room workers. It says emergency rooms are not first come, first serve business. We triage you for a reason, and you cannot cut the line in front of somebody with a more serious complaint just because you got here first.
So,
and listen, I have been in that situation where you sit in the emergency room for eternity, and you're like, I got here before them.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Just because his head was cut off?
Right.
Wow.
But you may not know what's going on with that
You don't
person, and they need to get in there.
we went into it was a CHOP emergency room. It wasn't down in the city. It was actually the one out in King of Prussia, and it was a 3-hour wait. And as we were sitting there, it was when Jace. I think we talked about it. You guys remember? Jace got poison ivy, and it was like spreading on his body. Like, I mean, I was like watching it spread. It was like, everywhere. So we walked in, and they were like, "Okay, it's going to be a 3-hour wait." And then I went back up, and I'm like, his eyes were swollen. I'm like, it's all over. Like, how do we not know it's in his throat? And they were like, okay, come on back. Like, I think the second I thought, like, I mentioned, like, could it affect the breathing or whatever?
Right.
And we went right back. But I remember, like, the poor other kids in the waiting room, like, looking at when I walked out, I'm like, they're probably like these freaking people. Like, they went right back. But she's like, we have to check them to make sure.
Should have walked
that
out and said, say it's affecting your breathing.
Yeah. Say it's affecting your breathing.
So feel free to call and let us know. Here's another example. An airport worker, and this says, yes, your flight is in fact delayed due to weather. Yes, I also understand it's a gorgeous day here and at your destination airport. What you don't understand is that the airplane is coming from New York, and they had weather there. So, while it might seem like, why isn't this? Come on, there's a reason for it. By the way, 215-263-WMMR, the number.
I also want the things we're told that aren't necessarily true. The way they manage, the way they manage and meet our expectations.
What about when Marissa and I flew back from Chicago, and they were like,
"Oh, right,
we don't know where your pilot is."
Yes.
Oh,
shouldn't you at least have a general idea? Is he in the States?
Yeah. You need us. We'll be at the bar.
And that's where you find the pilot.
Here's another one from a photographer. It says, no, I can't grab your iPhone and take a picture to match my best studio works, even if it's the most recent model of an iPhone. Also, yes, I do charge money just to take a picture.
That's great.
There was, you know what? Oh, here's Nick. This will speak to you and Andrea because she's an artist, your girlfriend. This one, and I sent you a chain of emails from people who are trying to get free stuff from artists. It says, this one says, pencils are expensive. Prints are expensive. Proper paper is expensive, and it takes a lot of time to do a painting. So, no, I can't give it to you for free for exposure. Yeah. Because that's thing people beg artists, look, I'll post it on social media. I'll plug this and so on and so on. And they want free stuff from artists all the time.
Artists of all types, too. I mean, you know, musicians, painters, sculptors, whatever. It doesn't matter. It's like, yeah, we'll put it out there. We'll give you exposure, and that's enough to pay you. Well, no, I need to get paid for my time and my work.
There's one time where that will hold water when they don't pay halftime performers at the Super Bowl.
Yes.
Because, yes, you're legitimately getting exposure.
If you're Snoop Dogg, it's cool.
All right, let me get some calls here. I'm going to go to Janet, who is an ER nurse. Hi, Janet. Good morning.
Good morning. How are you?
Wonderful. Janet, what is it that people need to know about your line of work?
Just because they come in on a stretcher with an ambulance does not mean that they're automatically going to get a bed in the emergency room. They may still go out in the waiting room.
Okay. There were a couple of texts that came in saying that just because you take an ambulance doesn't mean that you're going to be seen before everyone else.
I think I would assume that if I came in, that they transported me in an ambulance, that they were going to get me right in.
We've had patients that leave, go across the street, call an ambulance, and come in
because they think
get a bed in the back.
Wow.
And they've been waiting in the waiting
my
room and will
gosh.
recognize the name and be that no, doesn't happen like that. You go to the bottom of the list, back out in the waiting room you go.
Wow.
So Janet, if to Kathy's point, if someone were to say, I think I'm having breathing problems, I mean, not that we're trying to have you betray the confidences, but would that accelerate their consideration?
It may, but
All
they also are triaged by a qualified nurse that is going to be able to decipher most times whether they're really having breathing problems or they're faking it.
All right, Janet. Well, if you guys ever need help, I'm pretty good with the trach. And if you guys ever get backed
you don't want to pretend that you have some kind of a symptom that you don't really have. It's just going to head you down a path.
I had them laugh in my face.
Surprise.
Yeah, well,
I know.
I talked about
Thanks, Janet.
pregnancy pains, Preston.
Oh, right?
Yeah.
Hang on a second. Let me go to, I have Mike, who is a police officer. Hey, Mike, good morning.
Gadzooks, guys.
Gadzooks, buddy. What's up, man?
So we've all seen a police officer pull up to a light, a traffic light, without his lights on, turn his lights on, go through, turn his lights back off. And everybody assumes they're just abusing their power, driving through the light to get through the light. That's absolutely not true. That 100% of the time they're responding to a medium priority call.
Okay.
Where they don't need their lights for the entire response, but they don't have, the time to wait at the traffic lights.
Yeah. And by the way, and speaking of that, a police officer is sitting in their car all day long. Yeah. Why would they pull up to a light and go, man, I got to get through this light right now? Come on!
Yeah. What's medium priority, officer?
Things like maybe domestic that's not in progress, a fight not in progress, or something like that, a verbal altercation, things like that.
What about like a security alarm?
Those are most of the time are reduced speed calls where we don't use our lights. You would get hundreds of those a week.
Oh yeah.
How often do you get the question of do you have a quota for writing speeding tickets?
Every day.
And do you have a quota?
That's absolutely illegal.
Right. All right.
Quota.
Thank you, Mike. Appreciate it, man. Take care. Thanks for the call.
That's a good one. I mean, we've all seen it. And I'm like, well, where's that cop going?
Right, yeah. What's that? Well, I want one of those.
Probably going someplace to write up quota tickets.
Here is a text says, teachers work on average between 45 and 60 hours a week, depending on their position, but do not get paid overtime. We also don't get paid to not work over the summer. We get paid for 10 months, or we can choose to spread that out over 12 months, resulting in smaller but more frequent paychecks.
So how does that work? So they get one flat fee, and they can opt to take that summer break, or they can just get a continuous check at a lower rate of pay.
Yeah, I mean, listen, if your salary, let's just say, is $60,000, you can choose to get that paid over 10 months.
Or 12 months.
Or 12 months.
Can you choose to get it paid over 1 week?
All right, let me go to some other callers with your industry. This is what people in your industry know, but people who are not in your industry, you feel should know. I'm going to go to Chris, who is a mover. Hey, Chris, good morning.
Hey, good morning, guys. What's going on?
Yo, bud. Want to hear your story. What's up, bud?
Yeah, so being in the moving industry, every customer always assumes that they can see and know what fits through what doors and what walls.
Okay.
And pretty much every time I'm forced to carry whatever object up, and it never fits.
So everyone, and I think you're probably right, because I end up being sort of the furniture mule for a lot of friends, moving stuff, and you're exactly right. And you, over time, you build up a knowledge of, I can see this, I can see that, it's not going to work, but everyone still thinks, hey, at least give it a try, right?
Yeah, I guess.
No matter what it does to your back or whatever, just go for it.
All right, Chris. Thanks, man. Appreciate it.
Guys.
That's a hard-working gig right
Absolutely,
there,
man.
I will go next to Jake. Hey, Jake, good morning.
Good morning, guys. Gadzooks.
Gadzooks to you. Jake here, it says you're a music therapist.
Yes. So, I mean, honestly, I feel like a lot of people probably don't even know that that's a career.
Yeah.
The people that do sometimes assume that, like, oh, you make a playlist and put it on an iPod. That's pretty cool. No, that's not at all what I do. No, I go in with my guitar, or I got a piano. I work mainly now with children, and I'm working on communication goals. So it's a very real career that a lot of people probably just don't even know about.
Yep.
Wanted to give a little plug to it.
So do you? And so we have a friend of the show. He and his daughters, Michael and his daughters, Emma, and she is. She's using music as therapy, and it seems to be yielding incredible results. Do you find that, Jake?
Absolutely. The kids that I work with now just absolutely come alive. Like some of these kids can't really talk or communicate otherwise, and music provides them with a way to express themselves and just have a great time and socialize with their friends, all that good stuff.
So we've often heard it said, and I've seen it in practice, where people who have a stutter, if they sing or if they use music, can get over that. Is there a similar process? Does that work as well with people on the spectrum?
Absolutely. It's like a way of kind of using meter to like regulate speech and all that kind of good stuff. It's just it's really, really cool. And my
awesome.
Girlfriend's actually my girlfriend's a speech therapist, so we love to trade tricks back and forth.
Oh, very cool. Well, you do good work. You do noble work.
All right. Thank you, Jake. Appreciate it. All right.
Thanks,
so these
guys.
are things you think people should know about your industry. I like this one. This says, I work in biomedical research. The most frustrating thing is that people seem to think that there's one cure for cancer and that the government or big pharma are hiding it. That is such an ignorant statement. Cancer is a collection of hundreds of diseases. Do you really think it is possible to have one cure for hundreds of diseases?
Do you know people who think that?
Why can't they find a cure for cancer? I mean, that's a standard phrase.
Yeah.
We also know
it goes on to say, hang on a second, Casey. It says, I work in biomedical. Oh, that's the same thing over and over. All right, go ahead, Casey.
So I was going to say, obviously we know that big pharma makes big money, and that
there's some issues there.
But my brother is a chemist, and there is also a lot of wasted money, right? So my brother was researching and trying to come up with literally a cure for cancer, and they would spend months, if not years, on reactions, and then they would get to that like final testing stage, and it turns out it didn't work, and everything that they did is scrapped, and they have to start from square one, and that is happening every day, all over the country. And so there's a lot of wasted money. And I don't want to say wasted money, but there's a lot of, wasted
you also
research.
have office parties and things that they require a lot too, like pizza parties. Yeah. No, a cure for a cancer, right? A type of cancer.
Yeah. Yes. And have they cured cancers along the way? Are the ones that used to exist but don't any longer that they have cures for?
Like Dr. Mike says, we're living in amazing times right now.
So they
cancer
do?
treatment. Well, I mean, like he says, and Michael say, no one need ever die of thyroid cancer. No one need ever die of prostate cancer.
Right.
You know, and a lot of that is also early detection.
I'm going to go next to Jesus, a truck driver. Jesus, good morning.
Oh my goodness, I love that.
What's up, man?
All right, as a truck driver, there's two things.
Yeah.
These cars, they tend to switch lanes without signaling in front of you and braking. We haul 80,000 pounds. We cannot stop.
Yes.
On the dot. And there were countless times that I almost hit other cars because of situations like that.
Jesus, in a fully loaded truck, how long does it take you to come to a full stop if you're traveling at 40 miles an hour?
93.3 WMMR.
Thank you, Nick. Our next guest is going to be here on Sunday. He's doing a one-off show at Helium Comedy Club. It's an earlier show, 6 o'clock. It's pretty awesome.
That's great.
We love that, and we would like to welcome with us via Zoom, Mr. Frank Caliendo, joining us. Hey, Frank. How you doing?
How are you? Yeah, you got me. Hello.
Yeah, we got you. Nice to see you.
I got the. I saw Nick had the readers on, so I put mine on so I could do some Jeff Goldblum to start. Ooh, yes, of course. We, us, I, him, the two of us, we both don't see as well as we used to. So guess what? I've decided that Jeff Goldblum is now. If you want to write for Jeff Goldblum, you just write in the script, Jeff thinks out loud.
Yes.
That's all it is. Yeah.
Yeah.
Like, look at this. What's this? I'm glad you asked. I'll tell you. It's the Statue of Liberty. Oh, my. Yes. Gift by the people of France. So, yes. By the way, the early show, let me get you. The early show, the reason that's an earlier show at Helium, the 6 p.m. show, I probably would like to do like a 7 normally or something like that because I like the earlier shows. But they have somebody there and they moved me in. They put me in that day. So they had a show that they like moved back like 10 minutes or 15 minutes or something and got it so they could get me in that day because I was coming through the area.
Yeah.
So it's a 6 o'clock show, so it's a little odd time, but it's still.
I like that fact, actually. Hey, I want to go back to the observation you made about Jeff Goldblum because, Frank, when I was training to become a radio personality, I would do this exercise when I was in my car, and I would speak out loud and describe everything that I was seeing. Like quite literally. And I didn't realize it was very much a Jeff Goldblum type of, ooh, there's a lady's driving up next to me. Look at her. She's wearing a funny pink hat right now. I think I'd like to talk to her. I didn't even realize I was doing that.
I don't even know who you are, but you look interesting. So I'd like to say some type of greeting. Hello, goodbye, aloha. That's how they do it in Hawaii. They say hello and goodbye at the same time, so you don't know if you're coming or going, which is perfect for this world we live in.
Hey, where are you right now? Are you you're not at home right now? It looks like we're looking at you via Zoom.
No, I'm actually in Pittsburgh. I'm in an office at a radio station. That's why it looks different than anything you'd see me at. So
yeah, I was wondering why you had rock posters on the wall behind you.
Yeah,
right. Yeah, because with me you'd expect rap, right?
Yes.
Yeah, hardcore gangster rap. That's your thing.
Yeah. So no, but I'm just in an office of it's actually a very sterile office. I don't know whose it is. I just was doing some radio in Pittsburgh, so
dude, you
just popped in here for a little
you are a machine. We talk about work ethic, and we talk about you're always. I see you popping up all the time in the algorithm. You're always you do radio shows, you do podcasts. You're all over the place. You work hard. Is this something that you naturally gravitate towards, being out, pounding the pavement and working, or is it just by necessity, or how do you end up with this drive that you have? Because I would call it Kreischer-esque in its magnitude.
I wish it was Kreischer-esque with the payoffs. In terms of, here, let me just take off my shirt. I think I was lazy for a while. I mean, there were like a bunch of years where I was lazy, so I'm kind of making it up. This is how I started. I started out by, when I first met you guys, I was doing the grind and going crazy. I'd be everywhere doing John Madden, folks, John Madden here, and then doing a Morgan Freeman, and then to a Jeff Goldblum, and maybe a little Adam Shatter. And I've been doing that constantly everywhere. So, and at the time, Robin Williams, oh my goodness, what's going on? I got away from that, and I was just kind of to really work on my act and get my act better to probably try and create a special in the next year. So I'm going on the road, and I'm doing the radio stations and the work of being on the road in the clubs and really honing and making new stuff, that not honing it, but kind of creating a lot of new stuff. The way I do it is I create a lot of stuff and then really narrow it down. So it's like, I'll find 5 minutes of John Gruden stuff to do, and then I'll try to narrow that down to about 3 minutes and callbacks type of thing, or 2 minutes. But I realized I was only doing 30 seconds of John Gruden up until this last month. I was like, well, I should be doing a lot more with him on Barstool and opening up boxes, man. You ever open up a box and inside a box there's another box, like the Russian nesting dolls of boxes, man. I tell you what, inside there is a Chucky doll. That's going to be tremendous, man. Take a look at that. So there's the. So yes, my work ethic is back, Steve. It was gone for quite a while, and now doing stuff like this gets me going off stage just as much to add stuff to the on stage. Just right now, I've had a couple of little ideas as I've been talking here that will translate to being on stage as well.
You know, it's funny because there was almost like a point where we knew you going way back, where it seems like, and I wouldn't call it a crisis you're trying to figure out where you wanted to be. The thing is, from the get-go, your material, there are impressionists who the whole thing is, hey, they sound like that guy. And that's the big thrill. You always had material-based stuff. Your stuff was always funny, the material you were doing. So I in a way, do you think you might have been selling yourself short early on?
I don't know. I let people just judge that for themselves. I just want to do a little bit more about personal stuff with me, which I'm working in, but I'm expanding on the stuff that I'm really known for and better at first, because I was trying to go the opposite way and do like a total storytelling and stuff like that, which some of it was working, some of it wasn't. But now with what I'm working on, it's a little bit of a mix of that, but definitely more character based again. So I still need to find what I want it to be in the end, but I'm doing it in a different way. I really like. I'm having fun doing what I'm doing right now, and each night. And I'm bringing like 3 or 4 people along with me that actually help me write on the side. Like you did this and help me remember things I did on stage so I don't have to watch myself. So that's really helpful, and just taking stuff each night and then expanding on it, because I'll have a premise that's maybe, with an impression 30 seconds long, like the Gruden thing or something like that. But then to get it to a minute, then I'd get it 2 minutes and 3 minutes, and then call it back throughout. Once I have a point of view on the impression, it can be called back and used because I've created this little reality for you. So that's where I'm trying to get with some of the different ones and newer ones and different. Like I was doing this joke about the impression I'm known for. And I get everybody to think it was going to be the John Madden impression. And then I'd say, you guys all know me for my Seth Rogen impression. And I do that, I guess that would be good. But then I realized, and then the second one I did was John C. Reilly. And then the joke came about. I was like, well, no, I should use the John and John C. Reilly as the joke. Like it should be, I know you guys know me for the impression you guys really know me for is my John C. Reilly impression. And then do that and like, did you touch my drum set? Now it becomes the joke. And it's not just, the did you touch my drum set is a joke based on the word that, using a different name and a bait and switch on that. So like little things like that I don't even think of, that I accidentally do it on stage. Somebody catches it that, it's writing with me, and I go, that was perfect. I go, yeah, I did it kind of on accident. It just happened. Now let's do more stuff based on, like, how do we build from that? And those little things, most of my act is like happy accidents.
Yeah.
I'm going to paint a happy little tree. And it's just that type of stuff.
Well, it's funny you mentioned doing family stuff or your own life. And I just happened to be perusing your Instagram, and it was you and your daughter at, I guess, a Formula One, like a racing event. And it's weird when you talking about your family for years, and then I see this is your a full woman realized you, and I'm like, that's Frank and his daughter, and it's like it's weird. It catches you off guard. It's like, yeah, time has moved. This girl has grown into an adult woman. And it was sort of freaking me out because it puts me like, I must be much older as well.
Wait till you see my son. I showed somebody a picture of my son today. Like, that's a man. I go, I know. He's 20. He's almost 21. My daughter's almost 19. My son is about to graduate from Arizona State.
Wow.
And my daughter was a freshman this year at Arizona State University. So it's just, and she's into interesting things. Like, she's into hockey, F1. She also loves like Harry Styles and stuff like that, but she's very eclectic. And the F1 thing, we got in with this F1 experiences. So we get to go, and they have like almost a living room kind of stuff. I've never thought of watching a race like this. Like, it's an amazing situation where you're hanging out with other people, and if it's cold outside, you can just go in. The food is high level and all kinds of stuff. And we actually get down, in the next, and she got pictures with the racers, Charles Leclerc and some of the other racers, and it's just pretty amazing that I just abuse these opportunities because of who I am. I mean, funny, a lot of times the racers don't know who I am, but the security guards do. And the security guard's like, oh, yeah, come on, you guys can go. Hey, do a little Madden first. Boom. Yeah. Do some what, man? It's a real great way. It's like I am Vince Glortho, Keymaster Gozer, So it's a lot of fun. You like this?
I didn't take it. The Keymaster got me, Frank. A random Ghostbusters drop. Yeah.
I tell you what, man. Well, that's like, I am the Keymaster, you the gatekeeper. You put it together. All of a sudden, Frank's daughter's meeting Charles Leclerc of F1 fame, man. I tell you what, it doesn't get any better than that. I'm getting hyped up for no reason. John Gruden, crazy stuff. Look at what just happened. I think I just tinkled my pants.
Frank, did you see the news? I think it was released either last night or this morning that Nicolas Cage is going to be playing John Madden in the upcoming biopic Madden.
That's been a while. They're shooting it right now.
I didn't even know this.
I'm going to save this story. Yeah, I'm going to save the story because I'm going to be in with you guys on Monday.
Correct. Yeah, okay.
To hang out. I'm going to save this, but there was some stuff. I'll tell you the first part. They called me and asked me to audition for the part of not John Madden. They called me and asked me to audition for Howard Cosell. And I was like, what?
Yeah.
What are you talking? I'm like, what are you talking about? So I'm going to save the story.
Okay.
This is a tease for Monday after I do Helium, because I just want to see all your reactions in real time.
All right.
But this movie's gone through a bunch of different iterations. At one point, it was Will Ferrell who was going to be John Madden, and then I think Hugh Jackman was John Madden.
Wow.
And lots of weird. I mean, it's very odd. I know they never came to me and asked me at all about to be in it. In terms of like they did with the Howard Cosell, I couldn't think of his name before, but I did. I ruined a joke there. But just thinking out loud, it works better. Ooh, you had the chance to say audition for that, but you are calling it to their attention. Boom. But I do want to see your reactions in studio to talk about, because there was a loose affiliation that they wanted me to have with this movie, and then I talked about it some too, and I think it got me out of it. But yeah, Nicolas Cage as John Madden. Boom. So we'll have a little fun with that. There's the tease. Gone in 60 seconds. Here we are. Frank said he was saving the bit. He's doing a little bit of it now.
Oh my
God.
God.
But I'm going to tell you what they wanted me to do, and it didn't happen. So I must have screwed it up by talking about it some.
Well,
but
did you see the teaser for Spider-Man Noir with Nicolas Cage? It looks friggin' awesome. It's on Amazon Prime. Yeah.
I'm going to take a look at that because when he was cast as that, I was like, oh, it doesn't get any better than this.
Yeah.
Yes. And now, as Spider-Man, I'm going to steal the Declaration of Independence.
Yeah.
You used to say that Madden was not the biggest fan of his impression. In fact, was I don't know if it got to the point where he loathed it or whatever, but it was not one of his favorites. But for the most part, we were talking to I'm having a brain fart. Kyle Dunnigan and the Bill Maher.
Oh yeah,
Maher can't stand it.
Yeah.
By the way, that Kyle Dunnigan impression is one of the best impressions, and it's a rare impression. Kyle Dunnigan with that. I'm turning into Mel Kiper Jr. What's going on, Mel? Talk about Kyle Dunnigan with the Bill Maher impression. What about Shedeur Sanders? How come nobody's drafting Shedeur Sanders? But that Bill Maher impression, that's up there. There are certain people that I associate with like amazing impressions. Craig Gass has, what's his name? The Outlaw. Sam Kinison.
Right, yeah.
Like certain people, like people think of me with Madden, but and everybody does more than just those impressions. But you get, it can be pigeonholed, but you can be known for doing that. That Kyle Dunnigan impression of Bill Maher. So I'm sorry, Bill Maher doesn't like it, you said?
Yeah, he hates it. I was just wondering, besides Madden, has anyone... I mean, to me, it seems such the wrong way to play it, to make it publicly known, even if you do hate an impression that somebody's doing of you, to make it publicly known that you hate it just seems the wrong way to go.
Yeah, I mean, Jim Rome never liked me doing this. Incredible, phenomenal, arugula. Arugula. A lot of people have regular lettuce. I have arugula. I remember it was Craig Kilborn with the Kilby. Oh, yeah. He used to play me doing Jeff Goldblum for Jeff Goldblum on his show, and I think Jeff Goldblum didn't like it. But people have to meet you. I think it's a thing. I think Jeff Goldblum now embraces impressions of it. It's a thing. Shatner, I just thought a thing in my algorithm with Shatner going, they say I talk like this, but I don't pause. Where they say I pause, I don't do it. It just doesn't sound like me. I don't get it. So people, and Adam Schefter, who's great and like the nice guy in the world, because of certain things, when I say S's, according to my sources, to get the voice, I have to cheat the S. And he hears that the S is not how he says it. He hears that and he goes, I just don't think it sounds like me. I don't hear it. But what about Adam Schefter on Helium? Morgan Freeman, they played Jimmy Fallon. Oh my gosh, I'm doing Fallon. I wasn't even trying. So great. So Jimmy's like, oh, he had Morgan Freeman on the show after I did the LeBron letter, which is like 10 years ago, reading LeBron. I'm coming home, right? He had Morgan Freeman. Morgan, what do you think about when people do impressions? Do you like it? Do you think it's, no, I don't like it one tiny little bit. In fact, I would climb to 500 yards of the fifth slot. I can't even imagine just to get it away from Frank Caliendo. No, it wasn't that bad, but that's how it felt.
Oh, yeah.
But yeah, I mean, everybody, and so many people do a Morgan Freeman. I don't know. It's when the odd ones and the different ones. Those are the ones I really like because nobody else is doing it.
Yes.
And it used to be you could own an impression. If you were on Saturday Night Live and you got it on before everybody else, you kind of owned it. Now nobody owns anything because nobody knows where anything's coming from.
Right? No, they don't. And I'll tell you this: you have basically, if you are an up and coming impressionist, you actually have on your social media, you have the tricks that you have used to obtain.
Yeah.
Because, and it is, I do some stuff. I'm nowhere near the.
No, you're very good.
You're nuclear level. I'm amateur, but. It's funny that you do say it has to be one sound, one word, one phrase that gets you into that, and once you find that, it works.
Well, like Steve, for you, Regis Philbin, it was a lovely girl.
Lovely girl. Nelly Furtado. Yeah, that's it.
She's a lovely girl.
She's a lovely girl.
Yeah.
Yeah. For me, with Morgan Freeman, it'd be yes, truth of the matter is those types of phrases. Or with John Madden, when I get into John Madden, I rev it up like that. You get going like that right there, and you think of the thing. So it gets you going.
Let me tell you, I got to tell you this. It's still Frank, one of the funniest goddamn things. Anytime you get mad near a turkey baster full of turkey juice, it's hilarious.
I have people right now that are tweeting at me and stuff like that about this Madden movie that like fire your agent. I'm like, I'm 5'7". I'm 5'6", maybe 5'7" in shoes if I was being measured at the NBA Combine. I'm not going to get that role, first of all. But second of all, they want an A-list type of star for it to carry a movie. So there's all kinds of stuff that goes into it. But I have other people saying to me, my John Madden stuff will come up on their algorithm and they may not know me. And they're like, dude does a pretty good John Madden talking about me. Like he should be in that one. Like, I'm the guy. You know how long I've been trying to get away from this that I'm now trying to tell you I'm the guy who is not trying to get away from it? Other things I can do that I don't care about right now that I am, hey folks, John Madden here. And welcome to it, And then it's like, is that you with Bobby Lee and the Quick Pop popcorn popper? Hey folks, John Madden here for the Quick Pop popcorn popper. And then we're battling out, me and Bobby Lee. So it's kind of crazy how things are cyclical. The one really good thing about this Madden movie for me is that it makes John Madden really topical. And now I have a reason to do it in more places.
Absolutely.
I hate doing just, it kind of drives me crazy just to do John Madden all the time for no reason.
Right.
But now when there is a reason, it's like, oh, this is 100%. Like, it's when George W. Bush shows up in a funeral or something. Yeah. And he's doing one of those, hey, what's going on over there, man? See a guy in the casket? It's awesome, man. Not for him, but great that we get to see each other. The old ones like that, that really, when they have a reason, all of a sudden it's like, oh, this is topical. Now I can use this for a real reason, as opposed to being Fred Travalina or doing an impression from 70 years ago.
No, you're right.
Fred Travalina.
It's an old toy that you get to play with again eventually, which is cool. Listen, Frank, we got to wrap it up. We do have another interview coming up. We're going to spend an extended amount of time with you on Monday. Looking forward to that. But Frank is going to be at Helium Comedy Club this Sunday. It's a one-off show. It's at 6 p.m. You can go to heliumcomedy.com and get your tickets. So I know. So have a great show then, and we will see you on Monday. Can't wait to hang out. All right, brother?
Yeah, awesome. Thanks, guys. Looking forward to it.
We will see you. Frank Caliendo. Appreciate it, man. By the way,
so good.
Text says, I got in the car, turned on 93.3, and spent the next 5 minutes thinking you guys were interviewing Jeff Goldblum. Because Frank's impression was so spot on. It is spot on. His stuff. We've been hearing Madden for decades now, and it never fails.
It kills me.
It kills me
every time. But he is a Gatling gun in his ability to shift quickly.
Yeah.
I'm just looking forward to Madden as Nicolas Cage instead of Nicolas Cage as
Yes. And he kills me. And you're right, Steve. The little tutorials that he gives are fantastic, because he does one, and like you said, of coming up with characters that are a bit off the beaten path. Like when he started doing Paul Giamatti, I was like, Paul, I never realized Paul Giamatti spoke like this. And I'm like, I can almost do that impression because he shows you how to do it.
I love when he does Mark Ruffalo. To me, that's kind of an obscure one, and I know Mark Ruffalo is a big star or whatever, but like he slides from Giamatti into Ruffalo and then back to John C. Reilly and then Seth Rogen and Steve. Like the way that he does it seamlessly from one to the next without missing a beat, it boggles the mind.
And he can distinguish. So for me, Vedder, Depp, and Gene Simmons can all kind of fluctuate.
Oh, they do
in something, and the mechanism's the same, but the subtlety and Caliendo, Frank can do bum 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 and definitively shift. Sometimes I'm like, am I still doing the Gene Simmons?
I'm glad he mentioned Kyle Gass when he was talking. So I didn't know if there's rivalry amongst the impressionists because Kyle's who did he mention?
Sam Kinison.
Sam Kinison is spot on.
Well, he's
absolutely spot on.
Like looping for we've had Craig Shoemaker talk about looping dialogue for Pleasantville for Don Knotts.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, when you're that good, you can now I don't even know if AI takes care of that now. If you're, but it's an amazing ability.
And he was right about Dunnigan's Bill Maher. I mean, when he started doing that, he was like, that deep deliver. It was just, we were like, oh my God, he's here. It's crazy how good some of these guys are. Man, wow. All right, we are awaiting a link up with Maynard James Keenan. May happen, it may not happen. I don't really know. So we have just a little bit of time before he's scheduled for 9:30. We'll see if it comes through or not. But Casey, there was a piece of audio you want us to play that we can listen to for a moment?
Yeah, so I came across this on, it just ended up in my Instagram feed, and it was the song Lose Yourself by Eminem. It was spliced together. Instead of him actually rapping the lyrics, they are lyrics that are snagged from 331 different movies.
331 separate movies.
Movie clips. They'll take one word or
a phrase or something
that
along
he
those
happens.
lines.
Okay, these can be good. Some of them are, but we'll see.
I thought this was good. Now, I watched it. I never.
Oh, I didn't know it started off that
No, sorry. So I watch it. So I don't know how it's going to play without the visuals.
Yeah, because you recognize the clips and what movies they're from. All right, well, let's listen to see maybe we can identify.
You had one shot, one opportunity to seize
Everything you ever wanted.
in one moment. Would you capture it or let it slip? Go. His palms are sweaty. Knees weak.
Arms are heavy.
His vomit.
On his sweater. Ready?
Mom, spaghetti.
He's nervous.
What's on the surface?
He looks calm and ready.
Drop bombs. But he keeps on forgetting.
Would he rub down?
The whole crowd goes.
So loud. He opens his mouth.
But the words
Won't come out. He's choking. How?
Everybody's joking. Now the clock's run out. Time's up. Over.
Wow.
Snap back.
To reality.
Oh, there goes
Gravity.
Oh, there goes gravity. Choke.
So mad.
But he won't give up that easy.
No.
He won't have it.
He knows his whole.
Look, his ropes. Don't matter.
He's dope.
He knows that. He's broke.
He's so
Stagnant.
He knows.
When he goes back to his mobile home, that's when it's back to the lab again.
Yeah.
This old rhapsody.
Better go. Capture this moment. No.
Don't pass it. Lose yourself in the music. Moment. You own it. You better never let it go. You only get one shot. Do not miss your chance to blow. This opportunity comes once in a lifetime.
You better
Lose yourself in the music. The moment you own it. You better
never let it go.
You only get one shot.
Do not miss your chance to blow.
This opportunity comes
Once in a lifetime.
You better soul escape.
All right, I'm going to stop this for a moment. I was looking away from the monitor.
Okay.
I wasn't getting none of them, not a single one. But then I looked up and I'm like, okay, I recognize about 20% of them.
There is a ton that I recognize, and there's some very obscure ones, like from The Best Years of Our Lives, which is a great movie from the 40s, to very obscure things. They had a clip of Roger Grimsby, a newscaster from the movie Bananas, the Woody Allen movie. So they're going really deep to get these.
331 different movies. How long do you think it takes to put something like that
so
together?
they have done some chronicling. There are a couple of sites that will deliver. If you type in a phrase or a couple of words, they will match as close to as they can to a movie clip.
Okay. Yeah.
And it's only getting better through AI.
Marissa had one a while back when we started doing the clips for the connoisseur segment, and I would type in foods or whatever, and it would pull up all different types of movies that those clips were in. So there's a resource to track this down now, but I bet with AI, it's got to be way easier.
Do you remember years ago? I mean, a lot of jocks did it, but it was one of the things associated with Don Imus, who was a famous DJ, but he used to do the song, the actual songs chopped together. Lyrics chopped together, clips from TV shows. It was the same thing.
Yeah.
But there was an entire album of these things, and that's when you literally had to take a piece of tape.
Yeah.
I mean,
cut it.
Literally cut
It's
it
so much easier
and
now.
insert it in, yeah.
Yeah, but speaking of Marissa, when I had sent her this clip, she goes, do you remember the one that I did? And so she had done a Fresh Prince of Bel-Air theme song from local newscasters.
Really?
Yeah.
All right. So we have it?
Yep, it's ready to roll.
in West Philadelphia, born and raised. On a playground is where I spent most of my days. Chilling.
Out.
Maxing.
Relaxing.
Oh.
Cool.
And all
Shooting some b-ball.
outside of the school. 1-8. Couple of guys. They were
Up to.
no good. Started making trouble in the neighborhoods.
I got in one.
Little fight.
And my mom got
scared.
She said, "And moving with your auntie and
Your uncle in Bel Air.
I whistled
For a cab. And when it came near
the license plate said
fresh,
then it had
dice,
the mirror.
If anything, I could say that
This cab
was red. But I thought, yeah, I'm not forgetting.
Yo.
Holmes, the Bel Air. I pulled up to the house.
around 7 or 8
And I yelled to the cabbie,
Yo,
homes.
smell you later.
I looked at
My kingdom.
I was finally
There to sit on my throne.
He has the
Prince of Bel Air.
Wow. Wait, Marissa, you made that? And
Yes, every time a newscaster says in West Philadelphia, I immediately start singing the song.
Right.
And who was Terry, that one that opens it? Most of those people are retired.
I don't hear. Let me play it again. Hang on.
in West Philadelphia.
That's a guy.
Yeah, he used to be on NBC 10.
Oh.
Is it Larry Mendte?
No, she says Terry.
Bill Henley?
No.
No.
I know who you're talking about.
Yeah.
Terry Haynes?
Bradshaw.
Terry Bradshaw.
No,
Terry Mendte?
Yeah. But there's, do you guys recognize any of the voices in there?
I thought that was Jim Gardner to kick that off. So
Ruggles.
it's hard to pick
Terry
it up.
Ruggles.
Terry
Ruggles.
Ruggles in the wine. I remember Terry Ruggles.
There we go.
Yeah.
Wow. Okay.
That was fun.
That is.
Yeah.
And
so that was like before AI, which
Yeah.
mentioned all those sites where you can literally just type in a word and it gives you thousands of movies that say that one word.
that is a difficult chore.
Yeah.
And you managed to pull that together. And you were bored.
Yeah, no, it's just a little fun little project.
That's cool.
I think I
it
worked
takes
on
a
that.
while, though, right?
Yeah, I worked on that for like maybe a couple of years.
Yeah.
Or I had the first verse and I was like, oh, I could keep going. And then I would challenge myself to find the next ones and the next ones.
Okay.
You know what one I liked is the one that Ryan did for Pierre not that long ago, the counting one. We played it once on our show,
yeah.
but I forget what the context was.
It was the birthday for MMR. There was
That's
one
it.
that was done back, I guess maybe when they had their 13th, 15th birthday or something like
Yeah.
that. It's been around for a long time.
It was Cindy Drew made it for the 22nd.
For the
right.
22nd,
So she went all the
okay.
way up to 22 and
And
then
then
it kept going.
Ryan
Yeah.
took it to 57.
Yeah.
Right.
So good.
Stepping
Which is
out
wild.
of the format, but it's tough, man. To pull that together, you did a great job.
You don't get knocked for stepping out of the format when you gotta go to when you gotta go to 57.
Where are you going to find? Yeah,
Right.
I need a good 52 song.
I love the 55 in there. Sammy Hagar.
Sammy Hagar, yeah.
Definitely. But you mentioned Terry Ruggles, and so now my mind is starting to wander around about the people who used to be on television.
Well, if you go back, and there's a fair amount of.
I wonder how Murph's doing.
Murph? Oh, God, I miss him, man.
Murph was.
I just watched Holy Moses. He's in it.
He's
yeah.
in that movie. Because he was retiring, and he's like, "Oh, I'm done, man." He's like, I am gonna go sit and go to Phillies games, and that's it, and just hang out and have a good time." And do miss him. He was great, man.
Who else? Well, obviously we know Belair's.
Well, I was thinking.
Well, Vicecam is gone.
The
now.
first one that popped up in my mind because it was Terry Ruggles on NBC was Steve Levy.
Steve Levy. He had a
stalker.
Stalker.
If you remember, there was a guy, and he said into the camera as they were hauling him off in the police, he said, I love Steve Levy and Paris in Spring.
I was thinking about the whole dust up between Larry Mendte and Alicia Lane the other day, and like that was it was national news. It was just news anchors in Philadelphia, and I don't think. All due respect to news anchors nowadays, like I don't think that they carry the import that they did back then, especially in Philadelphia. Like those were our celebrities, but what happened between those two was such gossip, and it was cover of the Daily News all the time. Like it was insane how much coverage that got.
Nick, it's crazy because I was watching the two of them hosted the Mother's Day parade
this year.
Oh yeah, so they're married, they are together,
right?
And I'm watching it, and I'm just like jaw dropped, and I'm just like thinking of all this stuff. And I turned to Matt, and he's like, "Oh, these casters are good." And I'm like, "Oh my God, you don't know?
He doesn't know.
You don't know
Yeah.
the history between these two people." As he said, like cover of the Daily News every single day.
Oh yeah, that story was wild, man.
God, there's Daily News headlines all the time,
It's
and like
crazy.
wonder if you're going to end up in a Dan Gross column.
Well, there's Dan Gross, and there was Stu Bajkowski, and there's the gossip, quote unquote gossip page. Those were things that were carried a lot of import.
Yeah,
and now I agree, Nick. It's been a bit diluted. You know.
Yeah, well, definitely. I mean, you have a lot of sources to go to now,
Right. Like us.
Oh, okay. Here's one I didn't know, but my youngest was telling me because I don't follow like regional social media groups. I don't do it because there's a lot of gossip and things that I don't like to get involved in. But there's one in our community on Facebook that my youngest was telling me that dishes the dirt. It's called Mommies of Harleysville.
Mommies of Harleysville.
They will probably be talking about this now that I have mentioned this.
Call it up.
No, it's on Facebook.
Okay.
It's
Call
on
it
Facebook.
up.
It's called Mommies of Harleysville.
Do you get reported on?
No, I don't know. I don't go on it. But my youngest is like, man, they get the dirt. Like they know immediately when something's going on.
Wow.
So like there was like this car accident or somebody was, there was a police hubbub over by the Walmart, and Caleb's like, go on Mommies of Harleysville. And sure enough, there's the details of what happened. So it's like our local sleuths.
We should start a local one called Poopers of Delco.
Poopers of Delco.
Okay. I know one person at least.
Well, we know who's going to be the administrator of
that site.
But yeah, there are neighborhood sites. I didn't know this. I don't do this.
I don't run
in that realm.
And then so Claire will talk about in a certain area. Oh yeah, I read about it on this. I'm like, how do you know? And there's sometimes I do want to know, like, who's moving into that house, or is that house vacant, or little stuff.
And you can find out.
You can find out.
We found out that my dog was in somebody else's house because of our neighborhood group.
Really?
Yeah. Because it popped up on Facebook, and then our neighbor across the street said, "Yo, is this Reggie?" And we're like, Reggie! Yes, that's Reggie.
Yeah, no, those Facebook groups are super, they're helpful. I've talked about Phila Queens a bunch, which is a, do you guys remember we lost a wallet, or we found a lost wallet at Camp Out for Hunger? We announced it on the radio a couple of times. It was during the Mariah Carey concert. Yeah. And we weren't getting any response announcing it. And then I went on Phila Queens, and within minutes, people are like, that's my hairdresser.
Wow.
And reached out to him. But it's just like a really broad, group, but I saw this Instagram recently, this reel, and it was like reenacting what Facebook groups are, and it was just a couple, and they would just like lean out the window and be like, loud noise, anyone know? I don't know, do you know? And it was just like, that's what these are. They are real-time sleuthers.
And now you actually have that for anybody who has a Ring camera. There's like a whole Ring camera community, like, hey, I just heard same thing as you, just heard shots. Hey, there's a dog over there.
Do you know what the funny thing is with all this glut of information coming in, how fast we process stuff and move on? I had to remind somebody that a jet crashed in the city, in the middle of the street.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. I forgot about that.
You forgot that.
Yeah. That was huge. That was national news.
Thanks to Phila Queens, I found out yesterday that there's this watch guy that's coming to Philadelphia. Do you guys know this guy? So he is international. I think he lives in Europe. And what he does is he sets up a camera somewhere in a restaurant or in a park, and he announces that he's there, and then people run up to him, and his watches are like worth thousands of dollars.
Oh, he's
They're
just
very
selling
expensive.
watches. Okay.
No. You win it if you can recognize where he is.
Oh,
I used to do that with CDs and DVDs.
Yeah,
I remember that.
Exactly what you did, Preston. You were doing the same thing years ago.
Yeah, me and Caleb would go around, and I'd take a picture of something in wherever I was, and I'd leave a bag of goods, and I'm like, if you know where this is, come and get this.
So his are so quick now, he'll run a timer, and sometimes it's like less than 30 seconds.
Yeah,
and you have to run up to him and say, like, I love your journey, and then you win the watch.
Okay.
We did that at MMRBQ, by the way, with Wolfgang tickets for Monday night.
That's right. How did that work out?
I think it worked out great.
Yeah, I think people got them immediately.
Okay.
Like very quickly.
All I got was a watch.
All I got was his $10,000 watch.
Yeah.
Oh, rats.
All right. Interesting. All right. Thank you, Marissa.
All right, so Maynard should be logging in now.
Okay, so you just told me to wrap up.
I did, and then I got that text message after I told you to wrap that up.
Okay, then we'll hang on.
Do you see anybody coming through? Because
we'll chat with him for a moment. Marissa, nothing. Oh yeah, he's logging in now. Oh, okay. Well, cool, good. I was getting ready to bail.
I would have felt sad if we didn't get a chance to talk to him.
How are we going to do on time, Case?
It sucks. This sucks because we're going to only have like 10 minutes with him.
Okay. Well, we'll do what we have to. We have to play the commercials before 10 a.m. or we lose money.
A lot of money.
We have to. So we got to do that. So it's going to be a quick conversation, unfortunately. But nonetheless, the show is coming up tomorrow, TD Pavilion at the Mann Center. And hopefully Wire's going to hold out for everything. But Marissa, I can see, is smiling. So she is chatting with Maynard as we speak. We're good to go? All right. Excellent. Well, then we are happy to welcome truly a Renaissance man.
Yes.
This show is pretty wild. 3 bands, Pussifer, Primus, A Perfect Circle, all on stage at the same time together. And it's really cool. It's called Sesenta. And we would like to welcome Mr. Maynard James Keenan to the show this morning. Maynard, good morning, sir.
Good morning. Sorry, I'm a Renaissance man who doesn't know how to use an alarm clock.
Hey, listen, man, one of the first questions I was going to ask you was the fact that you have so many irons in the fire, that you have so many different projects and things that you dive into. I was going to ask if you ever get overwhelmed with how much you're doing, and maybe you do. I don't know.
Yep. This morning, yes.
Well, that actually goes to a question. And so you are learning about, you do some research and everything. Obviously, we're big fans. But, you are a guy who on the outside appears to be very disciplined with all the things you're doing, the wine, the martial arts, the music, multiple bands, all of this stuff. And I was going to ask, with all the discipline and all the sort of meticulousness that you apply, at least apparently, to things in your life, is there one thing that's just out of control that you can't get a handle on? But I guess the answer is the alarm clock, correct?
Yeah, the alarm clock. Well, usually it ends up being, with winemaking, it's the weather. You have no control over that. So you just have to be ready to pivot, and you have to have enough experience under your belt to understand how to pivot.
Did you at some point, because it's something that when we first started the show and we were exerting a lot of control and trying to, you got your finger on everything and you're trying to make everything go. And I think we all have, if you care, if you're passionate about what you're doing, you really want to make sure that you're, sampling and making sure everything is the way you want it. Did it take a while for you to learn to confidently delegate to other people? Because you talk about other members, other musicians you play with, and you savor when they can take something contorted and make it something different and surprise you with it.
Yeah, absolutely. The delegation and trust is absolutely the foundation of getting anything done, really. Listening is a skill that is very difficult to master when you're younger and cocky and stupid.
Yeah.
Learning to listen is invaluable.
Absolutely. And then, being able to, learning to listen, to sit back and will help you, I think, react better in certain ways once you've had a chance to take stuff in,
Absolutely. Absolutely.
I wanted to ask about this setup with all 3 bands being on stage at the same time. I was watching some YouTube clips last night of that. It's got a really cool look with 3 drum kits and everybody being out there.
Wow.
Does that? How difficult is that to kind of organize and keep everybody on the same page? I mean, I know you're talking about musicians that are the best in their field, but is there ever any confusion? Or I'm sure at this point you guys have it down pat. Or has there been in the tour?
Yeah, every now and then you go, where's Billy? Where's Billy? Yeah, it's fine because you just once you get the groove, it's pretty awesome. But it does take, again, like group of people that are into the chaos of it.
Yeah.
But it's organized chaos, so it's fun. I'm not sure if you're familiar with the format, but one band starts and does 3 songs, and then they exit, and the next band comes on and does 3 songs, and eventually we're kind of playing with each other on some songs. But it takes good open-minded musicians to be able to make those transitions and to make that adjustment to their sets,
right?
And literally making sure everybody gets their time by not going over and not jamming and not all of a sudden coming up with a song that's way long and we're going to go over on time. So it's definitely a fun challenge.
It appears to be a Herculean chore, because we talk about this often in the days of the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame and the induction ceremonies and so on and so forth. They would have this super jam, and they continue to have it. And I think for some years Paul Schaefer was coordinating everything or whatever. Long story short, you have, again, the top of the tops in musicians on stage, but coordinating everything is a delicate balance. Is that something that, because your music tends to be complex to begin with, is that something that you took to naturally, or is it still a work in progress?
Well, the music director basically is my partner, Matt Mitchell. He is the driving force behind Pussifer and the entire say Santa production. He's the one who's here's how it's going to look. Here's how we're going to do it. Here's where where the video bits go, and so we rely on him heavily to make sure there's not too many lights and not too many things on stage, and where are the amps going to go. He is the absolute mad scientist behind all of it.
So I wanted to ask, because there's a number of different things, and I'm going to ask this because this popped up, and I heard this rumor, and I don't even know if it's not even germane to the conversation right now, but I have to ask, do you have a really profound issue with your wrist? I hear there's no cartilage in one of your wrists, and you're going through, you know how rumors start online. Believe it or not, there's a lot of misinformation online. What is the condition of your wrist, and as far as playing and everything, what's going on with that?
Luckily, I don't. I don't do any kind of trapeze work at all, and I don't play guitar or drums, so I'm fine. Yeah, it's just missing. It's bad, bad cartilage. So
okay.
I won't be doing any juggling anytime.
No juggling at the show.
Hey, Maynard, no. I wanted to ask you about.
I'm a little upset because I was kind of next in line for the NBA draft.
I don't doubt it.
Thanks a lot for that, buddy.
Hey, I wanted to ask about your wigs, Maynard, that you use for the various bands, and the quality that you get, because wigs can be a very specific. A craft, and they can be very expensive. Do you go for quality when you're choosing your wigs?
What wigs?
Oh, shut up.
Yeah, they're all hand sewn. Every single hair has been knotted on the lace base. It's pretty complicated.
Do you design them, or do you?
No, well, I'll scan the internet, look for photos, and hand them off to Brooke. She's the wig master.
Okay.
And yeah, it takes her months to do them.
I would love to see what your wardrobe travel case looks like. Has it been with you for a long time?
No, I had to swap it out because the one that I used to have didn't accommodate the actual wig cases. So because you want to make sure they're kept safe.
Yeah.
So it's mainly about the coffee machine and the wigs.
Okay.
That's it. Well, you talk about traveling obviously with what you have to bring to each show and so on and so forth. And what I love is I've seen you interviewed and read a number of interviews with you many times, and you have just wonderful things and supportive things to say about the road crew, because a lot of people don't realize that the setup that it takes to mount shows like you're doing. Did you at any point in your life encounter someone, and you don't have to name names, but artists who were dismissive or brusque or bad towards their road crews, and that because it sort of seems like something that you will bring up a lot because it's important to you. Was there something that you saw by example that made you say, I'm not going to be that guy?
Yeah, I mean, I didn't, there's some things that I've just heard about, and there's other things that I literally witnessed, and you just don't work with those people anymore.
Yeah, it's a massive undertaking. With your level of perfectionism, do you and obviously you're going to walk and check out the acoustics of a room. You trust people, obviously you delegate, but before a show, will you still kind of go and listen around the room or wherever you're playing and just do you have a little litmus test prior to performing, or are you so confident that everything's set to go, you just go up on stage?
Well, when it comes to the room, Matt Mitchell will come in and you'll just make sure everything's going like it should. So Matt's that guy. He'll go in early with the crew. They're always like, why is the band guy here so early? Because he's just checking out the layout, making sure it is what it is. I used to do the same thing with running cross country. We would always walk the course twice before we actually ran it, so you knew where the choke points were, what to expect. And I think it's the same thing. I go out early on the stage as well, and just, is it wood? Is it concrete? Is it epoxy?
Right.
I'm going to run around on this thing. What's the room going to sound like? What am I going to expect in terms of, the acoustics of this room? What are going to be the challenges? So, being prepared you can only prepare so much, because once the show starts, you have no idea.
Right. No, but you seem like a thorough guy, so that makes total sense. I wanted to ask about Primus and the fact that they have a new drummer. And I haven't done enough research. I don't know much about the guy. But is he? Does it seem like he's adapting well to being the force behind that band?
Yeah, he really is. I think he was a little nervous to start, and we made sure we flipped him shit right away to make him even more nervous. You gotta haze him a little bit. You gotta haze him a little bit.
Yeah.
But he's doing really well. He's fitting in really well. And and then this is, you gotta, careful what you wish for. Yeah, I'll do Primus now. Oh shit, I'm doing this Space Santa. Like, what the hell's going on right now?
Right.
Yeah, he's full on in the circus now. I mean, Primus itself is enough of a circus, but all three bands, that's got to be a whole other experience for him.
Deep end, because he's playing on some of our songs too.
Oh, wow.
So it's like, oh, by the way, you're learning this song. Come again?
Yeah.
Well, you seem in interviews and reading about you, and obviously just in your own music, you have at least a special fondness for drummers who can compose. And because rhythm is obviously, I don't know if this is the case or not, but everything seems to come from a place of rhythm. So is that why the drums are so important to you?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, it starts with the rhythm.
Yeah, and I remember reading an article that quoted you as, the odd time signatures that Tool uses, and I'm a drummer, and I can't follow that stuff that you guys are coming up with. But for some reason, a lot of it just makes sense to you, correct?
Yeah, I mean, the new Pussifer record that's coming this fall, I don't know if you knew that. There's a new Pussifer record coming this fall.
Yes.
Easily 60, 70% of those are either in 5 or in 7, 11. There's quite a few not,
Yeah.
It just sounds, it's just what naturally occurs in my head.
Sure.
So,
yeah. I mean, that's like the guys in Rush. I mean, they don't necessarily sit down and go, hey, we're going to write something in 15/8 now. It's just whatever makes sense to them,
It's just a conversation you're having with, with the rhythm section. And then all of a sudden somebody goes, hey, I'm having a hard time. And you go to draw the map and you go, oh, wow, that's in 11.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Yeah. Sorry about that.
I wanted to ask you, because with Tool, A Perfect Circle and Pussifer, is obviously, they have their sounds. Have you ever done a song for one of the bands and said, you know what, that might have made a better song for Pussifer, or it might have been
Perfect Circle,
or Perfect Circle, or in retrospect, as you hear it, does that ever occur?
Well, we have this. There's an EP that we're selling on this tour. It's a song from each band. It's a little Say Santa EP. No Angel, Kindred, and Pablo's Hippos, and those are all songs that I was messing around with in Logic, and Kindred and specifically, I was going to use that for Pussifer, and it just sounded. I could just hear Billy playing on it, so there's a good example on the EP. The song Kindred was meant for Pussifer, but Billy ran with it. And it sounds great.
Nice.
And to that, let me add this on as an additional question in that vein. I mean, not that this could occur, but does there ever occur the point where you feel, oh, maybe I'm plagiarizing from myself for a sound or for me, it would seem to be hard to keep that delineation between these projects, because you're a creative guy and you seem to be, putting out a lot. Do you ever have that point where you have to, correct and say, oh,
yeah. I don't know, not at all, because when the music's handed over to the guys who actually play the instruments, it takes on their personality. So, and then my reaction to that vocally is going to be different.
Okay.
Than it would be with the other guys. So once the music's in their hands, it becomes theirs.
So that's the fail-safe.
Yep.
I was watching you and Rick Beto, who's wonderful at his job in interviewing musicians, and you were talking about coming up with vocal lines, and you kind of use the, I guess, and maybe it depends on what band, Maynard, I'm not sure, but you kind of use like a scat type of approach to melodically finding out where you're going to go before you have words?
Yep, always.
And that's always been the method that you've used?
Yeah. Yeah, you find the whatever my throat can do in reaction to what I'm hearing, and then you just kind of go from there. The hard part's then you have this impossible scat. Like, what the fuck am I supposed to say?
Right. And also, you're probably taking a risk on throwing some things out there that just are not going to work at all.
Oh, believe me, there's a garbage can.
We had Kate Pearson of the B-52s on not that long ago, and she was talking about their songwriting method was always just a jam session. Like they would literally just throw on, tape, whatever, record, and they would go for hours and then eventually roll back and go, well, this part worked and that part worked, and then slotted that stuff together. And everybody's got their own method of writing songs. Do you do the jam method, or is it completely different when it comes to composing?
Yeah, it all depends on the day and, the band. So different bands approach things a little differently. But yeah. I have used that, and I have used like somebody has a riff, and then you just have to, in a way, Logic can be jamming too, because you're just like there's a core riff you're working around, and eventually sometimes you adjust core riff.
Yeah. You know what? Speaking of riffs, I just got to say that Prison Sex, the riff in the beginning of that song, is one of the best riffs I've ever heard in rock music ever. I just absolutely love that riff. I hope you agree with me.
Sure, we're not going to be playing that
tomorrow. I know. We're talking about Perfect Circle and Pussifer, but I'm just saying, when you said riff, that was the first thing that popped into my mind.
Yeah. Well, we had talked about a while ago about putting on music while you're working, while at work, whether you got earbuds in and you're listening to stuff. I wonder if you, as a composer, is it possible to put on music while you're composing? Is that something that can exist?
No, it ends up confusing the issue, especially if I have an idea, like maybe there's a song that I've heard that inspires me and I kind of literally want to rob it. I can't play it. Otherwise, the song will sound like the thing I was inspired by.
I thought as much, yeah. But
you can't do that. You'll never get out of whatever it was you liked about the thing. First of all, you didn't do, so you're not going to sound like that thing.
Yeah.
But you can have it. You can drive around for a little couple days on some of the songs you really are inspired by, but then you got to turn them off, because then they just get in the way.
We talked to Sting about, and he was mentioning that composing in the car was something he loved to do. How important? And I asked him what car he drives for up and coming music composers. Do you like to compose in the car? A, and if so, B, what's the best car to purchase if you're an up and coming songwriter?
Well, I'm selling a 1964 Ford Falcon, so if you want to buy that one to compose in it, you feel free.
A Ford Falcon.
I'm kidding. No, it's always ends up being just whatever space is convenient.
Right.
Like it's because driving around in the car, I think that's just distracting. I'll literally park in the car, and it has to be someplace, that's my driveway or something, because it's weird sitting in a grocery store parking lot. You're just sitting in your car and people would just look at you like, what the fuck is that guy doing?
Well, everybody's got their own way. All right, well, listen.
It's more about where the car is.
Right. All right.
Yes.
Space. I can't drive and do that. That's insane. Unless you're just listening for hours and driving.
Right. All right. Well, Maynard, I know that everybody's very fired up about this show. It's tomorrow night, TD Pavilion at the Mann Center. 3 bands, really unique performance setup.
Be there on time. Be
there on time.
You guys are prompt?
Yeah. Well, because people are going to go, wait a minute, I missed the Perfect Circle song.
Right.
Because they started. Yeah.
Right.
Told you to be on.
Yeah.
Told you to be on time.
You heard it. Maynard made the warning. Okay. So mancenter.com to get the tickets. And we'll look for a new record in the fall as well from Pussifer, as you said, which is really cool to hear. So we hope you guys have a great show tomorrow night. Thanks for checking in. We appreciate it.
Thank you.
All right. Take care. Maynard James Keenan, guys.
Who are you to wave
I know
your
this is Tool, but
finger? You must have been out your head.
he is a busy man. He's a very busy
you
man.
forget, though, he's funny.
I know.
He's a funny dude.
He's got this cool, dry, sarcastic sense of humor.
Yeah.
And he may have broken the record for dropping the F-bomb. I had to hit the dumb button several times. I didn't want to tell him don't do it because he probably would have done it more.
He has a potty mouth. He said the S word a couple times too, and it was a little rich for somebody to say be on time tomorrow night when he was 15 minutes late.
Good point. Good point.
His alarm clock, Nick. So those things are hard to operate.
Always an excuse.
I watched Are we okay on time?
No.
Speaking of
time. The interview with him and Bert Kreischer was great. It's on YouTube, and Bert is a massive Tool fan, which I never knew. Like deeply into it. So it's pretty cool, but it was really great to talk to him. All right, we're going to take a quick break. We should have done it a few minutes ago, but we did hang on for that. We'll come back in just a second. Stay with us.
Preston and Steve. I'm going to say 55 miles an hour, like on a turnpike, for example, where there's hardly any vehicles.
Right.
Half a football field.
Wow. Some people don't realize that.
Yeah. Also, like I feel like I get nervous with truck drivers. I'm like, I'm so sorry. Can I get over? Like,
so we all know trucks don't have that acceleration that cars do. But what you might not be thinking about is the stopping ability.
Right.
So that's what Jesus wants people to know.
Exactly.
They can't.
And that's one more thing. The right side of the cab, there's a huge blind spot.
Yep.
And cars tend to ride on that side, and sometimes I cannot see vehicles on that side in my mirrors, and I have so many mirrors.
Right, and I've read signs on trucks that say if you can't see my mirrors, I can't see you.
Can't see you.
Absolutely,
So
exactly.
That's what I always try to keep in mind. If I'm near a truck and I can't see the mirror, I try to get in a position where if I'm going to stay in that zone, that they can at least I can see a mirror so they can see me.
Jesus, have you ever provided cover for someone trying to elude Smokey, and they will drive under the truck and just hide out there, like in Smokey and the Bandit? You ever do that?
He's like,
I guess not.
No.
So that the movies must have lied to us.
Wait, and Jesus, last question. A truck driver once told me, like, if we're going to pass the truck, like, do it. Just go past.
Yeah.
Don't linger anywhere there.
Yeah.
Just pass them.
Just pass.
Yeah.
I even have cars like they linger right on my trailer. Don't do that. Like I be having my signal on. I be wanting to switch lanes.
Yeah.
And all of a sudden they want to speed up and stay in the middle of my trailer.
Yeah.
I don't know. Yeah, just clear. Get out of the way.
Yeah.
Move.
Thanks, Jesus.
Yeah.
Agreed. So let's say the truck is doing 60 miles an hour. You don't want to go any faster than 60 miles an hour. You're with that truck right next to it. Live a little. Go crazy. Bump it up to 65 for about 30 seconds. Pull over into their lane and then temper back to 60, and you guys will be going the same speed, and that left lane is now clear.
Yeah.
Go crazy.
By the way, that's the law in Jersey. You're only supposed to use that left lane for passing, correct?
Yes.
Yeah.
That's most places are that way for sure. All right, let me read a couple of others. I know we have a ton of calls on the line. Here's one that says, lifeguard, I am not a babysitter. It is your job as a parent to watch your kid when swimming, and if they can't swim, you have to be in the water within 5 feet of them at all times.
If there's an emergency, the lifeguards will help.
Another one, librarian. Public libraries are not safe places to drop off your kids. It's not the books that are unsafe. It's the other patrons and the fact that librarians are not babysitters. Here you go. Here's another thing that people in their industry understand, but the general public doesn't grasp. A zoo worker says, yes, the animal is in the exhibit. Sometimes you have to look a little bit longer than 8 seconds in order to see it.
Well, a lot of them also have.
I've stood there going, where is it?
There's nothing in there.
And then you'll see like the cheetah behind a tree. You'll see a tail popping out. It's like, oh no, I came on the wrong day.
Here's from a designer. It says, if you want to fit a portrait image into a landscape canvas, you either have to crop it, leave a black or white border, or empty space left or right, or distort it, which is almost always a bad idea. On a regular occurrence, clients are unhappy with either of these options, and they just want me to somehow make it fit. I don't know about all that.
What would you say is the biggest misconception about, say, during the day on radio that people listening think that
here's
happens?
the deal. There's no secret way to win a contest, okay? Like, it's at the discretion of whoever is on the air, of what number caller they take, when they ask for you to call in, when they even start answering the calls after they tell you to call in. There's no special line that gets you here quicker. You don't need to wait 10 seconds before you start dialing. You don't need to dial right a little bit beforehand. It is completely arbitrary. There is no way.
No,
so
and
I've had people throughout my career ask me, how do I win a contest? It's like, dude, it is luck of the draw. That's all there is to it.
That's exactly true. And yet, bizarrely, there are certain areas that will get in easier, when we have a contest. It's just the luck of the draw.
Here's one from a dentist, and they simply say, flossing actually helps.
Yeah, it does.
You should know.
I've been flossing for a few years now, and ever since I started flossing, I've had. Well, I don't want to say, I don't want to jinx anything, but
yeah, no, dude. I used to. I would have be brushing my teeth and spit it out, and blood would be in there, and I'm like, I talked. This is years and years and years ago. I asked my dentist. They're like, "Are you flossing?" No.
Oh.
Well, there you go.
Yeah.
Gingivitis. Floss, and that will stop happening, and it sure enough did.
And dentists and dental hygienists can tell when you don't. So
because there's plaque buildup
right?
in there.
But if you're trying to hide it, and there's just no point in lying to them, saying, "Yeah, I floss every day," and if you don't, they'll know.
I've been flossing, I think, since I had teeth.
Yeah, well, my toothbrush is also a water pick simultaneously. So as I'm brushing my teeth, it's a water pick.
Steve, I got that one for Jace. Awesome.
All right, let me go.
It's loud as hell, though.
I'm going to go to Alex.
It is
Hey,
loud.
Alex. Good morning.
Good morning. Sorry for bothering you at work.
Nah, we're happy. What's your line of work?
So I am a vet technician, and one thing that I really wish people would understand is that vet med is at an all-time low with staffing shortages. Since the pandemic started and we went curbside, everyone wants to get their pets in. Everyone adopted a lot of animals. We are trying to see them, but if Fluffy has a minor ear infection, if it takes 3 weeks for an appointment, that's the best we can do for you.
Okay.
So you guys are just overloaded and overworked.
Overloaded and overworked.
All right. What about when you're not overloaded and overworked? What is something that people need to know about your industry?
An ear infection is not an emergency.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Appreciate it. Yeah.
I have one. So I have a friend who worked for the Sixers and worked in the sports industry her whole life. And she said, no, I don't just work the games. I work all day, and then I work at night during the games as well.
Right. There you go. I like this one. It says, this is from an audio engineer. It says, not every problem with audio is feedback. Feedback is when the sound goes out of the speakers and back through the microphone and loops around and around. Ground hum is not feedback. Noise is not feedback. Echo off the wall is not feedback. And then this one I love. They said, and speak up, people. The microphone isn't magic. You need to be heard, which is true. You guys all know. If you're at an event and somebody's holding the microphone down at their waist,
bring it up,
or barely speaking into the mic, you still need to project on a microphone.
Why do people do that?
I don't know.
Well,
I think they're not used to hearing their own voice.
And also, people who haven't spoken on microphones a lot don't know the technique. That's understandable. Not everyone is hooked up to a PA all day.
Let me go to Tracy. Hi, Tracy.
Hi, guys. How are you this morning?
We're awesome. What do you do, Tracy?
I work for unemployment.
Unemployment.
Okay.
So a lot of people think that unemployment is like a fun net. Oh, if I work 2-3 years and I don't like my job, I can quit and get paid. And unfortunately, unemployment is legit an insurance like your car insurance.
Okay.
So if you quit your job because you say, oh, I just didn't like my boss, I can pretty much tell you you're going to be denied.
You're not. You have to be fired, or there has to be something like that. You just simply can't say, I'm going to take some time off.
And then I'll get the ones who have entered the workforce like 2 years ago, and they're like, but I paid all that money into unemployment. You paid $260 into unemployment in 2 years. If you want your $260, we'll give it to you. But, well, we weren't really, but that $10,000 you see that your claim may be, that's because we're charging your employer. So you have to have a actual reason that is under the law that states, okay, we can pay you out of this fund because you deserve it.
And that is usually, most often, termination, right?
Yes.
Yeah, okay.
Yes.
All right. Thank you for the heads up, Tracy. Appreciate it. All right. Well, it's really interesting. We have a load of great calls, and we don't have time to go to them because we have to go. We got to go on Fox Good Day this morning, so we got to do that. But it's interesting that we all have these things that we do for a living, and especially if you're in a job where you have regular customers and so on, that maybe they don't quite get exactly that little thing that everybody should know but don't understand. But thanks for sharing. We appreciate it. We should create a place where people can
to at least post,
mention these things because there's a lot out there. So, but anyhow, thank you for your calls. We appreciate it. We got to take a break. We're going to come back in a moment. We are going to go live on Fox Good Day, and we are going to get to the bizarre file when we return. So stay with us. We won't be gone long. What clip is this? What clam chowder clip is this movie from?
Of all the many.
What clam chowder? What movie is this clam chowder clip? Dude, I had the toughest night sleeping last night.
Why?
Didn't drink, hadn't been drinking or nothing, man. I just feel like that's a Gary Lauer impression. But anyhow.
Maybe you should have drank.
Did you have some bad clam chowder last night?
I may have. Here's the clip for you.
I'll have the clam chowder, the fried chicken with the baked potato with everything, and a chocolate chiffon pie.
93.3 WMMR.
All right, let's do a run at the B5.
WMMR presents Preston and Steve's Bizarre File.
All right, this morning it is brought to you by the Dermatology Associates of Plymouth Meeting Research Department, seeking volunteers for an alopecia areata clinical trial. Adults and kids 12 and older with 50% or more scalp hair loss are eligible. You can learn more at PlymouthMeetingDermatology.com. All right, there's a story out of Kentucky. A Louisville Metro police officer was fired for sending a picture of his penis to a female officer that he was training and having inappropriate sexual conversations with her. Officer Justin Lamont was terminated for multiple conduct unbecoming violations, according to a memo from Chief Paul Humphrey.
It was part of my lesson.
Humphrey reviewed an investigative file that included, among other evidence, body camera video, Lamont's statement, and an interview with the victim, Officer Christine Silk. Let's see who made this statement here. While you admitted to engaging in these conversations and sending her the picture while he was on duty and in uniform, the chief wrote, your conduct has brought discredit upon the department. I will not tolerate this type of conduct, is what he had to say. So Lamont was also accused of inappropriate conduct with a female confidential informant and another female citizen. So Silk had filed a lawsuit against the department last year, claiming that she was harassed by two male supervisors during her first year on the job. The other officer, named Officer Dale Cottingham, who previously received a reprimand and was transferred out of the training unit. Silk was a recruit in her first week last year when one of her instructors, Cottingham, began asking inappropriate questions about her being a single mother. And in front of her classmates, Cottingham suggested that Silk, quote, whore herself out of childcare and, quote, go on a date, take a guy home, sleep with him, and then she would have childcare.
Aha.
Upon graduating from the academy, Silk began training with Lamont, who made inappropriate comments and advances toward her. Lamont brushed against Silk's breast in an attempt to raise her shirt. And another time, when Silk was driving, he allegedly forced her to read a sexual fantasy he had written about her in the notes section of his phone.
That's just loathsome.
I know. And then he ended up sending her a D-pic.
Oh, my God.
And doing all this other stuff. So they obviously they are facing charges against that. Sometimes you apparently have to do what you have to do. And for example, Gordon Pierce III stole an 800-pound cannon from a park in Wichita, Kansas, to pay off a $20,000 drug debt that he had.
How? What if I get you a cannon?
Pierce, who has used meth for 20 years, told police that his dealer gave him a pound of meth to sell, but it was stolen.
I don't have any money, but I can get a cannon.
And the dealer...
Come again? All right. I just want to see if he can do it.
The dealer...
Look, I got a cannon!
Well, all right, he could do it.
You can use it whenever you want.
The dealer...
It goes boo!
The dealer didn't believe him and threatened to shoot Pierce and his family if he didn't pay.
With a cannon!
Feeling scared, Pierce dragged the historic Spanish-American War cannon over a mile to a friend's house.
How much does that friggin' thing weigh?
800 pounds.
Yeah.
Cut it into pieces with power tools and showed the chunks to his dealer to prove that he was trying to pay. To be fair, even the dealer thought this was a bad idea and told him to get out before he could, quote, bring heat on this house.
I'll put it back together.
Police...
You got any flex fuel?
Woo, doggy. Police found him after following tracks from the cannon. That's how they found him.
Damn. I forgot about the cannon tracks.
Unsurprisingly, they also found meth on him. Pierce is now in jail charged with theft of property damage and drug possession. The cannon was gifted to the city in 1900 and is said to be irreplaceable. And he cut it up.
Cut it up.
Yeah, which I guess he used like an acetylene torch or
Reminds me of,
something.
like the brass railings out in front of the
Union League.
Union League.
Yep.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Some couples like to keep things small and intimate for their wedding, while others go all out and include as many loved ones as possible on the big day. And one bride in Northern Ireland started off with an idea to have a handful of people in her bridal party, but in the end, there were a lot more. When Catherine and Jack McGowan recently tied the knot, she had 38% of their 250 guests as the bridesmaids.
Jeez.
The couple initially thought they'd each have between 7 and 10 friends stand beside them at the wedding, but that number grew a lot for the bride. She ended up asking 95 people to be her bridesmaid.
How do you even pull that off?
Many of them were students at her dance school, some as young as age 6. Catherine said, all my dancers and my friends that have been in my life for a long time, they're still very much a massive part of my life.
And I want them all to buy horrible dresses.
Jack didn't try to match that number, asking just 8 friends to be his groomsmen for their big date, and he wasn't shocked by the huge bridal party. He said, I'm used to these big events and lots of our dancers, so I strangely expected nothing less. The bridesmaids weren't all in matching dresses, though, Steve.
All right.
But they did coordinate with a color scheme. And while it might seem like organizing that many girls for the ceremony would be chaos, Catherine said that it went smoothly, thanks in part to all the dancers knowing exactly how to get information for it. Not information, but information. And she wouldn't change a thing, saying, I definitely made the right decision. So
I'm sure hubby agrees.
That's a tad bit much. All right, and we got really late with that B-file, so we're going to wrap it up right there, Frem. We're going to take a quick break. We'll come back in a moment. We'll pose a question from today's program, the lesson question. See if you know what that is. And we'll also get trash and music news. So stay put. We'll be back in just a moment.
Please. In that case, sir, may I advise against the lady eating the clam chowder? No clam chowder, thank you.
All right, let's go to Derek and see if he knows. Derek, do you know what movie that's from?
Great. The morning is Fight Club.
Fight Club is correct. Nice job, Derek. I want you to hang on the line. You are going to go to the Greater Philadelphia Expo Center in Oaks for the Philly Home and Garden Show, which is this weekend. And hang on the line. By the way, you can save on tickets at phillyhomeandgarden.com. Discount courtesy of Xfinity. Little known, or maybe it's known to everybody but me, but the waiter in that scene, that's Ed Kowalczyk of the band Live.
Hey. You can see with this is still,
Yeah, that's very cool.
How cool is Helena Bonham Carter, man?
Oh, she's
so good. And then we were talking about the Harry Potter reunion. She was phenomenal and funny and great.
She kept her teeth.
Yeah, she did. She kept her teeth in the roll, yeah.
By the way, speaking of clam chowder, I had some exceptional clam chowder this past weekend. I went to Florida to visit my mom and sister, and there's this restaurant called Leverox there. And I get clam chowder only when I know it's going to be good clam chowder. It's fantastic.
Do I need to revisit clam chowder?
Oh,
I
yeah.
have not been a fan for years.
I don't know if you like the texture. Because you're not like.
Are there real chunks of clam?
There's clam. I mean, in
Not
good,
huge chunks.
Which to me
really
is
little bit.
sea
Yeah,
It's
but-
like chicken noodle soup. You know, there's just a little bit of chicken in it.
Yes.
If
You
it's
know?
done right.
Chicken
The
noodle
place-
soup with snot.
The place that we went to in
Snot soup, please?
Chicago. What was the name of that place?
The fancy beef place?
Yeah.
Gibson's.
Welcome to the fancy beef place.
Yeah.
Steak was
Hey,
the word I was looking
guess
for.
what? We clean the silverware.
What was the name?
It was Gibson's.
Gibson's.
That was the second blessed?
Yeah.
Have a blessed meal.
Have a blessed New England clam chowder. Second best New England clam chowder I ever had. Best was ever at Abe and Louie's in Boston.
In Boston, yeah. And Kathy, clams aren't snot. That's
Steve said it. That's why I was saying it's
that's
like chicken
oysters.
Noodle, chicken
Oysters
noodle
are
soup
snot.
with
Yeah.
snot.
Clams are a little bit
More
better.
like a full blown loogie.
But clams are kind of snotty as well.
When they're cooked in clam chowder, they're a little more firm.
Yeah, the
I'll tell you
rubbery.
what, Dr. Mike has started to try to get me into the like oysters and stuff like that, and that the bottoms up event, they had like top oyster places, and so I guess he recommended just kind of letting it slide down and not just letting it.
Yeah, you don't chew on it.
Right.
Yeah.
And it was okay.
I need to give you a little backing on why I hate these things. It's how disgusting my father eats. When we were kids, we would watch my dad dig his hand into the sand and pull out a clam, crack it open, and eat it while still standing in the
kidding?
ocean. One 1,000%. Oh, you ask anyone in my family
He
who
would
has
just
ever
eat
been
clams off the beach?
Oh my God, pull them up, crack it open. Like, I mean, we would be horrified. He'd do it with mussels too.
What do you do with seagulls?
Somebody who's doing that.
Hand me that seagull.
Somebody who's doing that is not really enjoying it. I think they're just doing it for the shock value. You know what I mean?
Yeah, but it wasn't like it was a big crowd. It was us. It was
We
the
wouldn't sit there and go,
family.
oh my God, I could sit here and all day and eat these.
Is there a
he-
risk to doing? I mean, obviously, that's where they're coming. That's where they're coming from anyway.
Yeah.
But is there any sort of right? I mean,
No,
is there a risk?
Preston, I think he enjoyed it.
Okay.
I mean, I would watch him. I remember. I
All
can
right.
like physically see it. He would take another shell. He would scrape it out, make sure he got what at the time for me looked like snot.
Yeah.
And he would scoop it into his mouth. And,
I could
and eat it.
I could see your dad doing that just like out of boredom. You know, like he's standing in the ocean. He's like, "Oh, here's a clam. I can eat this."
I think if people would fall asleep on the beach, he would eat them.
Hey, Preston, by the way, which type of clam chowder did you have this weekend?
New England.
Okay.
I'm a strictly New England guy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What are the variations? What are the others?
Manhattan clam chowder, which is
Oh,
more
yes.
of like a tomato soup.
I think that's
base.
what I had. Yeah.
I like the creamy clam chowder.
You know what's not
Marissa?
bad? I'm sorry. Is the Campbell's clam chowder?
Haven't had that.
It's pretty good.
Okay, Marissa.
I'm going to recommend to you guys the next time you're heading to the shore, go the back roads and shoot. I forget if it's on 55 maybe, but there's a place called Sweet Amalia's, and they actually have an oyster farm somewhere in like the Cape May area. It's the best Manhattan clam chowder I've ever had.
Okay.
Are they free? Are they free range oysters?
They are right off the coast of Cape May.
Okay.
All right, we'll have to try that. So anyhow, I'm going to double back a second here, and Kathy's dad reaching into the ocean and pulling out a clam and breaking it out and eating it in front of people might be mildly embarrassing if you're a kid, and it's kind of what I wanted to focus on in this particular conversation. There is a news reporter, and he was on location, about ready to do a shoot, and I guess I don't know if he's fairly new or whatever, but he and the camera person are setting up. And this was in Ohio. His name is Miles Harris, and he was prepping for a live segment, and all of a sudden he's chatting with his cameraman, and they're rolling. They're not live, but they are rolling.
Right.
And his mom drives up.
Oh, my God.
And I have a clip to play of this as his mom rolls up. Here we go.
Is it cousin? This is my mom. Hold on. I'm trying to work right now. You over there calling my phone. This is D'Angelo. You can say hi. And don't be holding up traffic because you got cars behind you.
All right.
Did you record that?
I love it. I love it.
That's very cute.
It's so cute.
Proud, though.
And so I thought maybe some conversation about when your parents would embarrass you, your mom or your dad. And God, there's the world is rife with stories like this. So not exactly like this, but my mom does this thing. I finally had to tell her, please stop.
What?
Yeah. So
As an adult?
I've told you guys about this before, but it's and especially when she would visit here, come here to visit me, and say we go out to a restaurant. And the server comes over to the table and is just doing their job and taking our order. And my mom will go,
"Oh,
do you listen to the radio?"
Oh, right.
Oh, my God.
My son is on the radio. And I'm like, "Oh, no, please, Mom, don't." You know, and I wouldn't say it
I'm
then
not
and
her
there.
son.
Yeah, I wouldn't say it then and there, but I'm just like, "Oh, no.
Yeah.
don't
But it's
do this,
because
don't
she's
do
so
this."
proud.
Yes, it's because she's so proud. Like this mom stopping
Yes,
by.
totally.
My son is on the radio. Could we have a price consideration because of that?
It's just she wants to hear
Free clams?
that other people,
Yeah,
listen to her son or whatever.
Except
It's
for
adorable.
the server.
The hard time, the thing that I can't quite get to them to understand, because my sister would do it too, but my mom specifically, is that, listen, yes, we have a very popular radio show. Not everyone listens to the show, Mom. And if this person has never heard of me, you have officially made it very awkward in this
So
moment
awkward.
for me to go, I do a radio show. Yes, we're on it. Oh, I've never heard of you guys before. Okay, that's great.
cool.
I used to listen sometimes.
Sorry, I don't listen.
Yeah.
Or like when they have to pretend like they do listen.
Yeah.
You're like, oh yeah, no, I've heard of you.
And I always say,
those guys.
and then you end up, it's okay. It's absolutely fine. I know but the damage has been done at that point.
Yes. And it happened over and over and over and over again.
And you finally said something.
I did. I'm like, you guys, you can't do this to me. You can't do this to me because it can be very embarrassing.
A good way to nip it in the bud is when the waiter comes over, you jump out first and say, I'm going to put my mother in a very bad retirement home.
There's a TikTok mom who drops her son off to school every day. He's a teenager. He is in high school, and she brings a megaphone. And every time he gets out of the car, she yells, "I love you."
Why would she do that?
Because she's a TikTok mom. She wants to put it on TikTok. But like now, it's become this thing. So and the kid just looks at her. He's like, "Mom, not today, Mom." And then you see him. He like gets out of the car and runs. But like you can see the other kids at the school. They know that like Mom's going to do this. But just a simple like I love you or a hug and a kiss at a certain age can be embarrassing.
It's like into the Spider-Verse.
Yeah.
It's a great scene.
And he's in the squad car and on the intercom going, "I love you. Say it back to me now. Say I love you."
And you know what? He wouldn't have done that if his son just would have shown him a little bit of affection in the car, in the privacy, just between those two. And so he had to teach him a lesson.
There's a great Modern Family segment where the mom is with the daughter, and she's breaking away to get with her friend. She just wants to dump the mother as quickly as she can. And so the mother's like, I don't believe this. And she goes, "Don't forget we're getting a training bra for you later."
Here's a text that says, "I used to practice law in Bucks County, and a DA's mom would come to watch his criminal trials." We're talking about a man in his 40s here.
Oh, that's great.
And mom would show up. Marissa?
Preston, I just want you to tell Gloria that my mom has picked up for where your mom is.
No kidding.
Man.
She will do that?
And I'm not even on the radio. I'm behind the scenes of your show.
Well, Marissa, we got a text. It says Marissa's mom did that to me at the thrift shop she volunteered at. It was sweet.
That's great.
She just has that look and she goes, do you listen to the radio?
Oh,
yeah.
My daughter works with Preston Elliott.
But I will let you know that every mailman, every barista, every person who shopped at the hamper shop, it's no longer open. They listen to this show. So thank you all.
Hey, I wouldn't mind as long as I'm not around. If they want to, if my mom wants to do that and set herself out there, that's fine. But when I'm sitting right next to her, it's just like,
I'm sorry.
Preston and Steve show. Yeah, we're running a bit behind today. But it's all good, Fran, because we still got some stuff coming up for you. Chance for you to win, actually, at this very moment, because we're going to ask today's lesson question. And glory be, Lord, it's a miracle. We have phones, and we can speak to you. And it's a beautiful thing. And they work, and the quality sounds excellent.
Yes. I
love it.
I'm loving all of it. The display, easy to read, different colors. Marissa and the whole gang here has been helping put it together. It's amazing.
Yeah, thanks to Rich and Dan and the people who've been coming in here and showing us how to use things. And it's working. So, if you know the answer to the lesson question today, all you have to do is call. What? It's a one-step procedure. 610-660-9333. Now, make sure you save that number. It is a new request line number, okay? It's the one we've been using. It's our text number as well, so both things are combined. Maybe that's part of why it was complex in getting this set up. I don't know. But here's what you got to do. You got to answer this question when you call in. Which of Rosie O'Donnell's sons has a local connection? Not really. To somebody in the news. Let's see if you know. All right, so 610-660-9333. Call that if you know the answer. Which of Rosie O'Donnell's sons has a local connection? Not really. And we'll do the trash while you're calling.
The trash business is a gold mine. 93.3 WMMR with Preston and Steve's Hollywood Trash.
It is brought to you by the Leukemia and Lymphoma Society. And you can join Nick McElwain and Team Luke in the LLS Big Climb Philly on Saturday, May 31st at Subaru Park. To register or donate, go to PrestonandSteve.com. Steve, what's going on this morning?
Well, Miley Cyrus telling TMZ she's in a good place with her father, Billy Ray, noting that the two spend lots of time together. In fact, Miley has actually taken the extra step of calling Elizabeth Hurley mommy. Isn't that wonderful?
Oh, my God.
Sean Penn saying he's skeptical of Dylan Farrow's long-standing sexual assault allegations against Woody Allen. Penn says Allen is so old-fashioned that every time he takes nude pictures of a potential adopted daughter, he marries her.
Wow.
And finally, Janet Jackson will receive the Icon Award, the 2025 American Music Awards, to honor her brother Michael. Janet says she plans on walking the red carpet wearing his nose.
Okay. All right, it looks like we can do this. Looks like we got callers, gang. All right, so which Rosie O'Donnell's Sons has a local connection? Not really. We are going to try out our first caller in, and that is Brian. Hey, Brian, good morning, bud.
Good morning. Those tornadoes are real.
They're real. All right, Brian, which of Rosie O'Donnell's Sons has a local connection, please?
That would be Matt O'Donnell.
That is correct. You got it, bud. Hang on the line. See if I can put him on hold. I did. I successfully did that. And we are now going to set him up with a $50 Rita's gift card. New Cola Ice is now at Rita's. You can try the Twisted Cola Blender with Cocoa Lime Cream. And you can get to Rita's quick because Coca-Cola Lime... Let's try it again. Cola Treats are here for a limited time only. Cocoa Lime is tough for me to say. It's an odd-looking word. So there you go.
Con-con.
I should say con-con lime.
Con-con.
That bit lime.
Lime.
Let's try that again, Nell.
Con-con.
Lime. I can say that better. All right.
Now, Preston and Steve's Music News on 93.3 WMMR.
Brought to you by Delco Trim Light. Visit DelcoTrimLight.com to schedule an estimate on installation of the coolest permanent programmable holiday lighting system around. So we'll start with the fact that Pearl Jam has dropped a new 4-song EP called The Last of Us and is tied to the HBO show and video game.
Oh, wow.
It features Future Days, a song from their 2013 album Lightning Bolt, which Ellie sings a line from in the show's latest episode. The song is special because it's key to the game's story between Ellie and Joel. The EP also includes All or None from 2002, a live version of Future Days from 2024 Ohana Festival, and a new take on Present Tense from 1996.
All right. Oh, okay. Yeah, so that's a great song. I love it, and it's in the credits of the latest episode of Last of Us, and it sounds like Eddie, and it is, but I didn't know what the source of it was, and it's like an acoustic slowed down version of it, and I loved it. I just didn't know where it came from.
So it's a new. It's
reminds us to not be fungus heads.
Right. Yeah, that's right. Yes, no clickers allowed.
No clickers here.
Yeah. So, yeah, Nick, I guess they re-recorded it.
Okay.
Yeah.
There are so many Seattle ties to that show, and I mean, the last few episodes have taken place in Seattle.
Right.
But, there's a lot of Nirvana stuff and Pearl Jam stuff, and clearly the creators are huge Pearl Jam fans and fans of that era of music. It's really cool. I love it because I'm a big Pearl Jam fan, but it's really neat to see them get, just another avenue to get their music out there.
Yeah. Fans can stream it now, and a limited 12-inch vinyl was released for Pearl Jam's 10 Club members. But it sold out fast.
Hey, Preston, did you hear about the fungus people who had a rock band?
No.
They used a clicker track.
Hey, that's good, man.
I did, yeah.
No Portuguese.
Yeah, but you're trying. We appreciate it. The band's link to the series is extra cool since the story partly takes place, like Nick was saying, in their hometown of Seattle.
Last night, by the way, they covered James Taylor. I've never seen them do that. They did Caroline on My Mind.
Wow.
Which I know, Steve, is one of your absolute faves.
Absolutely.
And they did a show in Raleigh, North Carolina, and Eddie covered that. So I'm sure that'll be available at some point, yeah.
Metallica's guitarist Kirk Hammett did an unboxing video for the remastered deluxe box set of the 1996 album Load, and it's set for release on June 13. Called The Whole Kitchen Sink. The huge set weighs over 10 pounds and includes 6 vinyl records, 15 CDs, 4 DVDs, and a 128-page book. And it also has cool extras like a Mama Said picture disc, a live Lollapalooza 96 album from their Lollapalooza show, 14 Rorschach test cards.
Oh, cool.
A push head patch, and guitar picks. And the box has 301 tracks with 245 never before released, like demos and alternate versions. Load was Metallica's second album to hit number 1 on the Billboard 200, staying there for 4 weeks. And Hammett shared the unboxing video showing off the massive collection for fans. You can pre-order it now on Metallica's website.
Have you ever gotten into, at any level, the unboxing videos?
Yeah, but I haven't watched them in a long time.
Yeah, for me it was, like the sideshow figures and stuff like that, electronic stuff.
Yeah,
I'm like,
drum equipment I would watch.
Yeah, it's kind of cool.
Golf stuff, with things that we're into,
Speaking of which, by the way, I keep thinking this thing keeps popping up on my, I think because we've been talking about golf, it pops up on my Instagram. It is a new type of golf cart. And it has, apparently there was a thing where an umbrella would go. and now they have it a attachment that will hold your phone. And then it has this special thing of. Have you seen this thing?
No, it's a golf cart.
It's a golf, the
push cart.
But yeah,
So you're walking and you're pulling.
You pull it with you. Yeah.
Okay.
But it had all these. I'll send it to you. But it's supposed to be the revolution.
Maybe. I mean, they already have ones that are. They're all over the place. The remote control ones.
Yeah.
And you just you have a little remote.
Yeah. Oh.
And you keep it in your hand, and it walks ahead of you. And
I didn't see that. Wow.
There's where I play golf. There's tons of them. Most people have that, but. I'll have to look into
All
that.
right, I'll
The
send
phone
it to
holder
you.
and everything. Queens of the Stone Age are releasing a concert film called Alive in the Catacombs on June 5th, and it shows their special performance from July 2024 in the Paris Catacombs for the first time any band has played there.
The hell are we doing here?
The band led by Josh Homme picked songs from their career and changed them to fit the spooky underground setting with millions of human remains. They used a small string section, chains, and chopsticks for percussion.
Wow.
And even powered a piano with a car battery. The film, directed by Thomas Rames, captures the eerie vibes with dripping water and dim lighting, and fans can rent or buy it on the band's website. And those who order by June 7th get extra behind-the-scenes clips. Homme called it their biggest audience ever, joking about the skeletons.
That's a cool tour. If you're ever in Paris, do it. The Catacombs. It's kind of like the ghost tours in Philadelphia. You get an insider look into what Paris was like over the last 200, 300, 500, 600 years. It's really fun.
But you're seeing all those skeletons.
Yeah.
Right?
Oh, yeah. They're there.
That might be a little too creepy for me.
There's a horror movie called As Above, So Below.
Yeah.
When it takes place in those very catacombs,
Okay.
Nick, and it's not great, but it is creepy.
Yeah.
Nick, we were going to go when we were there for that day, and when we got off the subway, the line to get in was down the block and around the corner. I'm like, I don't have time for that.
Yeah.
All right, and then one last story. Summer just got a little louder with Live Nation's $30 ticket to summer to over 1,000 shows at select amphitheaters across the U.S. and Canada. And it does include the TD Pavilion at the Mann Center, Highmark Skyline Stage at the Mann, and Freedom Mortgage Pavilion in Camden.
I love that they do this.
So on sale begins May 21st, and T-Mobile customers get early access starting on Tuesday the 20th. So local shows include The Offspring, Cyndi Lauper, Alabama Shakes, Modest Mouse, Rod Stewart.
Hey, melts my butter.
Goo Goo Dolls, Kids Bop Kids.
Kids Bop really melts my butter.
Big Time Rush, Volbeat, Simple Minds, Creed, Mount Joy, Leon Bridges, Kesha, and The Summer of Loud, Sticks with Kevin Cronin and Don Felder, the Doobie Brothers, Jimmy Buffett's Coral Reefer Band. There's a whole bunch of good stuff.
Yeah.
So take a look now. You can go to livenation.com/ticket to summer and see the full list of events. But that's $30 to over 1,000 shows.
Jeez.
That's pretty awesome. So
Yeah, man.
there you go. That's what I have. In the music news for you this morning, we have a final break to take. When we get back, we'll wrap it up. Don't miss that letter of the day for the Word of the Week prize. We'll return shortly.
Preston and Steve.
To that low-grade
Oh,
entertainment.
you guys should you guys should embrace it.
Barbaric, imbecilic show.
I'm an NPR person. You
No,
know, they
you-
might throw that at
All
you.
things considered.
Yes.
You have to embrace your parents doing that. My mom, remember when my mom said to me one time, like, do you think you'll look for other jobs? I was like, I don't think so.
So what, this long into the career, so what is your fallback plan? No, I'm all in on this right now.
No, but I will sometimes she's like, so do you you still like them? Do you guys all still get along?
Yeah.
I'm like, it's been 20 years, Mom. I think we're good.
Let me go to.
It seems volatile.
Let me go to Susan. Hi, Susan. Good morning.
Hi, good morning. How are you guys?
Great, Susan. What's up?
So my mom taught at the high school where I went, but before that she was a sub, and I remember being in 8th grade and walking in, and she was my sub, and at the very start of class, she's like, does anybody know my name? And everyone's quiet, and I'm just, mortified. And she's like, how about you, little girl? Do you know my name? I'm like, yes, it's Mom, but you guys should call her Mrs. Freeland.
Susan, we had a similar situation. I remember years ago clearly, but it wasn't like the sub was in for like a day or two. She was our teacher was sick or giving birth or something, so she had her mother teaching us the class for about a month and a half.
Wow.
Yeah.
Oh, God, no, mine was only a day.
Oh, my goodness.
It was so awkward.
All right, thank you, Susan. I appreciate it.
The principal of my high school, his son was at the school at the time. He was my year. I graduated with the principal's son. So I don't know what it was. He was a good kid, so I guess it was okay. But I don't know if there was ever an embarrassment.
My
I'm
sister.
sure something had to happen.
Yeah, no, my sister is a principal or the vice principal and teacher at her high school. Her daughter goes there. Her son's going to go there next year. I don't know if that was ever an issue, but she did have my niece in her class, but they have different last names. So.
Casey, weren't you starting to do an embarrassment campaign on your kids for a little while?
Wait, campaign? What do you mean by that?
Like you were going to regularly show up in a bathrobe or something to pick them up?
I think maybe I threatened that. There was a point where my oldest was starting to get embarrassed by me. She's past that now,
Right.
and,
When
and
that-
now
when
she's
that
like, proud of
happens-
me and stuff. Like,
if I may jump in just quickly, when that happens, that really has to be a sucker punch to
It
any
does.
parent, right?
Because listen, I used to. 10 years ago, my oldest was in kindergarten, and I was a lunch dad. So the great thing about our job is that we get done the show early enough that I was actually able to go be a cafeteria dad.
Right.
And for a little while there, they were excited that I would go
loved
there.
it,
They
right?
loved it. It was
Yeah.
the coolest thing, and also I got to meet the other classmates and all that. And then after a while, it was like
dwindled.
Yeah, but so I would do this thing at basketball games. And listen, this is a great dad joke. So if anybody out there wants to use this is awesome. But when my daughters would do an inbound pass, okay, so this is just the easiest pass in basketball whatsoever, right? The referee hands them the ball, then they pass it to. I would yell at the top of my lungs, "Great pass!" Right? Great pass, Casey! And it was funny. Everybody laughed, and it was just ridiculous. And then they would just go, "Oh my God, I can't believe this freaking guy."
Yeah.
So dumb.
But when you've just been being a parent becomes embarrassing to your kids, not doing something that's kind of obnoxious.
Right.
Yeah, dude, it hurts.
Yeah,
it sucks.
especially I think like a daddy-daughter thing. You know,
Yeah.
Well, then you move on to what, purposely embarrassing them.
Yes.
That my dad came onto the school bus, remember, in his robe and purposely messed up his hair because I forgot my lunch. He also picked me up from a party early because if I were to ever go to a party in high school, my parents would call the house that I was going to. And if somebody didn't answer the phone, she was like, "I'm coming to get you. Like, you need to know." So, and
coming now.
So we didn't pick up the phone, and my dad showed up with it was my best friend's dad and my dad, and they dressed up in my little brother Christopher's dress up. They had helmets on and swords and armor.
I love him.
And they came into the party and picked us up like that.
That's great.
This was high school, by the way.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's hard to come back from that.
That's good.
There's a whole other level of embarrassing your children because you have also, I was yelling the nice pass at basketball games, but yelling at referees and stuff like that at games. And
Yelling
stuff
the
like
C
that.
word?
Not that.
Well, that's an unintentional. I mean, that's your parent getting out of control.
That's
somebody-
bad news bears. That's psycho parent thing. This is just you're not doing anything.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, you're playfully fun. It's like that transition you were talking about. Dad's here at school.
Yeah.
Oh no, Dad's here. That's that's a level of embarrassment like Kathy's parents doing cosplay that it's hard to get past.
Yeah, because I had seen that type of thing a couple times. I don't really want to dwell on that.
No,
but
no,
I'd
no.
seen, parents, embarrass their kids by doing something that was just mean or
I told you
out of line.
My dad's attire in the winter quite often would be an overcoat with that went down below his knees.
Please tell me he had those little sock suspenders on too, because that really
That would've
pushes
been
it
great.
to another level.
But and then boots. It looked like he was a flasher. It looked exactly like that. And he would show up at school. I remember we were waiting to go on a weekend field trip to go see a movie. And we're waiting there, and I forgot something or money. Both my brother and I, to get popcorn or whatever. And he's coming up, and everyone's looking at, oh my God, there's a flasher coming to the school, and I'm like, oh no!
All right, we got some good calls coming in. I'm going to Luke. Hi, Luke. You are on the air. Good morning, Luke. Are you there?
Hey, yo. Sorry.
Yo, what's up, Luke?
So I'm very man pretty, and when I was 18 years old, I became a model for Abercrombie.
Oh, you'd be one of those dudes who was like shirtless?
Yeah, but when I say model, I just mean like I stood outside of the mall in Cherry Hill.
Okay.
But my mom told everybody he's an Abercrombie model.
Oh my god! Oh my god!
Abercrombie model. Like, so she would walk through the mall and be like, "That's my son. That's my son."
That's great. I love it.
It is wonderful to have that pride and have your parents have that exist. But I mean, yeah, I can see where that'd be embarrassing.
Oh my God!
The Abercrombie
Luke,
model.
did you tell her?
She doesn't bring that up at all.
Did you tell her to stop doing it?
Fun.
Did you ever tell her to stop doing it, Luke?
Yeah, of course I did.
Yeah, she didn't.
Can you just go to Cinnabon and leave me alone?
That's
right. All right, thanks, Luke. Appreciate it.
So my daughter and Chuck D'Amico, who works here, his daughter, they both worked at a little coffee shop down the shore this summer, and Chuck's wife would go into that coffee shop and embarrass her daughter all the time. Like
how?
It doesn't for a 16-year-old.
Yeah,
it doesn't take much.
It doesn't take much. Just if you announce that's my baby girl back there. Whatever.
Oh, no.
It doesn't take much.
I'm going to go to Melanie. Hey, Melanie, good morning.
Hey, bitches.
Hey, what? What's up, Melanie?
Hey, so my mom is a local singer-songwriter, and I just want to give her kudos that today I'm so proud of her, and I'm so appreciative when she does this, but I wasn't always this way.
All right.
Growing up at some of her shows, she would intentionally pick out songs that were, songs that she'd written for my sisters and I, but she specifically had written me a lullaby that was no mistaken. It was a lullaby. And she would sing it in front of crowds at World Cafe, the Bluebird in Tennessee, like some pretty, known places.
Would she point? Would she point you out in the audience?
Say that again?
Would she point you out in the audience, or was it just?
Oh, yes.
Okay.
Oh, yes. She would call me out. If there could have been a spotlight, I'm sure she would have put it on. But she would make sure to tell every single person, especially at the end of the night as we left, that, oh, this was my daughter. This is the one I sang about.
Is this someone we would know? What's her name, if you don't mind giving it?
Yeah, not at all. Her name is Liz Ann Knott. I believe her website is lizannknott.com, and she is phenomenal. I think she is the best singer in the world. I'm so proud of her.
But at a certain age, you were like, oh, cut it out, Mom.
Oh, it was the worst. Especially it would come up on XPN on the radio sometimes, and, every one of my friends knew about it, so I get phone calls and text messages. Oh, we
expect, and then they just launched right into it.
Yep, and that was the first duet we've ever had on the side stage, and we had kids for the first time, and so that whole thing is evolving. There's going to be more to that side show, to that side stage. It is a bit of a side show, but at that side stage, as we continue to do more MMRBQs. Today has been fun. I would like to thank our guest. We had to check in with Fox Good Day. It's always nice to talk to Mike Balance. And then we had Frank Caliendo on, and Frank is doing a one-off show this Sunday at Helium Comedy Club. Now, Frank is going to be back to hang out with us on Monday and just to chat. He doesn't have to stay, but he is going to stay, and he's so great, and he never fails to leave us in stitches. So, looking forward to seeing him on Monday. Then we have Maynard James Keenan.
Yeah.
The Santa tour with Pussifer, Primus, and A Perfect Circle is tomorrow at the TD Pavilion at the Mann Center, and Maynard said, be on time.
Yes.
Because I want to hear that people missed out on some Perfect Circle song or whoever opens up. And by the way, he was 15 minutes late. For that's why we're so late getting this done, Pierre. Apologies. What?
Fine.
So it was a good time today. How are you doing anyway?
It's really... There are rowboats at the door to take you to your car.
It's bad, man. It was bad this morning when we came in. Nick and I saw accidents galore. I hit the biggest puddle on the Schuylkill Expressway I've ever seen. Wow. It was like driving through a swimming pool.
Yeah, it's not pleasant out. Temperature-wise, not that cold, but with this, it's the rain is coming down heavily right now. I used to have an umbrella in my trunk, and then I forgot to bring it. Well, I don't know what happened to it.
I remember the time you left the sunroof on your car open, and you said that the hand sanitizer was floating in the cup holder.
Yeah, it was like a sign of the times because it was COVID, and the hand sanitizer was floating much like a pool toy, an inflatable pool toy in my cup dispenser.
You need to clean your glasses off, dude. You see all the droplets on there?
Windshield wipers on it, right?
Here, Nick's got a little microfiber
a Mikey thing,
towelette thingy for you to wipe that down with.
Yeah, it's yeah. Well, but it is what it is, as the old saying goes.
That's right.
Most definitely.
We champions. We swim through the thing to get to the gig.
I'll never forget the snow when you were walking up the street here, and I filmed you.
Yeah, it was great.
Making your way here.
You look like Nanook of the North.
Yeah, it was
awesome.
It was just like I had that funny hat on and the boots, and it was just like, and
you just barely made it in.
Yeah, that was great.
All right, well, we're like the mail. We're like the postman. So post people's.
Yeah, we get you there.
Yeah, man.
Eventually.
All right, you want to do the letter?
Yes.
All right.
Preston and Steve on 93.3 WMMR.
Now, the Daily Letter.
All right, the Preston and Steve show is brought to you today by the letter.
R as in rain.
Yes, that certainly is it. We're going to give away a pair of box seats as MMR Rocks the Hooters. It's on Saturday, this coming Saturday. And it's going to be their debut performance at the Met in Philadelphia. And you can be there to kick off their 45 Alive 45th anniversary tour. Tickets are on sale now via Ticketmaster. All right, what's going on today, dude?
On the program, we will have another pair of tickets for regular Hooters. You got the box seats, which are cool. I have regular Hooters tickets for the Met. Also, it is David Byrne's birthday, so a block of Talking Heads is in order. Black Keys also, and a block of Living Color, and maybe a giant block of Rain songs.
Yeah.
Nice. Is called for.
I agree. All right, let me thank our sponsors. President Steve Show is brought to you today by Dunkin', and the President Steve Show runs on Dunkin'. Also brought to you by Acme Markets Fresh Foods, local flavors, and by Pella Windows and Doors. Right now, save $250 off windows, $700 off doors, or 48 months 0% APR. Visit PellaPhilly.com. Tomorrow on our program, a Thursday, most of the way through the work week, headed to No Sad Bro. But we'll have joining us tomorrow morning, Mr. Anthony Michael Hall.
Yes.
Which will be a cool conversation. So that is it. We are done. Rage on. Have yourself a great day. We'll see you tomorrow, friend. Bye-bye.
Mm-hmm.